Welcome to the heart of Spain, the heart of the Aragon region. This is the town of Zaragoza, and just north sits the beautiful circuit of Zuera, which this year plays host to the IAMI Warriors Final 2024. 4 categories and so many drivers from all over the globe are about to take part in a thrilling week of action-packed racing, all to be crowned the 2024 IAMI Warriors Final champion. It has been a busy season for all the categories, but now they all come together to race here at the International Circuit of Zuera. Year of opening 2007. Event record set in time qualifying earlier this weekend by Danny Caronini, 102.907 in qualifying practice. That is the time these drivers are going to be looking to try and beat over the course of this day's racing. But the track in closer detail, it's a fabulous circuit, and it's a long one indeed. It's 1.7 kilometers in race distance. It's 8 meters wide, 140 meters down the back straight towards turn number 2. 2 meters of elevation change. It's a relatively flat circuit here on top of the hillside. It's got an elevation of around 313 meters, so we're quite high up in the sky as well, but a fabulous circuit in itself. The turns, though, there are many of them. There are 15 on the track, 12 on my page, but 9 to the right, 6 to the left, and 2 hairpins out there, meaning it is a fast-flowing, demanding circuit for the drivers with plenty of overtaking opportunities. You see them in towards turns 2, turn 4, into turn 7, and the rest as well, but there's plenty of places to overtake. We may sometimes even see them around the turn 10, 11, 12 mark as well, meaning there's not many places to really break away, plenty of places to overtake, and it's all about the slipstream. Andrew, the top speed here as well is also immensely fast. Drivers topping out at 136 kilometers an hour into the braking zone at turn 2. They're absolutely flat out through turn number 1 with an average speed of 97 kilometers an hour. You put all that together with the overtaking, the fastness of the circuit, the flatness of the circuit, and you get the Zuera circuit and brilliant racing. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box. Andrew, we're going to be joined by Nicole Sutherland as well. But tell us, this IAMI Warriors Final 2024, it's here. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it too. It's a real roller coaster of a circuit, and I think what also needs to be said at the top of the show is a big well done to Zuera for stepping in. Of course, this race meeting delayed after the events in Valencia a few weeks ago, so well done to everyone who's got this race on. Let's head down for the first time today to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'm down on the grid then ahead of our first race here at the IWF 2024. It's going to be up to Otto and Juan to head off into this race. Things are heating up outside here, much warmer conditions than what these drivers saw first thing this morning and yesterday in our qualifying. It's also going to heat right up out there on track. Andrew and DJ, let's go through the grids.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a busy one. There you can see the sun is shining. But, ladies and gents, if you're watching at home, please do not be fooled. As you can see, there are many woolly hats out there. It is bitterly, bitterly cold. 7 degrees right now. It's all going to be about endurance over this weekend because, like you say, they've got 3 days of qualifying heats, unlike a standard race weekend where you'd have your practice, qualifying practice in the morning to determine where you are for the qualifying heats. And then you'd have 1 day of qualifying heats and then super heats and finals. No. 3 days of qualifying heats because there is just under 400 drivers here this weekend. Absolutely astonishing numbers.
And more than 130 of them just in the senior category alone. I think patience is going to be key for the drivers. They've got to think even at these early stages about the long game, not getting themselves too far behind. Obviously, for those who've qualified well, great opportunity for them to get on the board nice and early. Otto Pikkanen, a very experienced driver on pole position in the TV card there you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. And another thing to refer to is that we were here earlier in the year for the IAMI Euro Series, so a number of the drivers have got good experience from earlier on in the season as to how this circuit races. Let's take you through the grid for the first one this morning. Otto Pikkanen of Finland starts on pole position. Juan Aluya starts alongside on the front row. Morgan Moore has had a tremendous 2024 season, is on row 2 for this one alongside Emmanuel Leodakis. Andy Rattel, top 10 driver in the Miami Euro Series in 2024, goes from row 3 in this first heat with Dan Steenman alongside for company. Santiago Valleve and Joseph Smith starts on row 4. Jack Buckley and Bertram Sash on row 5. Ava Dorestein and Paul Chaus go from row 6. Vilma Svan and Hugo Gelade on row 7. Francois Xavier Venant and Noah Maton start on row 8, taking us into the middle of the field on row 9. It's Mehdi Lassered and Amelia Kari.
Row number 10 sees Hugo Besson and Hayden Eldridge. Row 11 sees William Lundberg and Kian Geraghty. Maximano Radic and Kevin Bakker round out row 12. They'll have Yumi Samela and Luna Claret on row 13. Mattis Barb and Casper Henriksen on row 14. They'll have Thomas Van Valet and Tyron Kinnard on row 15. Isaac Say and Jonas Nyberg on row 16 with Alessandro Biggie and Ronan Hennessy rounding out row number 17. Drivers ending their formation lap. There on your screen you can see on the right hand side is Martin Bean, our race director. On the left hand side joining him, brand new to the scene here from the UK, Dan Ashton, joining us as the deputy race director this weekend as they prime themselves up ready to watch the start of the first qualifying heat of many over the course of this weekend. To clarify, the seniors, because there are so many, they have 7 qualifying heats each, and there are 8 different groups, all with 7 heats each, so that's a lot to get through. Juniors, Masters and the Mini, they all have 5 qualifying heats each, and that's still a very long weekend, and that's what we talk about. Endurance for the driver, but also for the tyres. I'm going to come on to that subject immediately because these drivers only get the 2 full sets for the entire weekend. That is for the seniors, 7 heats that they've got to do, qualifying, the super heats and the finals, all on just those 2 sets. There, we're live on board with Zanki Motorsports' Emanuele Lidiakis of Greece, who is starting this one on the 2nd row of the grid in P4. A great view there behind Johan Aluja, who starts just ahead on that front row. This is, like I say, for the ladies and gentlemen watching at home, welcome if you are watching from around the world. But this is just going to be a day of qualifying heats. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a slow day just to find out where people are going to be sitting. For the drivers, they're only going to be getting 1 qualifying heat for some. Some are getting 2 in as well. So it's really just the start of their weekend. But as we were saying it's all about momentum. 1 bad qualifying heat could spell disaster for the rest of them following on this weekend. It's Otto Pukkanen and Johan Aluja then on the front row of the grid. This is qualifying heat G versus H, the first one of the weekend. IWF 2024 is go, and we go down in towards turn number 1 here. It's absolutely flat out through T1, and you've got to be so careful that you don't get squeezed off the track just like that. 3-4 drivers off as they all file their way through, and it's Premium Karting's Morgan Moore who's taken the lead. There off the track is the 308 going no further. It's Amelia Kari who is going to slowly rejoin the circuit back at turn number 1 as the rest of the field slot through into the rest. But clearly there on your screen, it's Ireland's Morgan Moore leading the way.
Really tricky for those in the midfield there. It's a very fast run into turn 1. Drivers are into sector 2 now. This is the part of the circuit that's a real test for kart setup. Very difficult track to get your setup right, because you've always got to make a compromise. Do you go for the mechanical grip in the infield section through turns 3, 4, 5, 6 through sector 2, or do you maximise for that long pit straight for maximum top speed through into sector 3? Morgan Moore goes. Jose has had a tremendous season, a number of good results on both a national and a continental front. He ends lap 1 of this first race for IWF 2024 in the lead. But it's a Vivate all over the back of him, and down the inside goes the Spaniard in the 309. Andy Rattel's had a good start. That's a great move from Andy Rattel round the outside of Moore, and the Frenchman, as I expected here, Anthony, is looking very quick in these early stages.
He certainly is indeed, but eyes on this one here. Johan Aluja, who started right on that front end, is now starting to fall back a little bit here. Has got the pressure of Dan Seaman, who's just behind him now. That's P6 and 7 here as Andy Rattel immediately is trying to put on the pressure here. And look at that, we're 3 wide for 3rd place. in the background. Jona Luja again just managing to squeeze his way through and gets back up a nice few positions there as Rattel continues to just pile on that pressure to Santiago Veiga, who's just ahead. Morgan Moore there is in third place and is trying to latch on to those two in front now as they wind it up back on the start-finish straight. It's a long run down here as to the inside. Here comes Jens Siemens to the inside. He gets through and up into third place.
Good move there by Dean Steedman. Nice and decisive getting past Morgan Moore. At the moment, looks like Veiga and Rattel trying to work together. But again, the slipstream is so powerful around this international circuit. Looking a little bit further down the order, you can see that Mattis Barber's had a good run up the order. He's gained 11 positions. He's up to P12. Likewise, Thomas van Vliet is also up 12 spots to 17th. As down the inside goes Steedman for a double.
Wow.
What a move into the hairpin. Good on the brakes there, good front end. And for KCR Racing, they will like the look of that. Here goes Rattel down the inside now to return to second place, but that is already, we're only into race one, already a contender for move of the week.
You took the words out of my mouth there. Is it too early to call that move? Absolutely superb there in towards that hairpin. So again, it just shows that the dander is up here from the drivers. Yes, it's only the first race, but they want to prove themselves in the early stages of this weekend. Four-car battle there for the race lead, as unfortunately technical flags going out, and that's an unfortunate one for Hugo Besson. He'll be out of that first race for a technical infringement. Well, there you go. More moves here, as again, you're seeing there the Birolard of Santiago Veiga just getting down the inside, moving up into second place once more, just showing that, yes, they're having a good race here, but they've got to look after these tyres. This is a long weekend they've got ahead of them, and they're already using them like that's it. They can put a brand new set on for the next race.
Indeed. Well, you're seeing a lot of them squirm around as well. The track temperature is going to be low at this stage of the morning as well. Keep an eye on Hugo Gelade as well. Oh, down the inside goes Jona Luja there for second place. Nice move for MDC Racing. But Hugo Gelade, you see him there in the black and white victory lane entry, the number 272. He's had a very good race so far. He's up 8 positions, and we know from the history books, victory lane very strong round this circuit. They had a number of good results when we visited here earlier in the year for the first round of the IAMA Euro Series, and they're right on cue. Gelade down the inside, takes P5.
Yeah, nicely done there, now up 9 places, but also moves happening in the background as well, as once more it's kicking off here. Andy Rattel back to the inside. He's trying to fight his way back through this field now, sits right there behind Jona Luja, who is just still there in P2. I'm so impressed with Don Steedman here. The fact that he got that move complete, he's able to utilize that, and he's broken away still as well. It's absolutely superb. You can see in there, he's got a 5-car lead already from the second place battle. Absolutely superb. We are on lap 5 of 9 right now, so time very quickly running out. But these are long races for the drivers, purely because of the fact that it's a really long lap here. It's over a minute a lap, 1.7 kilometers, or 1,699 if you want to be exact. But still a very, very long lap here. Back on the start-finish straight then, we go on to lap number 6 now. 5 completed, and it is still Siemens who leads the way from Aluja, Rattel from Veiga. Then it is Gelade from Leodikis, Moore from Buckley, Maton from Smith, who round out the top 10 right now. Biggest movers in this race. You've got to look to 13th and 16th place right now. Mattis Barber of France is looking very strong. 14 places gained, the same as Thomas van Vliet from the Netherlands. Also 13 places gained, having a very strong race as Hugo Gelade makes another position, moves up now into P4. And I think P3 as well, so he's making good progress in this early stage of the race.
He is indeed for Steedman. The trouble at the moment is that long straight. Just another a curious look at the speed trap in these early stages. 121 kph for Steedman, obviously with no toe. For Aluja and Rattel behind, they've got 2 or 3 kph. So whilst they lose a little bit of time through Sector 2 and the early parts of Sector number 3, this is where they're still holding Steedman honest, wrapping around turn 12 onto this long straight over the line again. Yeah, they've got about 2.5 kph on Steedman back there, and it's just keeping them in that gap of about half a second back from the race leader in that region, that if Dan Steeman was to make any kind of mistake, he would lose the lead. Down the inside goes Hugo Gelade, who's absolutely flying right now. Has just taken the fastest lap of the race, and now third place away from countryman Andy Rattel.
Indeed, he's utilising that pace in the early stage of this weekend. But again, if you look quick now, it might scupper yourself later on in the weekend. So you do, again, we'll stress, you've got to be careful with those tyres. Lap 7 now, and it's all starting to settle down here, but not for Emanuele Leodikis as we go on board here behind Santiago Valva, who's just ahead. And you can see here how, well, a little bit bumpy the circuit is there as they go into that back section as they go through. But there you can see the data here. Not had the best start to his race, but still in a good position here, down 4 positions. But I want to take a look at those tyres. You can see here how much they're being shredded as the speed goes through. Look at the marbles just flicking off the tyre there, but look for the move here, down the inside at turn 2, and that's what we talk about, that slipstream, that toe. It keeps the racing nice and close here at the Zuera circuit, meaning that all the races we're going to have here are going to be as exciting as this one.
Good work there by Leodikis. You can see that top 4 are breaking away. He needed to make that move on Viva to at least give himself a shot of being part of that battle for the lead. If it all kicks off on the last lap, we're going to find out very shortly, of course. We're on lap number 8 of 9. A little look further down the order. Biggest mover at the moment is Matis Barber for Castellet Karts Racing, up 14 spots to 13th. Tyron Kennard as well has had a good race from the back of the field, is into the top 20 now, having had a gain of 12 places, the Belgian, for VDK.
Yes, indeed. Well, a big welcome to everyone joining us from around the world. If you're watching on YouTube, Facebook as well, welcome to each and every one of you. Let us know who you are supporting in the comments section. We'll try and look at that over the course of this weekend. And, of course, get your predictions in for the nations this weekend as well. Who you think is going to be the most successful nation over the course of this IAME Warriors Final 2024 as we continue to watch this first opening race onto the final lap, as again Rattel just squeezing his way through. Hugo Gelade as well, also pushing his way, and Gelade now up into second place. Rattel right there behind. He's now going to go for the move. He's not close enough. Can he get the switch back? The answer to that is no. Stays behind the likes of Johan Aluja, who is there now in third place. But still, Steeman is just broken away here as again Rattel just tries to squeeze it down the inside. It's not going to work out for him here. This is going to be a long run. Maybe it could be side by side over the start-finish line, because again, in towards the last couple of corners, he's going to try and get that nose down the inside to get up into third place. It's not going to happen. Steeman's going to take the checkered flag from Hugo Gelade. Johan Aluja will hold on to third from Andy Rattel. Leodikis in P5 from Valva, who finishes in P6. Maton from Moore. Smith from Chouse rounding out the top 10. But Steeman, with that double overtake into the hairpin, that move there really, really impressed me.
Bit of a surprise that. That's a really, really good start for Dan Steeman. KCR Racing have done some good work with the race setup there and translated a solid qualifying yesterday and a start from the third row of the grid into a first victory of this IWF race week for 2024. Hugo Gelade clearly has some race pace as well, that gain of 12 spots. On the flip side of the good things that we've seen there from Steeman and Gelade, I think some things to think about for Otto Pukkanen, down 10 places, having started on pole position. Jack Buckley came in P12. Matis Barber was your biggest mover, joint biggest mover, 14 places gained to 13th ahead of Bertram Sash. The other driver who moved up 14 spots in that one for RSD karting was Thomas Van Vliet. That was your top 15. Vilma Svan, Francois Javier Venon, Tyron Kennard, Maxi De Silva and Jimmy Tuamela, all in the top 20 for their first heat. Ava Dorstein, Mehdi Lasred, Kian Geraghty, Hayden Eldridge and Luna Clare take us down to P25. Casper Henriksen, I think, might be a bit disappointed with P26 there, but was ahead of Isaac Sayer, William Lundberg, Kevin Bacher, Johannes Nyberg. That was your top 30. Ronan Hennessy, 31st. Problems at the start for Emilia Kari, results in a P32, and the last of the finishers was Alessandro Pigi. One non-finisher in that race, and quite a big one in a way. Hugo Basson has moved to VDK Racing, but it's not the start to his IWF that he would have wanted. That's going to be a classification of 34th, having retired with 5 laps to go.
Indeed, so a little bit of a shake-up there, but showing at the start of that weekend, there's drivers who are trying to capitalise on a bad qualifying. But let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, who have you got for us down there?
Thank you, Anthony. I've got Dan Steeman, first race winner of the IWF 2024. Fantastic start to that heat. Can you tell me about that very exciting double overtake that you made?
Yeah, it just was what I want at that point. I was going for one overtake at the beginning, and then I think, oh, this was good. Just do 2, and that gave me the race win, I think.
Then after that overtake, like you said, race win, but you also led the remaining of the race. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like out there handling the tow and the headwind?
Just keep your head down and drive away as fast as possible. That's the only thing I can say. Just win the race. Yeah, it was good.
Great to hear from you, Dan. That was our first race of seniors. Anthony, what's up next?
Well, there's lots of races to come up next because we're back to the senior category. Senior X30 out for their second heat of the first 4, qualifying heat E versus F. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from that first race before we head into the next one, because again, Andrew, a very exciting one here. The start of this one, absolutely perfect for the front rows, is a little bit further back here where you're starting to get those moments where if you're on the outside, you're 3-4 wide and you get moments like this.
Yes, it's a very fast entry, and for Amelia Kari, that was a bit of a disaster to the start of this 2024 edition of IWF. Amelia would get back into the race, but a long, long way down the order. Morgan Moore held the early lead. There's a reverse view of the incident on lap number 1. Andy Rattel had a good start as well. Emmanuel Leodakis, solid race, I thought, for Leodakis on that one. Lost a couple of positions, but still a P6, a solid way to start.
Yeah, indeed, pushing his way through as much as he could. But like you say, everyone just going for those moves thick and fast and pushing their way through. But eyes were focused, I think, on that victory lane driver, Hugo Gelade, who was pushing his way throughout that race. And like you say, 12 places gained to finish that one in P2. A very impressive drive. Here is that double overtake that Steeman was talking about, and he, like he said, was that, well, I was originally only going for the 1, but then it worked out great, and I took 2. So it just shows that those sort of moments, they come in sometimes accidentally.
And fair play to Viva as well, recognising that there was a kart coming down the inside in control. You know, Steeman was getting it stopped there, but you know, drivers making sure that they don't have any further incidents early in the race. Really impressed with the drive from Hugo Gelade in that first heat. Anthony, that's a good sign. Sometimes qualifying can be a bit of a lottery here at Swearer because of the long run down to and through the pit straight. Now we're into the races, showing that race pace was Hugo Gelade throughout the course of those 9 laps, and yeah, that'll warm the cockles at Victory Lane on this very cold morning.
It certainly will do, but checker flag out, and Dan Seaman seeing the first of those checkered flags over the course of what is going to be a very, very long week of racing before those finals on Saturday. But now we'll turn our attention to qualifying heat E versus F for the senior category. That is coming up next, and this time around it'll be Australia and Sweden on the front row for this one. Pip Casabene and Maximilian Bogström, who will be starting on that front row. You can see them there lined up, ready to go with the rest of the field as well. But there are some names in this one. That second row of the grid, Thibaut Ramekers and Clovis Nougarede as well. Big names in the world of karting. But there on that front row is Maximilian Bogström from Sweden, starting this one on that front row. And as you can see, primed and ready. Already used tyres. Of course, they have done time qualifying, where drivers will have waited for the very last couple of minutes to do like 1 or 2 maximum laps in to try and look after those tyres. But it's a tense moment now at the start of the race, because the first race is always a nerve-wracking one, isn't it?
It's a nerve-wracking one. You know, the drivers will have been building this moment up in their minds for a good few months, and of course with the delays because of the terrible events in Valencia at the start of the month. You know, it's been an extra few weeks to get to this point. I should note as well that all the karts are running messages of support for everybody affected by the floods in Valencia, and our thoughts are with everybody here in Zuera. Anthony, let's have a look at the grid.
Oh, yes, indeed. Good you're remembering that one, because I nearly forgot. Pip Casabene of Australia on the front row of the grid. They'll have Maximilian Bostrom alongside. Timo Ramikas and Clovis Nugarade on row number 2. Roxanne Lantinga and Marcus Glum on row 3. Fernando Luca and Elia Weiss go from row 4. They'll have Alphonse Mittinen and Aaron Cavillo on row number 5. Austin Gale and Ruben Moya go from row number 6. William Thompson, another Australian, goes alongside Luca Montebello on row 7. They'll have Diogo Castro and Riccardo Ferrari on row 8. Jacob Mikolev and Michael Gray round out the top 18 on row number 9.
Miguel Silva and Hugo Marti go from row number 10. Kyo Lee and Matthias van der Kerkhoff start on row 11. Martin Wallström and Martin Yanis go on the 12th row of the grid. Jesse Saarinen from Finland is joined by Aaron Garcia on row 13. From the 14th row of the grid, Kyle Machea starts alongside Carl Mikolev. That's an all Maltese row 14. Caden McQueen and Sam Branston for Croc Promotions go on row 15. Nico Villa and from France, the 314 of Mattis Omerta start on row 16. Thomas Hansen and Jin Tian start on row 17. I know it's only the second heat of the whole race week, Anthony, but this is a stacked grid.
It is.
We talked about the top 2 rows already, but you've got Ruben Moya on row 6. Aaron Garcia back on row 13. That is not where you'd expect Aaron Garcia to be at the start before qualifying. Yesterday, Caden McQueen as well. Kyo Lee, the FIA World Cup winner in the OKN category earlier on in the autumn. Riccardo Ferrari as well on row number 8.
I am a Euro Series 1 in French Quarter, yeah.
Very, very strong drivers. Now we're going to see, for those drivers who did not have the best of qualifyings yesterday, will they race through? You can overtake around this circuit. It's a great circuit for overtaking. I know we talk a lot about the pit straight, but you've got opportunity to turn 4, turns 5 and 6, and of course we've also seen down into past Marshall Post 6 already in the first race. You can make double overtakes into there. This should be a good one.
It should be a good one. Well, let's see what happens then as we're heading to the tram lines. The field's a bit spread out at the back there. Are we going around? I believe we are. I've got no green lights on my screen. It is a false start, so a little bit eager to get going there. The pace was very, very strong there. The back of the grid just not formed up with the front. And yes, indeed, our race director calling that one a false start, sending them round once more. Any more of those, they might be in a bit of trouble, but for now, that's only their first one.
Absolutely, a bit more time for the drivers to get a little bit of heat into their tyres, but again, it's still pretty chilly here. It's 7 degrees.
It's not getting warmer.
It's not getting warmer. I think the saving grace for everybody here at the circuit is at least it's not too windy.
Oh, do you know what? I was really hoping you weren't going to say the R word there.
No. We're not going to say the R word at all this week. But for those not aware about where watching back home, we're almost sat on a bit of a plateau here, quite high up, but it does mean that the wind can whip across this circuit. We saw that back in our visit for I Am a Euro Series in March. Thankfully, that is not happening at the moment. Otherwise, I don't think we would see the grandstands as full as we are right now. Everyone would be huddling somewhere for warmth.
Yes, indeed. In terms of like circuits that we've visited in the IAME calendars over the season, this one I think is one of the highest circuits on the calendar in terms of elevation, altitude for us here. And you can see there in the background the beautiful hills in the background there as the drivers into the tram lines. Are we good this time around? We are indeed. We are racing. Pip Casabene trying to hold on to the lead, but they're cold tyres. No grip whatsoever, and for the rest of them as well, there's a big contact into the barriers there, and Marshall's on the scene promptly to try and help out there, and look at the disaster that struck there. You've got MDCs in there, I think you've got a premium karting in there as well. We'll try and figure out the full list of drivers there going very slowly. It's a 344. That's Thomas Hansen going slowly. There's multiple drivers that have been involved in that incident there. And I think it starts, I think Riccardo Ferrari is one of them, but Michael Gray, I think, is one MDC. Aaron Garcia was one. Sam Branston, I think, was one. And Tianjin from Greece is another that's gone off the track there. But eyes on the front row, Thibaut Ramekers, that start was exactly what he needed. He managed to squeeze through because Pip Casabene had no temperature in those front tyres whatsoever, and he understeered nearly straight off the circuit.
Nothing at all. And the other good piece of news, as I think we've got a slow procedure out for the drivers, it's kept Ramekers out of trouble, because there was a second incident later on in the lap that has demoted the likes of Maxi Bergström, as that is Aaron Garcia walking away, obviously looking very disappointed indeed. I know it's only the first round of heats, Anthony, but that is not good news for one of the early favourites. Did not have a good qualifying yesterday. For the hope of getting through the cut-offs, through into the super heats later on in the weekend and the final, if you're starting in the second half of the field, you need to be consistently 10, 15, 20 positions being gained across the course of every single one of these heats. That is a setback on top of another setback for Aaron Garcia, but also in a bit of bother on that first lap. Clovis Nugared also didn't get through unscathed on that first lap, has lost 20 positions. Elia Weiss down 18, Maxi Bergström down 25 positions.
Yeah.
I think still going, but is down in 31st place. So, as I say, on that side for Ramekers, he was able to just nip in underneath, break away. And yes, he's going to have to do all that work again once we go back to green.
Oh, now I've just spotted that nose cone is almighty low there on Ramekers' car. I think he's got a drop nose already at the start of this. So we were thinking maybe it was cold tyres. I wonder if we could see the start of that race again as they go into turn one, because of course Pip Casabene very wide, as there unfortunately is Riccardo Ferrari running in the Zanchi Motorsport colours out of this race, the winner of the IAMA Euro Series round in Franciacorta earlier on in this year in drastically different and much warmer conditions than what we've got right now. But that was a very frantic start there. So let's have a look. Look on the left-hand side of the grid. Now, does his head go backwards here? No, there's not much in terms of anything there. So again, it just sees he just runs out wide, and Rameker's able to go through. There was the start. My goodness, that was a big hit into the wall. And of course, all the mechanics are there, and they all stand on ladders there because they try to get over the fence, and they're very lucky that they're all okay as well. Here's another look of that. Just shows how many karts actually went off the track there at turn number one. But straight away, drama in the opening, or the second opening race of the weekend. And I'm thinking that our current race leader is potentially looking at a post-race 5-second time penalty purely for that nose cone that looks to me like has already come off its bracket. There it is.
Oh yeah, all the
as much temperature as they can into those tyres, because again, it's so cold here right now, and it's going to be the main talking point throughout the course of this weekend, I think, just how cold it is. I mean, we're northern Spain, it's late November, we're going into December, it's winter time here in Spain, and it does get colder than this here. Trust me, at night time it gets very, very low in terms of the temperatures, but that means everything just stays just that little bit wet on the grass. Nothing's going to get dry at this moment, so it's just going to be one of those very tricky weekends. Here we go then into the final corner for the restart of this second qualifying heat. E versus F. Ramekers leads the way from Roxanne Lantinga as we go green and racing once more down in towards turn number one, and this time the tyres have the temperature and they can get through turn one absolutely flat out this time around. Ramekers from Lantinga, Glum from Casabene, Miettinen are there in the top five, but no changes in that top five as they all try to close in the background. There was that Fernando Luca, who was just not getting the turn in there. It was tripoding through the corner, the rear wheel getting lifted up, just had no temperature in those tyres still.
And it means that for Martin Wallström, that's another position gained for the Talvar Racing's Finnish driver. 17, 18 places gained indeed for Martin Wallström. Also out there, this was mainly off the initial start. Caden McQueen's gained 16 places, is up to P13, and Jesse Saarinen is the Finns on the move at the moment, up 10 places into the top 15. Back at the front of the order, coming round to complete lap number 5. And it is your race leader, Roxanne Lantinga. Nice qualifying from Roxanne yesterday. Went with something a little bit different. Didn't try and do anything with a slipstream, didn't try to overcomplicate it, just went out there and put good laps in. That has given Roxanne these good starting positions. Now we start to see what the race pace is like for Roxanne in the 250, and it's looking pretty good at this moment.
Certainly is, holding the front of this field right now and getting past, you know, Ramakas, who's a quick pilot in the world of karting, is well known in the categories. Marcus Glum there as well, all sticking together. Again, it just shows that, you know, the pace is strong, the pace is quick, because the lap times that they're doing is very, very strong indeed. But again, they're just trying to think long-term in the races right now. Just get these karts to the end of this. But Roxanne Lantinga doing a brilliant job at the front here as more retirements. William Thompson, unfortunately, one of Australia's hopes, out of this first qualifying heat of the weekend. And yeah, he will go right to the bottom of the list. I think Thomas Hansen and Kyo Lee had a bit of a moment on that last lap as well. They've dropped down to 28th and 29th on the grid. They were running a little higher up in the order, and they tumbled down on that last lap, but they are still running in this race. Eyes on Martin Wallström. Yeah, those 18 positions gained. He's in P5. He's in that second group of karts that are just coming through as these two continue to try and push away from the rest. Ramakas is in damage control mode at the moment now, because if he notices his nose cone, he needs to know that he needs to break away by 5 seconds from the rest. And at this moment in time, a 5-second post-race would put him down in 14th place. So he does not want that.
No, he doesn't at all. It's almost a bit of a time trial for the young Belgian right now. There's a warning flag out for the 204 of Clovis Nougaret, who's had a very good season, both nationally and internationally. He's one of the top drivers in IAME Series. France over the line once again, completing lap number 7. Lantinga leads from Ramakas on the road by less than 1/10 of a second. Marcus Gloom still there in 3rd. That was a good turn of pace from the top 3. 1 minute 3.3 for Lantinga compared to that second group behind her, who are all in the 1 minute 3.8s, 0.9s. So that's good news as through goes Ramakas into the lead on the road. Lantinga's going to respond straight back down the inside with a nice move there. Ruben Moyer's on the move as well for one of the home favourites here at Zweira. He's gained 5 places, was a little bit unlucky yesterday. I think there was some tactics going on out there in the particular qualifying group that Ruben Moyer was in. He kind of got shuffled to the front of a pack, had no slipstream, no help at all. Was in the end, I don't think it was part of the plan for Ruben Moyer, but he was effectively giving a slipstream to others. But the race pace is definitely there for the Spaniard. He's on 7th place.
Yes, indeed. Last lap board coming out then, this time to the drivers, and you can see there that Marcus Glum just tucking in as much as he can, trying to close in here, but here comes Ramakas and Roxanne Lantinga down the inside at turn number 2, claims that position. No fight between the two of them as they try and focus, but that does allow Glum to close in and gives him an opportunity. Here's Roxanne Lantinga, runs a little bit wide there at the exit of turns 2 and 3 and is now under pressure from Glum, who's going to try and force a move down the inside, maybe through this long sweeping left-hander. Now you've got the infield straight into the hairpin. This is where we see those overtakes, but Glum's backed off now. He's not going to go for it. He's going to stay there in 3rd place. So this looks good. Pip Casabene still holding on to P4 right now. Wallström, brilliant race from Wallström, who's there in P5, up an astonishing amount of positions, pushing his way through. But this is what you want from the front runners. Question mark over that nose cone for Ramakas, but he's going to final. He's going to start this first race of the day, winning it on track. But will it be on paper across the line? It is the Belgian taking his first win of the weekend on circuit ahead of Roxanne Lantinga. Marcus Glum finishing in 3rd place ahead of Casabene. Ruben Moyer finishing in P5 ahead of Wallström. Then it's Luca from Mittinen, Mikolev from Cavillo, rounding out the top 10. But yeah, question mark on that one, and hopefully our eyes and ears down in Parc Ferme, Nicole Sutherland, will give us an update on that nose cone. But looking at it, it's dragging on the floor and it doesn't look like it's set properly there.
Yeah, I tend to agree. We'll keep an eye on those official results. If there is a 5-second penalty for Ramakas, it would drop him down to P10. Caden McQueen, great drive, up 18 spots to 11th. Austin Gale, Matthias van der Kerkhoff, Miguel Silva and Diego Castro all in the top 15. Decent starts for them. Luca Montebello, Kyle Marcher in 17th place. Good drive there from the Maltese driver up 10. Martin Yanis, Hugo Marti and Maxi Bergström all in the top 20. Elia Weiss down 13 spots. Was one of the drivers who had problems on lap 1. Mathis Ometier starts the day in 22nd place. Michael Gray, P23. Clovis Nugred, not the kind of race that he would want, P24. Nico Via, P25. Kyle Mikulev, Jesse Saarinen, Thomas Hansen, the last of the 28 finishers in that one. A number of retirements, most of them early on in the race, but some big ones. Keo Lee didn't see the end of that race, P29. William Thompson, Ricardo Ferrari, Aaron Garcia, Sam Branston and Jin Tian, all with work to do when we get to the second round of heats.
Certainly are. Well, here come the drivers. There is Thibaut Ramekers, who's obviously going to get weighed, but I suspect he's probably already been told that front nose has gone, and I think Roxanne Lantinga there just behind, who did finish on second place, I think has just been made aware of that one, has now got a big smile on her face knowing that she's just been pushed forward in that grid order. So there we go. And yeah, there you see, unfortunately, Ramekers not happy at all with that.
No, he won't be, because he's a competitive driver and would have set his sights in the early stages of that race to get on that Ramekers kind of run of results that we've seen him have through qualifying heats in various races in 2024. It's still not a terrible result, because he'll get a good number of points for being up there in that top 10. But yeah, he'll want to strike back with a bit of a vengeance later on when we get to Heat 2.
Yeah, indeed. 10th place that put down to the end of that one. Well, there, Roxanne Lantinga is going to get herself on the weighbridge, make sure that card is all above order, which I'm sure it is in this early stage of the weekend. It's the one thing that you don't want to get caught out is being underweight in categories. That's an instant disqualification from that race, and you score absolutely 0 to your name on that one, but still a very strong performance. Well, let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, you have on paper race winner Roxanne Lantinga with you.
You have Roxanne. Roxanne, happy with that result?
Yes, of course. It's my first heat win. Also the first heat win yeah, with the World Championship. Yes, I'm happy.
And we saw quite an interesting battle going on between you and Thibaut. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, it was sorry. It was not a difficult battle, and it's the Heat 1, and yeah, not too much risicos in Heat 1. Yeah.
Great to hear from you, Roxanne. Good luck for the rest of your heats. Andrew and Anthony, very exciting second heat of today then. Back over to you in the box.
Absolutely, very exciting, very dramatic scenes there in that second heat. And for the groups E and F, we'll see them in action later on today. We move to groups C and D next for the start of their IWF journeys for 2024. Another group of 35 drivers in the senior category, looking really good, looking strong in qualifying. A lot of talent on this grid coming up for us. It'll be 9 laps again for the drivers. All of these senior heats are going to be 9 laps, just over 15 kilometres of this Soera International Circuit. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you here today in the box. Nicole Sutherland down in Parc Ferme and rowing in the pre-grid area as well. And first sight of Freddie Lloyd coming up this race week. Anthony did a sterling job in qualifying yesterday.
Certainly did. Delivered some really good results. Put it fastest in his group, but third fastest overall over the course of timed qualifying. But like you say, starting this one on that front row of the grid, but that does come with its dangers, of course, if he can try and break away from this one. As well, Alessandro Tedesca, also fantastic qualifying for him. Spoke to him as well. Really happy with his qualifying performance as well, but he's got, again, some quick drivers behind as well. You've got Maxence Bouvier from France. You've got Marc Lepiccolo also there from France. Kian Gauchi and Kevin Lantinga on row number 3 as well. So there's some big names in this one, as well as, even if you look further back, you've got the likes of Noah Wolf, you've got Gus Lawrence, Lewis Bird, 3 of the Brits who are pushing themselves through in this one. There you can see what you can expect coming up in a few moments' time. We've got, obviously, the next senior race, which is qualifying heat C and D. That's lined up ready to go for the next one. Then you've got the last one in the morning phase, which is groups A versus B. Always exciting for us. Then we head to the juniors for their first 3 qualifying heats of the morning, then the minis, and then the masters. And then, of course, after that, we go for the lunch break, and then we're back for the second half of the day, where we see the minis, juniors, and then seniors out, and the day finishes at around 4:30, which is an early finishing time, but that's only because it's very late November. We're already past the daylight saving part of the year, and that means it gets dark very quickly here. Right, so let's head down to the pre-grid. Nicole Sutherland, who have you got for us down there?
I've got Alessandro, the 265, next to me. Quick chat with Alessandro. Very strong quali for you yesterday to put it on the front row. Can you tell me about your mindset going into the heats?
Yeah, sure. We make a good work in the qualifying, so now we stay focused for the heat and make the best things is possible.
And how much of the previous senior heats have you been watching? We've seen a lot of drama go on kind of at the first corners. Have you took any kind of tips or been looking at what the other drivers are doing?
Yeah, we can't make a choice, so it's in the moment. So we set the moment, and after we make the race.
And being on the front row, you know, that's always pressure. You've got 32 karts behind you. You've got Fred Lloyd alongside you. How do you handle that?
I don't have some pressure because it's a race, so I make call, go, and stay focused, and that's the race.
Great to hear from you, Alessandro. That's it from the grid ahead of this senior heat. Boys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there. And yeah, as Alessandro Tedesca there saying, you know, there's no real pressure on this one. It is a first qualifying heat, but still, you've got to make sure that you get it right, and you don't want to make those mistakes. But again, it's the first of 7 qualifying heats for each group. Every single driver will get 7 qualifying heats over the course of this weekend, and that is an immense amount of racing. There you can see the grandstand filling up nicely of drivers, mechanics, friends and family as well watching here at the Zuera circuit. And if you are local to the Zuera circuit as well, do come on down. It is an open event. There's racing going on. You've got the stage as well with the live stream on. Plenty of food and drinks at the venue, and plenty of awesome racing ahead of us this weekend. Engines firing up. It's qualifying heat C and D heading out to the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup, and it starts with Freddie Lloyd on the pole position with Alessandro Tedesca alongside. Maxence Bouvier and Marc Lepiccolo on row number 2. They have Kian Gauchi and Kevin Lantinga on row 3. Noah Wolf and Lewis Bird on row 4. They'll have Luca Horton and Gus Lawrence on row 5. Patrick Ogrodovchik and Marius Barryberg on row 6. They'll have Robbie Buckley and Alberto Hurtado on row 7. Eloy Gonzalez and CJ Bennett on row 8. The middle of the field will have Charlie Glum and Andre De Beja on row number 9.
Row 10 starts with Thibaut Kempf and is joined by the Danish driver Laurits Sash. Louis Coman and Peter Stiller go from row number 11. Hugo Brunn and Harvey Ryby start on row number 12. Eric Vess and Alistair Cresswell go from row 13. Max Starikov and Nud Nielsen go from row 14, completing the top 30 for the start of this one. It's Yannick Gabrick and Georges Nassar on row 15. Konstantinas Mumporas and Dylan Patel go from row 16. Timian Hafstad and Albert Ingo start on row 17. It's a 35-strong field completed by the 256 of Amanda Saladin.
Packed grid in this one again, and we've just witnessed already 2 very frantic starts here for the senior X30 category. I would say 3rd time's a charm in this one to get all the drivers through turn number 1, but again, it's so difficult to do because the speed you carry through turn 1, that mental game as well of thinking that you have to be flat out through turn 1 in the opening stage means you push yourself through. We go live on board with Croc Promotions driver Kevin Lantinga, and you can see here, look at those lovely fresh tyres there, not used and abused at all, but it doesn't look like there's much temperature into those at the early stage of this one, because you can see how much it's just understeering through some of those corners there as he tries to get those temperatures up to where he needs them to be. But great to see those onboard views. The driver from the Netherlands is going to deliver, I'm sure, some good racing. The only thing he's got to take away from this one is starting on the outside row going in towards turn 1.
But he's starting a good way up the order. We have seen Kevin Lantinga have some issues in qualifying in other races earlier in the year. So it's good to see that Kevin Lantinga has had a strong qualifying. We know he can overtake. He's one of the best overtakers in the X30 senior category based on what we've seen so far in the 2024 season. So I'm excited to see what he can do with our onboard camera along for the ride.
Yeah, certainly so. Right, into the tram lines. Are we going first time of asking? The answer to that is yes. We are green and racing. Oh, and the front row. And already third time is not a charm. And straight off the track goes Mark LaPiccolo. And from the second row of the grid, he's out of it. And that is just the front row coming together, trying to go for the same piece of track at the same time, and that just did not go their way. But crucially at the start of this one, it is still Freddie Lloyd who leads the way, but not for much longer, because he's under immense amount of pressure from the drivers behind.
Yeah, there was a bit of a conglomeration into turn number 4 as well. One driver was diving down the inside, didn't quite make out in the sunlight who that was. It's a good start for Noah Wolf as well. The bright yellow helmet is up to P4, started on the inside of the 4th row of the grid. Freddie Lloyd under a lot of pressure here from Alessandro Tedesca as the rest of the order run through. I think there may have been a problem for Robbie Buckley, who's been a little bit delayed getting through the first couple of sectors. Freddie Lloyd is going to emerge out of turn 12 in the lead of this one, but has got a big snake of cars behind at the end of that first lap. The top 6 are covered by a second, and it's Bouvier, Maxence Bouvier, who's come through into second place now ahead of Tedesca. Lewis Bird has had a decent start as well, up 3 places to 5th, and Eloy Gonzalez as well has started strongly. The Birillard Racing 261 up 8 places. See him in the background there in the red and white. He's up to P7.
Yeah, indeed. So chops and changes in that opening couple of laps there, but you're already starting to see these trains starting to form on board with Kevin Lantinga as he's going to try and look to the inside there in towards the hairpin on Lewis Bird, but he's not going to get the chance to do so. The BMR driver still pushing his way forward in this one. 3 places gained, but keep an eye out on Andrea Dabija from Ireland for the NCM team, pushing up closely behind this battle, who's up 11 places into P7 and might get a charge here on this start-finish straight. Over the start-finish line they go. There is Alessandro Tedesca back up into second place. There goes Bird down the inside of Noah Wolf, and here's going to be a change for the race lead. Alessandro Tedesca from the front row now leads the way on lap number 3.
Good stuff there from Tedesca, getting down the inside of Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd taking the option to not fight that one too much. I think that's a good tactical decision, because this top 3 are breaking away from the likes of Wolf and Lantinga and Bird behind. Oh, there's a problem there for the 332. It's Harvey Ryby, who started in the second half of the field, and Harvey's not going to be too happy about that. Very experienced driver from the United Kingdom, but a lot of work to do now with a retirement in round 1.
Yeah, not good to see in these early stages, but again, all hope is not lost. It's the first race, 6 more to go, and there's a lot of racing still left to do in this one, and it's still a long weekend ahead of these drivers. On this front fight here, though, gaps are starting to open up, but let's see what happens now as they exit out. You saw how spread out they were going into the final corner. How spread out will they be going in towards turn number 1? It closes up a little bit here, but it's not going to be enough there. You can see the gaps drastically smaller now. Kevin Lantinga as well is still trying to hold on to P4 right now. He's under pressure from Lewis Bird. Noah Wolf still in that fight as Tedesca utilises his race lead by setting the fastest lap of the race, 103.880, but it's not helped him out though in this infield section, because Lloyd again just seems to be that little bit faster in that infield section, and you can see there the gap slowly creeping down once more on lap number 4 here.
Max Bouvier being very, very patient at the moment. Another driver from the French contingent here who's had a strong national season, was 3rd place in the IAME Series France standings after their 4 championship rounds. A little bit further down the order, I always like to point out these strong drives through the field, showing that qualifying was a bit of a fluke. Lawrence Sash, 12 places gained for Falcon Racing Team. The Dane performing admirably once again. Louis Comin for Diamond, as here goes Lloyd down the inside of Tedesco for the race lead, and has got it done nicely orchestrated there by the Briton. It looks like Bouvier is going to go for one as well down the inside of Tedesco. Bouvier up to 2nd place, but Freddie Lloyd, calmness personified, back down the inside, back into the race lead.
Yeah, again, and quite early on in the race as well, at the first qualifying heat for these drivers, we are seeing some surprisingly close and good racing for the front spots, aren't we? Even in this early stage. I'm trying to get my head around it. I mean, I can understand it, you know, early race, you just want a good result. You want that top spot. You want to be starting it very strongly, as Tedesco again fighting back, gets back down the inside of Bouvier and moves back up into P2. Risky move that, because now he's going to allow Lloyd to get that clean air that he needs to try and break away. But can he get that toe on the start-finish straight? We're about to find out in a few moments' time. This is on board with the start of that race. You just see that Marc Lepiccolo, so unfortunate. Wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing that Marc Lepiccolo could have done about that situation. It's a real shame for him, and fair play to him. He's carried on. He's trying to recover as many points as he can. He's back up to P24. He's just taken that spot away from Kian Gauchi on that previous lap. New fastest lap of the race from Gus Lawrence, 1 minute 3.341. Good to see Gus Lawrence back in international X30 action. Was here earlier on in the season for that opening round of the IAME Euro Series. Didn't complete the full season for the Continental Championship, but the 3-time British champion is on the move in this race, as is his countryman Alistair Cresswell for Tim Wilson Motorsport, up 11 spots. And Timian Hafstad's having a good race out there. Is just on the outskirts of the top 20 for Team Pro Karting, the Norwegian in Kart 239. Good to see drivers making their way through the field.
Well, drivers pushing their way along there. A view of the mechanic stand there, giving you a great insight to what they're trying to tell their drivers as they get past. But it's pretty difficult to see one mechanic in a sea of 30 of them as you drive across at 136 kilometers an hour past them, as Lloyd runs a little wide there. That's a costly mistake potentially, as Tedesco might capitalize on this one. Closes back in on that infield section. We're lap 7 of 9 right now. Last lap board will be going out very soon to the drivers. But on this moment here, Lloyd still looks comfortable right now, but he keeps running just that fraction wide at some of these corners. Missed the apex there at the hairpin, but it doesn't seem to have scuppered him too much. In fact, it looked a little bit of a faster line there.
Yeah, he's carrying really good speed through these corners, is Freddie Lloyd, and he's making it work. That yes, he's going to be vulnerable when he gets to the pit straight. It's still that story of whoever's in 2nd and 3rd place, as long as they're in the tow, have a couple of clicks more on top speed. But even though the straight is long, it's not long enough for them to close right up to the rear bumper of Freddie Lloyd and then be in a position where they can go for a move here into turn 2. So Freddie Lloyd is managing this race very nicely indeed. We're on to lap 8 of 9. It's Lloyd from Tedesco, Bouvier there in 3rd place. Bird, having gained 4 places in this race, is up to P4. Lantinga 5th. Driver I've been really impressed with in this race, Anthony, is Andre Debija. Had a very quick chat with him and his mechanic this morning. They were very open and said, yeah, we did not have a good qualifying at all yesterday. But just shows how you can quickly turn things around in this sport. Up 12 positions for the NCM team, up to P6. That's a solid turn of speed at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. This will be his 4th IWF championship. It's a well-known name in the category, and he's really delivered some strong results in the past. And again, this time, looking to see what he can do this time around. Right, last lap board going out this time to the drivers. And again, This is more like what we expect from a first qualifying heat. Just a 1, 2, 3 who were close, but just not piling on that pressure. Backwards, though, we're still seeing that pressure on board with Kevin Lantinga, who is still trying to push his way through the field up that one spot. Can he make 2 positions here because he's with Lewis Bird? And well, there you can see communication going on. And what was he saying there? Oh, I've got a nose cone. I need to try and get in front and try break away. Yeah,
I think that was the message to Lewis Bird to say, please stop defending. We need to get up the road as much as possible. Now, whether Lewis Bird is going to comply with that is totally up to him, of course. Freddie Lloyd hasn't got this race won yet. Alessandro Tedesco is there, less than a 10th and a half behind. We have seen races decided on this last run. Tedesco is really, really ramping this up. This last run through turn 11 and 12 is going to be crucial. Is Tedesco going to be close enough for a run to the line? Has Freddie Lloyd got the waft? Yes, he has. It's going to be P1 for Freddie Lloyd by a 10th and a half there or thereabouts over Alessandro Tedesco. Max Bouvier in third. Lewis Bird P4, Kevin Lantinga P5. I tell you what else was interesting there with that shot on board with Lantinga was just how hard he was having to work the steering to get the grip on the front end there. But Lantinga P5, if he does have a nose cone, he'll drop down to around 13th. This was in it again, so he'll point to the front fairing as Lewis Bird is looking across to say, look, I've got a drop bumper. There's nothing to be gained here by defending in terms of track in final position. We need to get up the road. So they held position there for 4th and 5th. Debija, really good run there from Andre Debija, up to 6th. Gus Lawrence gained 3, finished P7. Lawrence Sash, great drive by Sash, up 12 as well to 8th. The top 10 was completed by Luca Horton and Noah Wolf.
Yeah, indeed. I believe that there was Max Starikov just pushing away, or it could have been Harvey Roby. I don't think it was Harvey Roby, but yeah, indeed. Some retirements in that race. There's a look at the full results then on your screen. Really, really challenging race there for some drivers. And like you were saying, some big movers through the field in that one. Timian Hastad was one of them from Team Norway for the Team Pro Karting team. 11 places gained in that race to finish just outside the top 20 in 22nd place. Knud Nilsson as well finishing just behind in that one in 23rd place, up 5 places. And George Nassar also 6 places gained, double winner when I was last out in Alain a few weeks ago. So there though on your screen, into Parc Ferme, Freddie Lloyd. First race, first win, and looking to really step forward in this one.
Looking to step forward and looking resplendent with that new Fusion Motorsports livery for this weekend. Here was the race start. Here's where it all went wrong for Mark LaPiccolo, who just ran out.
Tried
to get the grip back on the exit, or the pit exit, but it was simply too much speed to get control back. This was the view of it again from Lantinga's view. A lot going on there on the first 2 rows. Mark LaPiccolo would recover back into the top 20, which is a remarkable run if you think about it, of how much time he lost in that run through turn number 1. But the early stages, Freddie Lloyd had the race lead.
Yeah, he certainly did. And, well, he tried to have to work hard throughout it, though, because, again, he had the pressure from the word go here all the way throughout. I mean, Lewis Bird also had a really good start to his race. He was up into 2nd place at the beginning of that one, slowly dropped down as the field came through. There was more moments there in the background, but there you can see the highlights happening. But I think we'll head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's down in Parc Ferme. Nicole, I'm sure you've got our race winner down there. How is Freddie Lloyd?
I absolutely do, Andrew, Anthony. Fred, you're on the Comet tyre here this weekend. Can you tell me a little bit about how this track fares on the Comet in these conditions?
I mean, the Comet is a very hard compound, and then when you go around here, it's a very cold track. It's just hard to get on, and throughout the race it was quite slidey, but you got to do what you got to do, I guess. It's just slidey, hard compound. Just got to bear with it, I guess. Just wait for it to come on and just do your best.
And you're no stranger to being at the sharp end of the field, and you're no stranger to these huge events, international events. Can you tell me a little bit about how IWF compares against some of these others?
I mean, IWS is a very good race for X30. It's obviously not the best of the best, but it is the best of this category. But it is a very hard race. Like, every race is a really hard race, like the Worlds in OK Senior. like it's just how it is really. Like you can do good in one and not good in the other one. It's just how it really is. It's better in one. It's like, yeah.
Great to hear from you, Fred. That's it from this group of seniors. Andrew, talk us through the next.
Well, the next one is one of our favourites because it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, an A versus B race. These are the statistically strongest qualifiers from yesterday's timed qualifying as we have a quick look through some of those last highlights from that previous race. We do have, of course, our fastest driver in timed qualifying in this one as well. Danny Caronini, of course, the IAME Euro Series winner in that dramatic finale in Genk earlier on in the X30 season. But he's also got some challenges nearby. Sean Hogan, brilliant in qualifying yesterday alongside on the front row. Marcus Luzio, who won here at Zweira for the opening round of the IAME Euro Series season this year. And also a driver who we've not seen in X30 international competition for a while, but had a very good run at the World Championships at PF International earlier on in the autumn. Matthew Higgins in P5. I do believe we can head down to Nicole.
Danny Caronini, Danny, pole in that group, pole so far overall with one more group to go. Can you tell me about the qualifying session?
Yeah, fantastic quali. I just know that alone it's possible to make the time on this track. I start on the group after I had a lot of speed and I take a super good slipstream on the last lap. And the time was fantastic. I never make this time on the weekend. When was the moment to make, we make. I'm really happy about this. Sure, the quali is not super important, but it's always a great result here. And I want to thank always my team for the fantastic job.
You're in a grid of drivers with fantastic success, and it's a very large grid. Can you tell me a little bit about the unique challenges racing is going to have compared to the qualifying?
Yeah, sure, the race will be super hard. I think no one will go away. I think only the last lap of Saturday will choose who will win. And on the heat, I will try to make the best, but sure, it's important don't crash and don't take penalty for nothing.
And Danny, as a whole, this event, confidence level, what are you thinking?
Yeah, sure, always. It's really difficult here. After to win the European Championship, we start here to win. And for the moment, we are making a really good job.
Well done, Danny. Great to hear from you.
Thank you so much. See you.
Well, good to hear from Danny Caronini's better-looking older brother there, because Danny Caronini is currently out on track and not in Parc Fermé talking to Nicole Sutherland. And he starts this one on pole position. Sean Hogan on that front row as well. Marcus Luzio and Eduardo Dominguez on row number 2. Matthew Higgins and Clement Uchuan on row 3. They'll have Chiara Batig and Christian Biasati on row 4. Marc Granada and Alexandre Machado on row 5. They'll have Milan Marzak and Andrea Mastienes on row number 6. Yannis Willier and Luke Agnew on row 7. They'll have Nicholas Hirsch and Romeo Russell on row 8. The middle row of the grid starts with Marcus Gilkunas and Aaron Ferrazzano.
Looking for improvements in this first heat for all of these drivers. Macaulay Bishop on the 10th row of the grid is alongside Joey Brown. Lars Vennick and Patrice Kovalevsky start on row 11. Roberto Castellozzi and Rodrigo Villachar start on row 12. Florent Panet and Timio Rupen start on an all-Swiss row 13. Marlon Bayer and Filippo Palo on row 14. Maxime Blanchemont and Sam van der Heyden on row 15. Victor Rad will not like the fact that he's starting from the 16th row of the grid and is alongside Juan Martinez. Both of them can move through here. Mariano Alatorre and Alexei Peltoniemi on row 17. Zeno Falca and Lewis Tort completes the 36-strong field. Maximum field size here for this A versus B qualifying heat. Into the tram lines. Are we good for a race start? The lights are red. And I think they have gone green. And out we go for, no, we're going for a good start here. Good start from Danny Caronini, but Marcus Luzio straight down the inside and takes the lead away. Good move there, and for Danny Caronini, he's got to be strong at this point because the whole field is going to be aware of his talents. They're going to try and take advantage of him being offline in the early stages of this one. Is that an attack from one of the TB carts? I think it is, and it's the 325 of Clement Utron down the inside of Marcus Luzio there to take the race lead. So we've already, it's off there. Is the 207. I think one of the victory lanes is involved as well. That's going to be Mark Granada in the 207. Didn't quite see which one of the victory lanes it was. Both of them have got back into the race, but that's not how you want to start your heat.
No, not at all. And yeah, they will tumble down that order, unfortunately, right to the back of the grid. But in the meanwhile, race is running strong here at the front as everyone pushing themselves through. There, though, Marcus Luzio currently in third place, trying to push behind the likes of Sean Hugan, who still controls second place. But Clement Utron now comfortably in the lead, as where did the pole sitter go? Danny Carinini has gone down to 7th place. That's been a very dramatic start for Carinini, who now has to try and think of the long game here of trying to fight back. Matthew Higgins there in 4th place is pushing his way through the field nicely. Biasati there in P5. Machado now in 7th. Carinini's got back up to 6th now. Dominguez in 8th place. Marjax in 9th. And Mastinius rounding out the top 10 still as they all try to battle their way through. As Carinini back down the inside. That's another position gained. He's up into 5th place once more.
Not at all the customary start we normally see from Danny Carinini. He's one of the best in the world at taking it from pole position, breaking away in the early stages, getting his lead up to 1.5 seconds, and then race managing from there. This is going to be a bit of a different task for the Italian for the rest of this race. Round to complete the second lap. Utron leads by half a second from Sean Hogan. Marcus Luzio there in P3. Matthew Higgins for Excel Motorsport here this weekend is up to 4th place. A little bit further back, who's made good progress early on. Aaron Ferrizzano has up 6 places to P12. Macaulay Bishop as well is up into the top 15, having gained 5 places, and is working quite nicely with Joey Brown as well. 2 drivers who know each other very well from their national racing. Marlon Bayer, we should mention as well, up 8 places, is now 19th.
Indeed, so big changes there in that early stage, but all seemingly comfortable here for the drivers. Bit spread out at the back of the field here. Some of the drivers who had that difficult start there, Mark Granado, like we were saying, I think was Juan Martinez may have got stuck with, and I think maybe the victory lane could have been Chiara Teague, in that earlier incident. So tumbled down, both of them 27 places in that race, so that is a big shame. Sembarahine, though, good start, 10 places gained in the early stages, as we were, well, nearly watching there a look from Matthew Higgins on Marcus Luzio, and towards turn 1, thought against it, thought again at turn number 2, again just staying behind. Needs to be careful here because Carinini's on his charge again now after falling back, and there though Luzio down the inside of Hugan moves up into 2nd place. That's bringing everyone back into play here. Oh, this race far from over here, Andrew. Yeah,
good move there from Marcus Luzio. He had to make that because Hogan was starting to lose the rear bumper of Utron there. So through goes Luzio. Luzio will now try and spend the next lap or so gaining back to the rear bumper of the 325. Carinini on the move down the inside of Higgins for P4 there into turn number 7. We're going to see a lot of overtaking, I feel, through turn 7 here this week. Luzio knows how to drive this circuit, was dominant when we came here earlier in the spring for the opening round of the Miami Euro Series, and is showing those talents again. Here's a replay. I think this was the moment between Granada and Batigue. Yes, it was. Batigue, understandably not too happy. Please get off my side, pardon. I want to get back into the race. So they did get back into the race, but as you mentioned earlier, down in P34, challenge for the race lead. Luzio all over the back of Utron here, down into turn number 5. Utron's on the outside. Carinini's there as well with the red helmet, is up to P3. Hogan Machado's firing through as well. The driver from Andorra, who's had a really strong second half to the international karting season, as all battle between the top 2 results with Luzio just about, yes, he has lost 2nd place to Carinini. This has got a number of the big hitters as through goes Higgins. Higgins back up to P3. This is only lap number 5. This is only the first heat for all of these drivers, but this is what we come to expect when it's an A versus B race. It really gets the competition going Utron is your leader with 4 to go. As here goes Carinini down the inside, and the Italians back into the lead.
Waste no time there, and immediately he's calling to Utron there, saying, right, let's go. Let's not mess around. Let's just go. And I think that's exactly what Clement Utron is going to do here, showing that the pace there from Danny Carinini was not just in qualifying, knows that he can get the race pace there as well, showing he can fight back to the front despite not getting the start he will have wanted in that one. As Sven van der Harden continues his chance through the field, the KCR driver now up to 18th place, setting the fastest lap of the race. But eyes on this one here, though. Carinini, Utron, Higgins, Luzio, Machado from Hugen, now P6 from Dominguez, Biasati from Ferranzano, and Marcianes rounding out the top 10 still in this fight. But eyes on this one. Now I think it's just going to be this fight to the end. I don't think Utron's going to go for a move here on Carinini, but I could be completely wrong right now. Maybe he wants to make a statement in this early stage.
Maybe so. As I say, to get a win ahead of Danny Carinini would really grab the attentions of a lot of people in this paddock. Utron has had a really good run through turn 1. It's down the inside into turn 2 and take that one from Danny Carinini. Danny Carinini didn't fight it too hard. Now he's going to fight it down the inside into turn number 4. Switchback by Utron. Matthew Higgins biding his time as well. Higgins on the outside of Carinini. Have anyone told these drivers this is the first heat of 7 rounds for this competition? They're going at it like it's a pre-final. We're on lap number 7. Utron's got a bit of a breakaway ahead of Carinini now. Carinini and Higgins need to get themselves organised once more. Otherwise, they're going to fall into the clutches of Marcus Luzio and Alex Machado behind. This is Utron's best chance, I feel now, Anthony, to win this race. Try and break away, try and get into that similar territory that we saw from Freddie Lloyd in the previous heat. Just hold the field at that 0.4, 0.5 gap. It's going to be hard for him to do, though, because Carinini's pace through the third sector is very strong indeed. 2 laps to go. Utron is your leader, but less than a quarter of a second in it.
Yeah, indeed. Carinini's pace is quick, and immediately he's going to go back for it. Again, that slipstream, the toe. You can't break away on this racetrack. It's going to be a close fight all the way throughout this one. And once more, Carinini retakes the lead of this one from Clement Utron. Higgins is there in third place. He's waiting for the right opportunity to capitalise and get both of them in one move, if that is going to be possible. We saw it done here in the first qualifying heat earlier on today. Oh, big send there for Luzio. That's put him on the back foot, because now Machado and Hugen has gone through, and Luzio will not benefit from that at all. But look at Carinini. He has broken away massively. He got the lead earlier on, and he said to Utron, right, let's go. Utron didn't listen to him. This time around, Carinini didn't say that, and he's just bolted.
I think for Utron, he really checked it up into turn 7 to be defensive on Higgins. That's what caused a little bit of a concertina back. But look at the gap that Carinini's got now. 0.6 of a second. He can manage this through for the rest of this lap. There is a move from Sean Hogan to defend 4th place from Alex Machado in the TV car. Marcus Luzio trying to go around the outside to the inside. And now that's not quite worked this time for the Britain for Premium Karting. He's had a really good run to turn 5, though. Oh, around the outside goes Marcus Luzio. That's a sweet move that he'll like to watch back on Alex Machado. Christian Biasati's had a fairly quiet race in this one, but he's looking for some good points there in P7. But back at the front, Danny Carinini didn't get his customary start, but his finish, his second half of the race, this is what we've seen from him across the course of the 2024 international karting season, and in a global finals he is going to start well once again.
He certainly is. Flag to flag for the Italian, as he will take his first qualifying heat win of the weekend as he tries to fight his way through the Miami Warriors final in 2024. Clement Utron claims second place from Matthew Higgins. John Hugen finishes in 4th place ahead of Marcus Luzio. Alexandre Machado ahead of Christian Biasati. Aaron Ferrazzano from Eduardo Dominguez in 9th place. Luke Agnew finishes in P10. 4 places gained. But again, for Danny Carinini, you bang on there, Andrew. The start wasn't there, but that is a Carinini style. Pushes his way back through. and gets that top spot.
It shows, I think he really is one of the drivers to beat for all of the 130 odd in this X30 senior category. That does bring the first round of heats for X30 senior to a close. Their second round of heats will of course be later on in the competition. They'll be at the end of the day. So Group A will be back out at around 3:35 is when they're due out on track. And then the following hour we'll see all of the other groups out as well. Carinini, Utron, Higgins, Hogan, Luzio, your top 5. Machado, Biasate, Ferretzano, Dominguez, and Agnew, your top 10. Mustienes, Marchak, Bishop, Brown, and Van der Heijden all in the top 15. Buile, Shilkunas, Hirsch, Castellozzi, Kovalevsky take us down to P20. Bayer, Venick, Polar, Roussel, and Panes in the top 25. Rupen, Rad, Villachar, Blanchemont, Alatorre all in the top 30. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Indeed, yes. And the start of this race, probably the cleanest we've seen through turn number 1 in terms of drivers all making their way through. And for Danny Carinini here, the start initially through turn 1, absolutely fine. This, though, is where it went a little bit sideways for him. Luzio down the inside, and at that stage of the race, with everyone so close, he's out of the train, he's off the line, and it just swamped him into the pack.
Yeah, Luzio got a really nice run out of turn 1. I think Carinini slid a little bit from right to left, and that just left him vulnerable, but he didn't panic, got himself back into a rhythm. Problems for Marc Granada and Chiara Batig, two drivers with big hopes for this race week, for this Miami Warrior final. It's not started the way they would have wanted. They'll be looking to rebuild when we do get onto the second round of heats later on this afternoon. Also rebuilding was Carinini. That was a move down the inside of Biasate for one of those positions that he lost in the early stages. At the front of the order, it was another one of the TB karts running very well. Clem Lutron had taken the lead away from Marcus Luzio. Matthew Higgins was in there as well. Lovely move again by Carinini for that time 4th place. And you always knew that he was going to be a threat, especially if there was then going to be a battle at the very front. Luzio down the inside of Utron takes the lead on lap 5.
Indeed, racing going on throughout that one, and then it started to get a little bit shaky in that second group behind it, and especially at the front as well. This is where it really started to bring Danny Carinini back into it, where he could then start to fight for the lead, and that was the first lead change between them since earlier on. Utron was told, okay, let's work together. The next lap, though, he didn't. He went for that move back. Danny Carinini was thinking, right, okay, this is how you want to play it. We'll try again, and this time I'll break away from you.
Oh, to be fair to Johnny, he had the speed. It was one of those situations where we kind of had to go for the move. He would have just been bolted behind Carinini if he'd stayed there, and probably would have lost the position to Luzio, but it did really get the battle going. Carinini returned the favour down the inside into turn 2 on lap number 8. This was a key point of the race. Utron very defensive into turn number 7. I think the drivers immediately behind the likes of Hogan and Luzio weren't quite expecting that moment to happen. At least they all kept running in the race. This was the moment with Luzio around the outside of Machado. But for Danny Carinini, end of round 1, he's on top, pole position, and a race win in his hands already. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. Danny, you lost the race lead partway through that one, but then claimed it back after a good run out of turn 1. Can you tell me a little bit about how that went?
Yes, honestly, I don't know where Luzio wants to go, but it's okay, it's racing. I think it's the wrong, he's not the correct place to overtake, especially on the first lap. But after the speed was okay, a recovery, and we will see his long weekend.
Yeah, long weekend indeed, but you've had a P1 in quali, a P1 in that heat. You know, there's a number of more hoops to jump through this week. You've got a lot more heats to go. What's the mindset going into that?
Oh, sure, the speed is okay. I think here, how I told yesterday, is impossible to go away. And will be fight for all the heat and all the pre-final and the final, sure. Thank you.
Great to hear from you, Danny. Boys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Fermé with Danny Carinini, of course. focused, calm, long rest of the weekend to go. Now it's time for the junior category. Junior X30 qualifying heat E versus F. Their first qualifying heat of the weekend. And again, stacked out grid in this one. So many drivers in the junior category, staggering entries into this one, and again, just proving how popular the IAME class is over the course and throughout the world as well, because so many nationalities, I think 43 nationalities being represented this weekend in the IAME Warriors finals. Right, engines fire up. Let's take you through that first starting lineup then, and it will be Kenzo Craigie and Aston Sharp, an all-British row number 1 for the first junior race of the weekend. They'll be joined by Niels Malik of Denmark and Harrison Mackie, the IAME Euro Series junior champion and the only driver from our knowledge who's looking to do the triple, a national, a European and an international IAME title over the course of one season. Starts it on the second row of the grid. Quinten van Leeuwen and Sam Woolley on row 3. They'll have Gustavo da Silva and Mateo Mellis on row 4. Lewis Islin and Alexis Jeanlet on row 5. They will have Carolina Redondo and Alex Martinez on row 6, and have Finley Lines and Jose Bautista on row 7. Jos Mulder and Zach Green round out row number 8.
Nicholas Karagiannis and Dario Mifsud go from row number 9. Devon Grabko will be looking to move through from the 10th row of the grid. He's joined by Vanessa Shilkinator for that one. Jack McLaughlin and Gustavo Vargas go from row 11. Mohamed Bulzaki and Leonidas Peruzzi go from row 12. Alfonso Lopez and Caden Higgins start on the 13th row of the grid ahead of Ireland's Adam Holmes and Norway's Joachim Asklund, that's row 14. Antonio Macedo and Max Ullert start on row 15. Peter Sarkisian and Jan Rodriguez go from row 16. Completing the 34 runners in this one on row 17. It's Christian Feiland from Norway and Algeria's number 39, Daniel Sear Isa.
Well, again, this is the first time we see the juniors out this weekend, and we will see the juniors out later on today as well after the lunch break. The only classes we will only see for the one time today will be the Masters and the Minis. They'll be coming up after the junior segment, but like we were saying, for Junior X30, this first race has got, well, a mighty grid of drivers there, and you know, we've got some real contenders who are going to be fighting in this one, and I've just got to say, all the way to the end of this one, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in this, because of course there's a shake-up. You've got a lot of Brits in this first race. I mean, you've got the world champion, Kenzo Craigie, out there. You've got European IAME champion as well, Mackie, out there as well, and a smattering of others.
Into the tram lines we go. We are green. We are racing for the first time in IWF 2024 for X30 Junior. Good start for Kenzo Craigie, but off the road there is this one of the drivers from the outside. I think it was Mateo Mellis in the 87 who was running wide, 2 drivers left. But at the start of this one, Kenzo Craigie holds the lead in Victory Lane colours this weekend. Oh, it was a bit of a pop-up in the air for one of the drivers towards the back. But he'll be familiar with the chassis underneath him. It's still a Kart Republic chassis like the one that he won the OK Junior World Championship in. I think it was Max Ullert who was having the problems through turn number 4 on that first lap. But a quick start and danger signs for Craigie already, because it's Harrison Mackie, the IAME Euro Series champion, the British champion in X30 Junior this year. He has been, when it comes to X30 Junior, the dominant force wherever he has raced. There are some very, very high expectations for Harrison Mackie and Fusion Motorsport here this weekend. Had a little chat with his brother Lewis this morning, who is his mechanic, and they were quite happy with their qualifying performance because they knew they was going to put him in for a fight for the race win. And down the inside of Craigie goes Mackie, takes the race lead early on lap 2.
Yep, certainly does so, and it's kicking off a little bit there as Niels Malik is going to try and go for the move down the inside there. He's getting involved. The 2 victory lanes now of Craigie and Niels Malik fighting with each other in that opening stage, and that's allowed the drivers behind, Sam Woolley, Islin and Quinten van Leeuwen, to close in just that little bit. Yeah, there you can see the Falcon Kart just in the middle of that fight with the orange helmet, pushing his way through on this one, but is down in this race. Just Mulder is behind. Carolina Redondo also up 4 places in the early stages. Part of this long train now as they go wheel to wheel here. Down the inside for Just Mulder and gets that move done. Moves past the Auto Club RC2 driver of Carolina Redondo. Moves up into P7 in that early stage. Mackie leads the way though. Look at the gap he's got in this early stage. It just impresses me how he is able to open up these gaps in the early stages.
Yeah, and he really has developed a craft of being able to do this and leave the rest of the X30 junior categories wondering what they can do. Change for second place. Malik's got down the inside and overtaken Craigie. Craigie has a little think about returning it into turn number 4. Sam Woolley's had a decent start in this race. In the red and white machine there is side by side with Lewis Islin. Lewis Islin down the inside takes P4. I think Just Mulder also got through in all of that. Very good season for Just Mulder. Was in the top 10 of the final standings for IAME Euro Series. Was also the winner of IAME Series Benelux as well. A very competitive division on the national and regional level of X30 junior racing. So good progress there from Just Mulder. He'll be happy with that.
He certainly will do. And eyes on this one here, where they're battling away quite fiercely now for that second group. I mean, Niels Malik's got himself up to second place now. He's already opened up the gap between himself and Kenzo Craigie. But those fights that they were doing, again, just helped Mackie with that gap. And you can see that they've got now, and they're not going to close in at all on this one. Again, Kenzo Craigie under pressure. Just Mulder's going to send it down the inside. Sam Woolley is going to follow in tow. And Craigie is going to lose out another 2 places there. And I'm pretty sure this is Kenzo Craigie's first appearance with the Victory Lane team. He'll be used to the chassis, of course. It's a Kart Republic chassis. It's a chassis that he's known for quite some time. But, of course, a brand new team, but a very popular and a very successful French team is the Victory Lane team. But again, for a driver to just jump into that, there's a little bit of a transition phase.
I mean, Victory Lane have had a great season. You know, in that OK Junior World Championship final won by Kenzo Craigie, there was a Victory Lane driver on the eventual podium in Roca Coronel. So they know what they're doing. They are one of the top teams in this part of the world. Craig himself is familiar with X30 as a concept as well. One of the many drivers racing in the Euro Series. What has been a very busy year for him. Now, there is a first sight of the familiar racing colours of Jamie Green Racing, and also the helmet colours of Zach Green, the same as his father. As this was a little look at the race start. Yeah, I think Matteo Mellis, he just ran out of space, ran wide in the number 87 there. So he fell down the order. He's currently circulating in P24. This was the view. Whoa, massive catch there for our camera carts. That's with Gustavo da Silva in the number 27. Da Silva very lucky there not to have the same fate as Mellis.
No, exactly that, but it's crucial to get that car back on the track as quickly as you can, clean those tyres off and just try and crack on with your race in that early stage, but he's done just that. So, keeping an eye on these fights here. Now, Just Mulder has closed in on Niels Malik, have both of them closed in on Harrison Mackie. Gap 1.1 seconds right now. I think the answer to that is no. So Niels Malik now is under pressure here. Just Mulder has to think what he wants to do. Well, he's going to go immediately for the race. He's going to get on the start-finish straight. Good spot to do it there, because you're not going to lose time. You're going to, well, probably gain time a little bit there, because you've got the tow, you've got the slipstream, you've got pass, and it's not going to affect anyone's pace. So a nice place to do it. But now, Just Mulder, really strong charge here. 13 places gained onto that second place spot.
Yeah, this is superb from Just Mulder, showing that that timed qualifying yesterday was not truly reflective of how much pace he's got here this weekend. Just have a little look at the front fairing of the number 81 of Malik. It's looking a little bit caved in to me, and I'm wondering whether it's got that little wobble, indicating that could be a front fairing that's dropped. Sam Woolley looking solid in this race. Has gained 2 places so far there in the red and white, kind of orangey red colours of BMR. Kenzo Craigie started to come back into this as well. Has just gone purple through sector number 1. No trouble for your race leader though. Harrison Mackie leads by over 0.8 of a second through turn 1. Go Mulder and Malik again. I think this trio at the moment, knowing they have to work together if they're going to have any chance. There is Harrison Mackey's mechanic. His older brother Lewis has down the inside of Mulder, goes Malik back into second place on the road. I think these three drivers know that this is as good as it's going to get in this race. Mackey is gone. Mackey is clear. They're going to have a good old fight here for P2.
Yeah, they certainly are, but at the moment, controlling it is Malik. But again, Sam Woolley's probably looking at being promoted up to second place right now because of that nose cone that's looking just that fraction wobbly there as, again, Jos Mulder just looks to the inside here. That move's going to make him lose out to Kenzo Craigie, who's going to send it down the inside through the back end section of the circuit, through the turn 9 section. As they exit now towards the start-finish straight, I think it's all signed, sealed and done then for the first X30 Junior race, and it's Harrison Mackey to the line, but it's going to be a photo finish for 4th place, but it stays the same. Nilis Malik crosses the line in 2nd place. Question mark over that nose cone though. Sam Woolley in 3rd place ahead of Jos Mulder. Kenzo Craigie from Alex Martinez in 6th place. Zach Green, 9 places gained. We didn't say much about him, but he led the second group of karts from 7th place down to 15th and finishing inside that top 10. Aston Sharp finishing in P8 ahead of Lewis Islin. Carolina Redondo finishing inside that top 10 ahead of Finlay Lines. Quintin Van Leeuwen from Nicholas Karianis finishing in 13th place from Alexis Janale in 14th place. Vanessa Schilklenter gaining 5 places and finishes inside the top 15. Well, there, Mackey will make his way back. Good start. You saw the photo there. You saw the pictures, the live pictures of his brother Lewis Mackey, and again, just look calmed. Yeah. Looking at the time, looking at the sectors, you're seeing, is he being consistent? Is he doing what he needs to do? And I think the answers and the look of his face there were just saying, yes, he is looking consistent, and that's exactly what we expect from him.
It's business as usual from what we've seen from Harrison Mackey, and it was really here at Swearer where his season got going. He had a bit of a shaky start to his season in the Miami Winter Cup at Valencia, so they're on it. They've got that first race out of the way. They'll look to get ready for the second, of course. Rest of the provisional order. Bautista in 16th ahead of Adam Holmes. Gustavo da Silva, after that leery moment through turn 1 on lap 1, finishes P18. Matteo Mellis recovers back into the top 20. Mohamed El Bazaki completes the top 20 ahead of Devin Grabko, Antonio Macedo, Jack McLaughlin and Gustavo Vargas in the top 25, completed by Leonidas Peruzzi, Lopez, Mifsud, Higgins, Rodriguez and Faye Lund, all in the top 30. Sarkisian, Sear, Isa and Asklund, the last of the 33 finishers, won retirement in that race, Sweden's Max Ullert.
There is the highlights now on your screen here, and again, the start of that race. Well, some drama for the drivers behind, just getting squeezed out onto that grass, carbon copy of what we've seen in the seniors earlier on today, just getting that temperature up. The view from Gustavo da Silva from the 4th row of the grid at the start of that race. Yeah, that little bit of contact that he picked up and just shows the back end stepping out at such a fast corner. So lucky to keep that just on the racing surface there at the beginning of his race. There was the moments further back in the field, drivers getting tangled up in moments, and unfortunately for drivers just tumbling down the order, and Max Ullert was the driver there out of the race, and the only retirement in the first junior race of the day. Mackey getting the lead then in the early stages. He was able to break away. Kenzo Craigie, great qualifying. However, just the race pace here and then the situation that he found himself in, battling away with teammates and other drivers, just squeezing back into the field.
He's squeezing back a little bit, but not too far.
No.
That was a composed race from Kenzo Craigie, and the pace was very, very high in this race. So I don't think he should be too disappointed with that result. That was the move from his teammate Malik down the inside, but again, a question mark on the front fairing on that one. 4 overtakes through turn number 7. That was number 73 going down the inside. Good races as well for the likes of Sam Woolley. This is some good action involving one of the Crocs. That's Lewis Islin in that battle that was all around 8th place. Running into turn 1, Just Mulder. I really like the look of Just Mulder's race pace in these early stages. Is another driver who isn't the favourite. I think Harrison Mackey on the form book is your strong favourite, but don't rule Just Mulder out for having a very, very good IWF 2024 Good running there, and well, pending whether there is any penalties ahead, it's at least 4th place. And looking pretty good for that second round of heats later on today.
Yeah, indeed, certainly is. Well, Mackie claims his first win in the junior category. 2 more junior races to go, but before we head to the next race, let's head down very quickly to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, who have you got for us?
I've got none other than the number 1 plate of Harrison Mackie. Harrison, you put the work in those early stages of that race to then drive off. Was there any point that you kind of backed off to preserve the tyre or to make sure you didn't make a mistake, or were you just head down?
No, sort of once we got to lap 3, I was doing like 1 minute 4 9s and 8s. I was like, okay, the speed's good. But then we got to the end, but I didn't really want to let off because I know the toe's big round in. They'd catch easily, so I kept it going until the last lap and just pushed as hard as I could to get to the end.
So you've just said there that actually you were quite conscious of the times you were putting in when you were driving around. As a driver, is that something that you focus on quite a lot? You look at the monitor on your wheel and look at the times you're putting in?
Yeah, I definitely look at that a lot. Like the lights flash up when you do a good sector, and yeah, once or so I was doing like 1 minute 4 8. So I was like, okay, the times are good. And I know like the speed's good, so I was quite confident with just keep looking forward and keep going.
Of course, you're reigning European champion, you've won a national championship. Yourself and Fred Lloyd for the Fusion team, you've had a great start to this event so far. What's the mood like back in Camp Fusion?
The tents were always happy, there's always jokes going around, but in the team there's always happiness.
Well, we'll see what more happiness comes for Fusion later on. Andrew, tell us about what's up next.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Good to hear there from Harrison Mackie. What's next is the question. Well, it's Group C and D heading out on track shortly for the second of these X30 junior heats to kick off IWF 2024. It's going to be another Briton on pole. This is a category that the Britons have dominated for the last decade. You've got to go all the way back to David Malukas' win for the United States in 2015. That was the last time a Briton didn't win the X30 junior category. Having said that, though, there are many drivers, particularly those from the host nation, Spain, who are going to be giving a really strong challenge to our next pole sitter, Archie Owen, the likes of Alex Pinera in this one, who's had a very good season. And other nations around the world as well. Keep an eye on Felipe Rice in this this next race, flying the flag for the Netherlands. And a short hop across the border to Belgium. Stig de Rademaker is in this one for the number 41 alongside on that front grid.
It certainly is, and still, Spain has got a good showing in this category this weekend as well. Elvis Krakowskis and Nicolas Garcia on the second row. Also, Alex Pinera on the third row. But we've been catching up with so many drivers. Let's catch up with some more as we caught up with some drivers over the course of qualifying yesterday.
Junior driver number 57, Archie Owen, takes the pole on what such an exciting qualifying session there. Archie, were you expecting that?
Definitely not expecting it, and it's a massive relief going to the heats today, tomorrow, and the rest of the week.
You say massive relief. Can you tell us a little bit about why? What's that caused by?
Well, if you're on pole, you kind of stay near the front, whereas if you're at the back, it's hard to get to the front from the back. So.
And it was a very exciting qualifying session, you know, right at the very last minute, you put that perfect lap together. Can you tell me a little bit about the preparation that's gone into this race?
Well, we've had a few weeks testing here and just switched the car probably about a month ago. So it's worked really well.
Congratulations, Archie. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, good to catch up there yesterday with Archie Owen, who, like we were saying, starting this one on pole position, the third fastest driver over the course of time qualifying. He leads Group C, because it is Group C and D who are out on circuit. But yeah, like you were saying, a very close qualifying, and other drivers who've really impressed. Stig de Rademaker as well, very talented driver from Belgium, putting himself forward, delivering strong results for Team Belgium here.
Yeah, it's been a good season for de Rademaker, and that good qualifying as well is one he'll be happy with. Yes, it's going to be a bit of a challenge starting on the outside here on that long run through into turn 1 and then again onto turn 2. Other drivers to keep an eye out on in this race, Tyke Buckley. Starting a little bit further back, is on the 5th row of the grid, is on the outside of that 5th row, but 3rd place, of course, in the IAMA Euro Series this year. Another driver who's had a very, very strong season, raced around many different regions as well for Mick Barrett Racing, so keep an eye on Tyke there. Jagrat Detroja, who we are not going to miss because he's in for JJ Racing this weekend and is in a beautifully bright orange livery. So in these low sun conditions, we're going to be able to spot him easily. There's the whistle. There's the instruction for the drivers to start their formation lap for this next qualifying heat. It's Group C and D in X30 Junior out on track now.
Certainly is. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Archie Owen and Stig de Rademaker on row number 1. Nicholas Garcia and Elvis Krakowskis round out row number 2. Alex Pineda and Jonathan Landstrom round out row number 3. Daniel Kelleher and Felipe Rice go from row 4, despite the Irishman having a little bit of trouble getting that kart started up as they left the pre-grid there, but he is fired up now and is headed out on to the circuit. Row number 5 sees Tyke Buckley from Ireland and Senemunia of Belgium on row number 5. Then you'll have Max Yule and Jagrat Detroja, like you were talking about in that orange livery, on row number 6. Tadej and George Edgar on row 7. They'll have Man Patel and Scott Riley on row number 8. Zarif Faradin and Jorn Helder go from row number 9.
Riley Cranham's a little bit out of position at the start of this race. Look for him to come through from row number 10. He's joined by his compatriot Ethan Woodward. Vivian Guillonnet starts on row number 11, is joined by Connor Clancy. Toby Gale and Andrea Galimberti go from row number 12. Jaime Del Portillo starts on row 13, is joined by Singapore's Conrad Garrow. Matteo Peruccio, disappointed with qualifying yesterday, goes from row 14, is joined by Finland's Uno Kalari. Nikita Nekashov is very much out of position as well. Starts on row 15. Is joined by Portugal's Gabriela Teixeira. Evan Johnston and Noah Nulken go from row number 16. Katrina E and Bernardo Pinto complete the 17th row. Problems, though, for Jagrat Detroja, who will not start.
Well, I was looking at my timing screen and I could see that he wasn't clocking up on track. I thought it was just a timing glitch. It is not. He is walking away. We will have to wait and see that fabulous orange livery he's sporting. But this start is not the one he wanted. The driver from India is out, and that is a huge, huge shame for him. Because he was looking so strong in time qualifying, really good results for the driver from India, but like you say, he's just going to have to wait a little bit longer before he can head out, and he is the only driver representing his nation of India this weekend, and that is a very, very unfortunate start for him. But the race must go on, and it looks like it will go on here as the front looks good for a race start. Are we going green? Yes, we are. It's a lightning start for the front two, but Archie Owen holds on to the race lead as they all whistle their way round turn number 1 for the first time. It's a long run down, 140 meters in towards the braking zone of turn number 2. This time it's not going to be so clean as there are drivers off the track at turn number 2, but the front runners here are looking strong now as they all push themselves up. It's Nicholas Garcia who's got himself up into second place by the looks of it. He's had a brilliant start as they try to fight their way through.
Good use of that inside line from row 2 by Garcia to put himself in a nice position. Will he go for the lead into turn number 7? No, not this time. Archie Owen, a subtle defensive line there into the big braking zone of turn number 7. Driver off towards the back. I think that might have been the 130 of Ethan Woodward. As to the inside is the number 36 of Elvis Krzauskas. Krzauskas takes the position, start on the outside of row number 2 on board the Tony Kart chassis being run by Mole Racing this week. End of the first lap. Archie Owen for BMR is your race leader. Krzauskas P2, Garcia P3, de Rademaker 4th. Good start for Tyke Buckley and Mick Barrett Racing there. up 5 places on that first lap into the top 5 there in 5th.
Yeah, indeed. Nice, strong start then for the field. But look at this side-by-side action here. Garcia again is going to try and go wheel-to-wheel with Krakowskis, and again has managed to get back up ahead. So Krakowskis back down into 3rd place. Stick the Rademacher right there for company. Tyke Butley still there as well. Alex Pineda also part of that battle. It's still very early stages here as this the Rademacher down the inside. He's going to squeeze Krakowskis off the circuit, and he'll tumble down the order here. Dirty tyres, he'll have no traction, and now the whole field's going to try and find their way through here. Now Landstrom's going to try and get through. Sedemonier right there in the 23, also trying to get past, not being able to find the gap though.
This is a proper X30 junior race now. The elbows are out for this group of drivers in groups C and D. End of the 2nd lap. Owen and Garcia breaking away from the rest of the field. Alex Pinera in 3rd. This is a look at a replay of how Pinera got up to 3rd place at the moment for Krakowskis out wide. Having to be patient there all over that rumble curb on drivers right. Back at the front of the order, Archie Owen feeling the need to be a bit defensive. Garcia's down the inside into turn number 5. Owen fighting to hold in 2nd place there because Alex Pinera's on the move. Auto Club RC2 Valladolid very, very quick round this circuit, and good on the brakes is Pinera. Down the inside, takes 2nd place.
Yep, certainly does. Nice start then, and again, just now trying to see if he can close in on the likes of the rest, but here, Garcia in control at the front right now, trying to break away. The gap only 0.2 of a second. Wait until they're on that start-finish straight again, though, Andrew, because there will be slipstream heaven here as down the inside. Here comes Buckley, the Mick Barrett Racing team. Great showing from them as they push up now into 3rd place. But there's a bit of a breakaway here now for the top 2, as that's as close as you'd like to get through turn number 1. Daniel Kelleher and Landstrom line astern there, trying to go wheel-to-wheel. Oh, that was a close one.
Yeah, that was a moment away from a bit of a moment, a bigger moment for Daniel Kelleher. Through goes Pinera through turn 4, and I think Buckley has stepped through into 2nd place. Yes, Buckley has. Tyke Buckley looking really good here. Garcia down to 3rd place. Gap closing in. Alex Pinera, as we've seen a couple of times already today, has got to hit it hard now. Has got to break away. Cannot afford to let the drivers behind move back up to his rear bumper and give him a bit of an attack. Landstrom and Rademacher are fighting over 5th place a little bit further back in this train. Riley Cranham also on the move, as I expected, Anthony. Not the kind of performance that Riley Cranham would have wanted. Was very strong in the qualifying phase of the first round via Euro here earlier in the year. He's up 10 places now in this first race into P9. There is another move for Stig de Rademacher in the other Fusion Motorsport running in the top 10. That'll be de Rademacher back up to P5.
Well, indeed. Eyes on this one here as, again, Garcia looking to try and get up into 2nd place this time around, just thinking against it. Holding on to 3rd place right now on lap 5 of 7. But now it's 3 karts at the front here. You can see all 5 of them are still very close. Little gap, though, between the 2 of them just gives Archie Owen that little bit more breathing space, but he's going to lose out on that breathing space because down the inside goes Stig de Rademacher. He will lose it on the exit, and Archie Owen get back through. But look at the gap that's opened up now. As soon as they were with that trio, they've lost all hope of sticking with them now, as they will break away unless they start to fight, which, judging how we're seeing these racing lines form, I suspect we might see another lead change here at the end of this lap, maybe going in towards turn number 2. Here comes Buckley then. He's got the slipstream, he's got the toe. He gives the hand gesture there to say, right, I'll just keep following you, I'll keep pushing through. But is he telling a porky pie there, or is he going to go for it? No, he's telling the truth. He's going to stay there behind, holds on to 2nd place.
Good work there from Buckley, not feeling the need to go for the move. I think he's just going to take this lap to assess the situation, assess how quick Garcia's pace is. For example, good pace from Riley Cranham, 1 minute 4.6 in race trim. That's a pretty useful bit of speed for Cranham's. Now back up to 8th place. Buckley lost a little bit of time there out of turn number 6 through the hairpin of 7. De Rademacher and Owen aren't out of this as well. They're just holding there about 4/10 back. Pinheiro, this is a good lap for Pinheiro. He's now putting Buckley in a position where he's got to think more about defence than attack and holding on to this second place. I've been impressed with Alex Pinheiro around the circuit so far this race week. We're about to go on to the final lap. Is it going to be a heat win for one of the home favourites? The gap over the line is 0.3 of a second. Buckley in a really tricky position here, both wanting to attack but also keep track position ahead of Garcia. Alex Pinheiro.
It certainly is, and that gap's opened up a little bit here because Buckley is on that little bit of a defensive line there because he knows he's not close enough for that attacking manoeuvre here, but again looks to the inside just to cover off any charge from Garcia, who's going to stay there in third place. This will allow Stick the Radiomaker to close in just that little bit more. Archie Owen still there as well in the top 5. Once again, another defensive line for Buckley. He just wants to hold on to second place just here. He's had a really, really strong race, has the Mick Barrett Racing driver from Ireland, up 8 places in this race. He wants to hold on to it, and it's keeping Pinheiro there in the race lead. Superb stuff from the field as Toby Gale, unfortunately, on that last lap is going to pick up an in-race 5-second time penalty, which will be undisputable. Here, though, side by side, 4P4 and 3. Stig the Radiomaker just claims third place, but it's going to be Alex Pinheiro claiming his first win of the weekend. The Spaniard delivering a strong result then here in Zuera ahead of Ty Buckley. Stick the Radiomaker just claims third place from Nicolas Garcia, who finishes in P4. Archie Owen from Jonathan Landstrom in P6. Riley Cranham, you were speaking about him earlier, Andrew, 12 places gained. Superb drive there into P7. Daniel Kelleher not having the result there, 8th place, but still inside that top 10 ahead of Jorn Helde, who also had a superb race. There was the side-by-side finish. Stick the Radiomaker just to the line, gets it. Nothing between the two of them, absolutely nothing. And that's what we like about the Zuela circuit, because the start-finish line is not just out of the final corner. It's a long run down that start-finish straight, which means if you've got a run, go for it, and it's one of the tracks where you do not want to celebrate too early.
I say it was still one of my moments of the year when we were here for the X30 Junior final for that opening round of the Miami Euro Series, which changed very much like that in the last couple of meters. Adds to the spice in X30 Junior here this weekend. There is your provisional results, second half of it. Connor Clancy, Mayan Patel, Saria Fahrudin, Johan Jerkan and Vivian Griane all in the top 20. Garo Kalari in the top 25 as well. George Edgar, a bit of a disappointing result there for George Edgar ahead of Del Portillo and Peruccio. Nolken, E, Teixeira, Johnston, Pinto, Woodward, Galimberti, the last of the finishers. 2 drivers did not see the checkered flag in that one, and both really big names, Jagrat Jatroja and Nikita Nikishov.
Yeah, indeed, a big shake-up there for some drivers, but there, Alex Pinheiro making his way in, and well, good start to the weekend here for the IWF 2024. Well, here's the starts, and there, Jagrat Jatroja, car not working, out of the race right at the start. The race start here initially for the front runners, all good. The back of the grid also pretty calm going in through turn 1. Turn 2, though, where we'd see the first of some victims of the start of the race as they jump down the order. But the race start initially really good for the front runners here, as drivers just fighting their way through. And I've got to say, for your man in the number 41, Sid the Radiomaker, front row start certainly had to fight back strong in that one, didn't he?
You're always going to have to fight hard when you're on that outside line, and Stig the Radiomaker did it very, very well indeed on his way to an eventual 3rd place. This was the move down the inside from Alex Pinheiro. Quite a key move when you look back at the context of how this race evolved, that move into 3rd. Meant he could get a little bit of clear air, push into some braking zones, close that gap back in to the top 2. That was the move from Jonathan Landstrom, who gets a P6, started there, finished there, decent points on the board. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, the mechanics giving the signals to the drivers. Pinheiro had worked his way through to the lead. This was the moment close on the line for third that was decided by 0.011 of a second in the benefit of Stigler Adamaker and Ty Buckley as well. We should mention again P2. That is a good start, and again showing the strong race pace that he's got with Mick Bout Racing this weekend.
Certainly so. Right, let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, it is over to you.
Thank you, DJ. I'm with Alex. Alex, race win there. Can you tell me about that one?
Yeah, it was a good race. It's important to be in front from the final, and if you are in top 5 in qualifying heats, it's okay, but P1 is better, obviously. And yeah, it was a good race. We had a good speed, and that's all.
And the race pace then, you happy so far, or do you think there is anything you could improve on?
The race, I didn't have a lot of pace in the start, but finally I could find the pace in P1. But yeah, the start was really bad, but I improved it to the final, and that's good.
Great to hear from you, Alex. That's it then from this group of juniors. Over to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Ferme with our drivers. And as you can mention, the tension down there probably quite high because, of course, they've just had a dramatic race. They've got more coming up later on, and it's just thinking, right, what are the emotions? And we're going to see some more emotions because now we return back to the juniors, and once again we head to qualifying heat A versus B. Andrew, the seniors was an exciting A versus B. What do we expect from the juniors? Even more exciting?
Even more exciting indeed. I think in particular interest, you've got a driver with a good record round this track in Benjamin Maniac, starting on the inside of row number 3. Javier Barasca, I'm interested to see how Javier gets on. Was very quick in the qualifying stages early in the season when we last visited the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. Starting a bit further back today is on row 7. Other drivers to keep an eye on in this one, Dan Alleman. Dan Alleman's had a very good season in international karting competitions. We've just seen one Pinera win in the previous race. What can Rock Pinera do in this one from the outside of row number 5? And good to see Daniel Moto up there as well. Very strong qualifying. He'll look to convert that front row start. But we should mention, of course, Evan Purcell, who's been a transformed driver, I would say. It sometimes across the course of a driver's career, especially as they step up through the ladder of karting ranks, it can take a little bit of a while until something clicks. Evan Purcell definitely had that earlier in the season. Let's see what he can do here. For now, though, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Quick interview then on the grid with Daniel Mota. Daniel, Spanish driver, are you still feeling that home ground advantage?
Yeah. Let's see what can you do now in the heat, and let's go for the P1.
And there's lots of heats coming up. Is this something, do you take it steady and try and keep out of trouble, or are you just going to go for it?
Yeah, the consistency for all the heats, make top 5 for the final this Saturday.
Great to hear from you, Daniel. I also want to head over to the other driver on our front row who is racing for Fusion Motorsport, the number 16, Evan Purcell. Evan, we had a quick chat yesterday after he polled it in his qualifying group. Evan, you said yesterday how excited, how happy you were with yesterday's results. Still feeling that same confidence?
Yeah, feeling very confident. Hopefully we can go out and win this.
And we've seen a bit of a change in the track temperature compared to yesterday. Have you adjusted the kart and the way you're driving to that?
Yeah, definitely. It's just a lot warmer compared to this morning and yesterday, so it's a lot more grip there, so just have to drive harder.
And for this first heat for you, is there any predictions, or are you just going into it with an open mind?
Just going into it with a good mindset, trying to win. That's the best I can do.
Well, we watch you try and do your best. That's it from this group of juniors. We'll go over to the boys to hear about the race coming up.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Nicole, down there on the pre-grid. I'm sure she's keeping nice and warm because it's now a staggering 10 degrees out there. It's practically summertime.
Happy days.
Happy days. But the sun is still shining. The woolly hats are still on there firmly in the grandstand, though it's a chipper day out there in northern Spain. Like we were saying, qualifying heat A versus B for the junior category coming up next. We were already speaking about some drivers there who have really shined in this year's season. Some new drivers who we've got joining us as well. You have to look back to the 15th row of the grid. Jana Ajaman, who's down there, the only driver from Saudi Arabia. I think this is only her 4th actual race and her first race out of here in Spain and her first international grade event as well. So this is going to be a really big weekend for her, and I'm curious to see how she does in this race.
Absolutely, and she's out-qualified some big names, some very experienced names. You know, the likes of Moritz Moore and Gilles Herman are behind the number 40, so it's going to be good to see if she can work her way through the order with those drivers who will be going hard at the start of this race. It'll be another 7 laps for X30 Junior Groups A and B in this one, just short of 12 kilometres of the Zuero International Circuit here near Zaragoza. And thank you for joining us for this first day of IWF24 in a racing capacity. Let's take you through the grid for this next race.
Indeed, you're looking forward to it. Qualifying heat A versus B for Junior X30, and it's Evan Purcell and Daniel Motor on row number 1. Otto Sakala and Arthur Didonka go from row 2. They'll have Benjamin Magnac and Jug Rana on row number 3. Devin Haglin and Lucas Bonhomme on row 4. They'll have Daniel Oliver and Rock Pineda on row 5. Elias Laman and Dan Alleman give us an all-Switzerland row number 6. They'll have Javier Proasca and Bink van Schleindel on row number 7. Lewis Goff and Emilio Bernd go from row 8. They'll have Marie Barryberg and Raul Martinez on row number 9.
Jacob Backler and Didier Kreeft go from the 10th row of the grid. Hubertus Palm and Maxime Prudhomme go from row number 11. Amir Sabarov and Mikhail Kari start on the 12th row of the grid. They're ahead of Kimi Alanko and Lias Eberstoller on row 13. David Minachuna and Rafael Kamal start on row 14. Daniel Abella and Jana Angerman starts on row 15. Moritz Moore and Michaela Hart go from row 16. Jamie English starts alongside Gilles Herman on row 17. Yves Riz starts on row 18 alongside Adrian Aguirre. That is your field of 36.
Indeed, it is a packed one once again, full 18 rows. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a full 18 rows though, because one driver already out. It's Lucas Bonhomme for the Dream Racing team, and the Dream is slowly fading away at the start of this weekend as he is broken at the side of the circuit, unfortunately very conveniently in front of his mechanics, I think, and team. But he's saying, no, the kart just will not go. It's now had marshal assistance, so that means even if he thinks he can get it restarted, he cannot restart. That is a big shame. He's out of this race. There, on the right-hand side of your screen, is the live view from Race Control. Head of Race Control, David Manchester, joined by Joanna Falcao there, keeping an eye on the, well, many cameras out on circuit, and are in constant communication with both race director and deputy race director out on circuit as well. There, though, is a smiley face. It's Joe Turney who joins us this weekend, and he's priming himself ready, watching from the sidelines of the junior racing.
Fantastic. Good to see Joe, who has had a tremendous season, of course. Right, back to the attentions of this X30 Junior qualifying heat for Groups A and B. Rolling into the tram lines, the lights have gone green, and a very aggressive start from Daniel Motors to take the lead from P2. Oh, he nearly loses it though on the exit of the first turn. That's going to offer the opportunity for Arthur Dodonka to step down the inside and take the lead. There's a yellow flag out in the background. That must mean there's some form of trouble for at least one driver out there. Oh, there's more trouble in turn number 4. Bit of a scrappy start for those in the second half of the field But how about this from Arthur de Donker? You do not often see drivers get a good start from the outside column here at Zweire. Never mind from the second row on the outside. Brilliant start from P4, the 199 leads.
Yeah, indeed. But like you're saying, you're praising that start for Daniel Motor. Was it too good of a start?
Good question.
Though? That is the question, because again, like you were saying, it's a long run to that start-finish line, which means the pace, they have to maintain position in that one. Did he maybe get a little bit too greedy at the start of that race? But we'll have to wait and see. And, well, there is investigation flags going out, but that one's going to be for Daniel Oliver for maybe a start infringement here. Here we go then at the front. It's all looking spicy here, but down the inside, Benjamin Magnac is trying to push his way back through the field. He has done so. He's not had the greatest start to this one, but he's certainly fighting back in this one. Arthur de Donker, though, leads the way from Daniel Motor right there in second place. Hagelin still there, Pineda, Magnac, Purcell, Byrne is there. Oliver still there in 8th place. Rana from Alaman, who's up into the top 10 now. Dan Alaman up 2 places. Biggest mover, though, Emilio Byrne. Brilliant start, 7 places gained. As look at this fighting here. It's all chopping and changing still.
Changed for the race lead. Daniel Motor goes through in and through turn number 7. A nice clean move down the inside of the Donker. Hagelin is there in 3rd. Oh, Hagelin trying to get down the inside and through turn 10 and 11. That's not often a place you see an overtake attempt, and that's allowed Motor to get off the front. Here comes Hagelin down the inside with a bit of help, I think, from Roc Pinera behind as well. The Donker's going to have to be patient here for an opportunity to get back into the train. Big chop across there from one of the Auto Club, I think it was, yes, indeed, Roc Pinera trying to hold on to 3rd. Meanwhile, Hagelin's absolutely flying. Is closed up to the back of Daniel Motor in a flash here on lap number 3, and it's all kicking off behind.
It certainly is as well. Down the inside looking as Emilio Byrne is going to try and get that car down the inside. I was saying he's the biggest mover so far in this race. That's still confirmed now, up 11 places, trying to get them thick and fast here, but just now being squeezed. The higher you get up in the field, the harder it is to overtake. But he needs to be careful here because Motor and Hagelin are starting to break away right now. Pineda still there in 3rd place after that very bold switch across the circuit, which you pointed out very clearly earlier on. But again, he's now having to really push and dig deep now to try and hold on to this one. This one just behind, though, we're seeing here Daniel Oliver. Now, he's already under investigation for the start of this race, is Daniel Oliver, so he needs to be careful and needs to focus on his racing. But with likes of Emilio Byrne in front, Evan Purcell behind, Dan Alaman there as well, he's going to really have to focus here. This is closed in. Pineda right on the rear bumper. It was a group of 2. Now it's a group of 4, and Roc Pineda gets it done down the inside, moves into 2nd place on Motor. That allows Hagelin to break away just that little bit, but something tells me he will be closed in on very quickly. On board with Jörg Rana for the team, and looking at that nose cone, and I think that might be a dropped one there at the time being, but we'll keep an eye on that one. A very close run right into the back there.
Yeah, that's a very close moment with Daniel Oliver in that number 89, which is under investigation from earlier in the race. Of course, we're on lap 4 at the mid-stage of this first heat for groups A and B in X30 Junior for IWF 2024. If you're just joining us, round the long, long run through turn 12, down the pit straight once again. Your race leader for the Netherlands is Devon Hagelin. The gap is just over a 1/10 of a second, not anymore, because here comes Roc Pinera down the inside. We've already seen one Pinera take a victory here in the early part of the afternoon, but Roc Pinera takes the lead. Daniel Motor back up to 2nd place, and for Hagelin, this is what Zweire does. You can be in the lead, you can be looking nice and comfortable, and before you know it, you've lost the lead and lost even more. The good news for Hagelin is that he's got good pace, and there's going to be more opportunities. Potentially now, as Motor steps down the inside, it's Pinera's turn to feel a bit of pain, and potentially he's going to lose 4th place as well to Emilio Byrne. This is a cracking race. This is a proper scrap in an A versus B. Byrne down the inside in the black and orange helmet there, kart number 60. Round turn 11 and into 12 once again. Your race leader is Daniel Motor. Benjamin Maniacs, though, in that familiar position of P2. This is what he did earlier on in the year. He takes the lead of the race for Fusion Motorsport, 2 laps to go.
Yeah, nicely done there, using that slipstream to the effect and gets that race lead. Crucially, doesn't lose too much time, but is going to go defensive here from Maniac, who's going to instantly fight back, gets the switch over out of the hairpin of turn 4, side by side into 5, and Maniac reclaims the lead here. But now Motor is still right there. He's going to try and fight back. It's all kicking off here, though. But this is a brilliant, brilliant fight that we're seeing. Jugrana on board with them. Oh, and it's still kicking off in the background here. Absolutely side-by-side action. It's a little further down in the field, and that's not gone well at all. And you can see the train just scything through. And Jugrana, understandably, a little upset with that.
Yeah, this has not been the kind of race that Jugrana would have wanted. Has lost 13 places in this one now. So, Devon Harkland leads, going on to the last lap at the end of the first round, as here comes Maniac down the inside again. It's that part of the circuit that he absolutely loves. He gets the move done into the lead once again. Motor's back down the inside, momentarily in second place. Harkland goes back round the outside. Maniac into turn number 4 now. This race could be one of any of these 10 drivers at the front. Harkland has wrestled his way back through. Burns looking for the outside line for P2 now, and in the end is not even going to again beat P2. He's going to go down to around P5. Motor's still in there as well. This has been a super first heat for Groups A versus B. Harkland does not need to defend into turn 7. Needs a good few corners now to fend off any charge to that finish line.
Again, I can't believe how hard they're fighting in this first qualifying heat. This is superb driving, and crucially, Haglin's just been able to maintain control of that incredible fight for the front. Out of the last couple of corners here, last changes in the background. Dan Alaman just going to squeeze his way through, but it's going to be Devon Haglin to the line. He will claim the first win of his racing ahead of Daniel Motor. Benjamin Maniac in third place ahead of Evan Purcell, the pole sitter from time qualifying, finishes still strong inside that top 5 in P4. Dan Alaman, I just mentioned it, managed to squeeze his way past Emilio Byrne. He claims P5 ahead of Emilio Byrne, who gained 10 places in that race ahead of Javier Broasca. Otto Sakala finishes in 8th place ahead of Rock Pineda. Artedi Donka rounding out the top 10 in that race. But that, Andrew, was a fight to the end there.
That was good, wasn't it?
It was good.
It was a properly good scrap for X30 Junior. They put on a really good show. The last time we had international X30 racing here, it's where keep an eye on this class this weekend, or through the whole race week. It is going to be spectacular. Harglin from Motor, Maniac, Purcell, Alamani top 5. Just going on to page 2 as well. David Mincuna in 16th. Good drive there from Mincuna. Gained 11 places across the course of that race. Amir Sabarov, Jugrana, Maxime Prudhomme and Raul Martinez all in the top 20. Van Schradel in P21 ahead of Kari, Kamal, Anjuman, who gained 6 places in that race. Good debut there for Gianna Anjuman. Michaela Hart as well, up 7 places into the top 25. Difficult race for Elias Lehman, down 15 spots to 26. Jill Herman, Kimi Alanko, Adrian Gerger and Daniel Abella all in the top 30.
Certainly so. Well, that is the juniors done and dusted for the morning phase, but don't be disheartened. Juniors will be out after the lunch break a little bit later on, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. Of course, we are still going to hear from our drivers in this one there. Devon Haglin, thumbs up from Devon Haglin. He's happy with that one. Let's take a look at the highlights from that race. Well, the very start of it, drama striking for some. Lucas Bonhomme out of the race right at the beginning. The beginning of this one, though, we were thinking maybe Daniel Motor, a brilliant start. Was it too good? No investigation flag went out, so it was just a perfect start.
Yeah, absolutely spot on from Daniel Motor, and we'll give, I think it'll give some people some ideas for the course of today, that you can do a start from P2 here today. I think maybe being on the racing line means you can carry that speed and do moves that you wouldn't be able to do earlier on in the year, perhaps. The rest of the field, it was a little bit of a scrappy start for those in the middle of the pack. Numerous drivers falling down, including Hubertus Palm there in the number 20, would retire on lap number 1. In the top 10, moving through the order, Rock Pinheira going on the attack, would work his way to the front of the order. Arthur Dodonka as well had a very, very strong opening few laps of this race. Through came Pinheira into second place. It was Hagelin continuing to be in that front group also. This was the view on board with Jagrana, a bit frustrated there with the number 89 of Daniel Oliver. It would not be the kind of race that Jagrana would want in the end. Was classified P18. This was the move by Rock Pinheira down the inside into turn number 2. The race wouldn't end there.
No, it certainly wouldn't. Again, continuing to fight, pushing their way through. And this just brought everyone in. You can see how big the group was there. More came flooding in as the race went on. But the driver who I was most impressed with that one, definitely Emilio Byrne, the German driver, just pushing his way through. You can see him there, the white livery, the EB, the sporting promotion car, just pushing his way through in that early stages as all of them going defensive on that start-finish line. That is the key move that you see in this one. Everyone just chopping the nose across on that start-finish straight, just keeps everyone in place. Jagrana here had such a battle on the hands on this one, just trying to get it down the inside. More again action, you can just see how close the fighting was, just getting a little bit of contact there into the hairpin. But again, later just dropped down, unfortunately would run wide at one point. But again, action happening. You can see the congratulations there in Parc Ferme happening in the meanwhile of drivers getting themselves organised and ready there. Nicole Sutherland, who'll be down to talk to in a few moments' time. And in fact, there you can see on your screen the race winner from that one, Devon Hagelin, is there, primed and ready. So let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
With Devon, it was all getting a bit exciting between you, Daniel, and the other drivers up at the front. Can you tell me a bit about the battle?
Yeah, it was a fair battle. It was also a hard battle, but it was a good battle for me.
And this track, Zuera, is very fast, very flowing. How does that influence the racing?
It's really fast racing, so you need to look out more so you don't drive each other off.
And going into the rest of today's heats and the heats coming up tomorrow, what are you thinking? Is it a tactic of trying to stay out of trouble, or are you going to try and win everything that you can?
Both. I hope to win everything, but also to stay out of the crashes and everything.
Great to hear from you, Devon. That's it from our juniors. Boys, is the Masters up next?
Oh, that's an excellent question, Nicole. The answer to that is yes. It is the last race before the lunch break and the only qualifying heat of the day for X30 Masters. It is their first race of 5 over the course of this weekend, but only the one race they will have today. And this one is going to be, well, an exciting one, I can imagine. Qualifying was pretty close, wasn't it, Andrew?
It was very close, very competitive up and down the field. And for the category of X30 Master, in terms of the technical spec, pretty much the same as what we have for the X30 Senior. The difference is the drivers themselves. All of our drivers are at least 30 years of age, or in the year of their 30th birthday to be exact, with the X30 125cc engines powering them round this near 1.7 kilometre circuit. Last year at Portimao, it was Sweden who took the victory in the hands of Victor Åberg. Who's it going to be this year? We'll find out at the start of their story soon. But right now, I think we're going to head back down to Nicole Sutherland.
We are indeed. Jo Turney's in the grandstand and she's found him. Nicole, over to you.
I have found him. Joe, weekend off from racing for you this weekend. Who have you got out there? Who are you looking after?
Yeah, weekend off here with DMS, Kart Republic Ireland. So we've got a few juniors, seniors, minis. So we've got drivers across all classes at the moment.
And you're probably one of the best people to ask this weekend. What have you thought of the standards so far at IWF?
Yeah, really high. Obviously, a massive turnout at this race. A lot of drivers. So of course, the level's going to be really high and close at the front. So really important to get the quali right. I think almost 140 drivers in senior, so yeah, super tight at the front.
probably deserve a bit of a weekend off from being in the seat, but are you missing it? Are you kind of wishing you were out there?
Yeah, a bit for sure. Like, I mean, yeah, it's a weekend off from racing, but not a weekend off. But yeah, I wish I could be out there. It looks like a fun race.
Great to hear from you, Joe. I'm sure we'll catch up at some point the rest of the weekend. Over to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole, over on the grandstand. Blink of an eye, she's found someone to interview, which is good. She's working hard down there. But yeah, like we're saying, it's always nice to have a weekend off from racing, but as soon as you see the racing start, you kind of,
yeah.
I wish I was out there.
Itch.
Yeah, you get that itch. You say you wish you was out there. But right, yeah, like we're saying, Masters, they are coming up next. We've already spoken a little bit about them, but it is their one race of the day before we then go into the lunch break. And after that lunch break, we then see the minis out for the first time for their racing this weekend, and it'll be their only heats for today as well for the minis, and then we turn our attention back to the juniors, and then we round out the day with the seniors ending at around 4:30 local time here in Spain before we go on to another full day of qualifying heats tomorrow. But like we're saying, X30 Masters coming up. And I am looking forward to this one because, again, smattering of names out there again. Solid grid, 25 drivers racing this weekend in the X30 Master category. And it's France who are starting this one on pole position. Nicolas Picard on that front row is a driver these drivers need to be worried about.
Definitely, and France have a very good record in X30 Master. They've got some strong drivers again here this year. They took the win in 2022, 2021 as well. So effectively, they did 4 on the trot if you consider that 2020's event, of course, didn't happen. We all know what was going on in 2020, of course. But away go the drivers for their formation lap. Let's take a look through the grid.
Indeed, Nicolas Picard on that front row pole starting spot. He'll be joined by Italy's Claudio Pagliarani alongside John Norris and Alexandre Bonalbasek go from row 2. They'll have Shane Daly and Tommy Nordvang on row number 3. Jesus Perez Santander, we were just seeing the CRG not firing up initially, has now left the pre-grid. Should be starting, hopefully, on the 4th row of the grid with Tony Verlander for company alongside. Jack Dex for the United Kingdom starts alongside Francois Perrier of France on row number 5. Tero Sari and Gary Edwards go from row number 6 with Thierry Del Rey and Keith Mikalev on row number 7.
Philippe Romero and Jim Ringelberg go from the 8th row of the grid. They're ahead of Julien Soulier and Antti Kataya on row 9. Completing the top 20 on the grid for this first heat in X30 Master, it's Francois Lulrich and Maurizio Montemayor. Shane Crosby from Ireland. It's an all-Irish row 15 as Crosby is joined by Mark Daly. Nicholas Garrido and Bjorn Jurgensen go from row 12, and then completing the 25-strong field, it's Malaysia's Mohamed Jasser.
Packed grid then of drivers priming themselves ready for their one and only race of today. The X30 Masters have got a pretty chill day today on the first day of racing. They had 2 warm-ups this morning, the 1 qualifying heat now in the middle of the day, and then they can relax. They can have a nice rest and prime themselves ready for a busy day tomorrow as well as the rest of the days. But back to 9 laps for the drivers. Running on the same tyres, pretty much the same equipment as what the seniors are doing. The only difference is the age category for the Masters is 30 years plus. There's a little bit more weight added on top of the category for the drivers as well for this one. So first time we're seeing the Masters out in force today and this weekend. Again, I can't put it on anyone. You would think, again, Nicolas Picard with that pole position would be the strongest point in this one, but you can't rule anyone out. John Norris, Shane Daly on the inside row again. They're drivers who are very strong. The 2 drivers from Ireland. Tommy Nordvang as well, another one. But again, Claudio Pagliarini from that front row of the grid is a very strong driver. Really great performances from him over the years, and the driver from Italy again on that front row of the grid could put in some good work here.
And Claudio Pagliarani's got some really good form in global competitions of this style. One single group of qualifiers, get yourself onto the front row of the grid, and then build through the heats. Let's see, from racing I've seen Claudio in this year has got some very good race pace indeed. Is a little bit of a journey into the unknown though. This is a category that has not been present on the European X30 circuit in 2024. So we've got nothing to go by in terms of the Zwerver visit from earlier in the year of form book. So that's adding to the enjoyment ahead of this one, the first of 5 heats for X30 Master. Nicholas Pico there in the 4.20. Claudio Pagliarani in the 4.15. We've seen one driver already be able to do the run round the outside from P2 on the racing line. Is there a little bit of a problem? No, I think we're all looking good.
I think we're all good. I was just wondering over there, Jesus Perez Santander CRG struggled to get going at the start of this one, and it just disappeared out of the shot. I thought it stalled again on this formation. Very slow formation here for the X30 Masters, so the engines will be oiling up. There'll be a lot of smoke heading in towards turn number 1 as we enter into the tram lines then. First race of the weekend for the Masters as the revs rise, lights go green. We are racing in X30 Master, and it's a lightning start for Nicholas Picot on that Tony kart, holds on to the race lead and sides down in towards turn number 2, but it's under pressure straight away down the inside from John Norris, who is on the attack and takes the lead and breaks away.
Yeah, not a great start for those oldest drivers off in the background. We'll catch up with that in a moment. Not a good start for those on the anti-pole side of the grid. What a start from John Norris. Took the line off the back of Pico and then went down the inside into turn number 2. Who have we got in trouble? I think Romero and Jurgensen are the drivers who've been delayed through the first sector, but John Norris is taking off here for Ireland. Has already got a lead, probably around a second, maybe even more. This is a tremendous start to the race of the driver who started 3rd on the grid. Nicholas Pico still there in 2nd, and going through sector number 3 now to complete the end of lap number 1. The question is, though, John Norris, is he going too hard on the tyres in these early stages?
Well, again, I think the answer to that would be no, because yes, okay, he had that initial fight, but now he's just doing laps.
Yep.
He's just putting the time in, he's doing laps, he's not battling, he's not scrubbing, he's not having to fight too hard on them, as again, you're just seeing there in the background how close it's getting there. And again, Jesus Perez Santander, that despite that engine problem, is still pushing in the EVs here. And has only dropped down to 14th place at the time being. Biggest mover in these opening laps. Then you've got to look to Jim Ringleberg. He's up 9 places right now into P7. He is hunting down the likes of Francois Perrier, who's there in P6. Also up 4 places. Alexandre Bonnet Besek also into P5. He's down positions right now, but he is fighting back in this early stages. These 3 right here now, but John Norris breaking away. He looks super comfortable in these opening stages here.
Nicholas Pico is responding, though. Has just gone purple through sector number 2. He's the fastest driver through that 3rd of the circuit, and is now starting to get to that kind of range where we'll feel the slipstream effect down this part of the circuit. Challenge for 4th place. Besak down the inside of Tony Wielander. Wielander, great to see him in karting action, of course. The former FIA World Endurance Champion back in the old GTE days for AF Corsa Ferrari, and has been developing the speed across the course of the weekend. Besak goes through, though, for karting pro competition and is up to 4th place.
Nice to see he sticks with Italian-made chassis there running on the CRG, so yeah, good to see that one. Lap number 3 we're on right now, and still controlling that race, and you're bang on there with those sector times. Nicola Pico is piling on that pressure, and look at this right now. This is as close as you want to be. John Norris here, he lost out on that full lead, and now he's got Pico right on that rear bumper and alongside. Norvang is right there as well. He's going to come in for some action also, but this race is far from over, as Picot's pace is back to where it was in qualifying, and is now trying to put that pressure on John Norris here. Side by side on the start-finish line, says to focus, says to push, as Nordvang tries to get down the inside as well. Just has to settle for 3rd place.
And Nordvang did well there, just to pull out of that one through the fastest part of the circuit. But Nicholas Pico is your new race leader at this stage. Just to note as well, Bjorn Jurgensen, I think, has been at least held up by a good degree, is down to 25th place. Also moving up through the field, Jim Ringleberg continuing to drive through the X30 Master Champion for Miami Series Benelux, so we know that he's got good form. Was a bit disappointed, I think, with the qualifying yesterday. They're 16th on the grid, but has gained 10 spots now, is up into the top 6. Calming down, I'd say now, getting into a bit more of a rhythm in the midway phase of this race. Pico's lead, just over 0.2 of a second from Norris. Nordvang there in third, but keep an eye on Besak as well there in P4. Very quick driver indeed. And he's got a bit of a gap to close in now. Probably needs a little bit of help from behind, as there's a challenge from John Norris, back down the inside, retakes the lead.
Love this fighting, because again, we said it all the way throughout these morning races, that slipstream just plays into effect, but Pico's going to fight it back instantly. Now Nordvang once again is back involved, but they need to be careful because the Italian who started on the front row now has just set the fastest lap of the race and is starting to hunt these fields back down again, but he is a little further down in the order. Besek's there in 4th place. He might now have a chance of closing in, and he has. There you can see he's right behind John Norris here as Nordvang leads the way now. He is in 4th. He's up 5 places. He's battled his way through nicely, and he's in control of this one. But Pico as well has delivered good stuff. He's already attacked the likes of John Norris at the start of this race. He knows he's got the pace. I reckon he can do it again, but this time on Nordvang. But let's see.
Down the pit straight, end of lap number 5. What is the gap? It's just under 0.2 of a second, but it's this sweep through turn 1. This is where Pico's strong. To the inside once more and back into the race lead. Besak is up into 3rd place there in the 4.18. Besak now make that 2nd place. Beautiful positioning through turn 4. Norris is coming back as well. It's all gone wrong for Nordvang, who started this lap in the lead, now finds himself in 4th and has the attentions of Ringelberg and Pagliarani on his rear bumper soon and points forward. I think that's one of those, as Pagliarani throws it in there to take 5th place. He's riding on board with Zanki Motorsports this weekend with their distinctive sky blue and Dayglow yellow livery. But yeah, for Nordvang there, I think that was one of those psychological points of like, let's keep working forward, keep working forward. But in his mind, he's thinking, please do not send it down the inside. I know I've just lost 3 positions in the space of half a lap, but here's a move from Besak down the inside. Easy as you like. Into turn 1, new race leader.
Yep, and instantly on the defensive there into turn 2 as he's witnessed all the overtakes happening at that turn, and it was like, right, I do not want to be a part of that one, but he opens the door up again at the next turn, turn 4 of the hairpin, gets squeezed out wide, so as soon as he claims that lead, he is swamped back into the pack, and they're still side by side for 2nd place. John Norris is piling on the pressure, but also under pressure as well, and Pico again leads this race. I mean, hand signals coming up now saying let's work together. We've not seen any of that so far in this race in the Masters. It is brilliant stuff, showing their years of experience right now and just pulling themselves along. But now it's calmed a little bit here. Now the Italian's back there in 2nd place now. Claudio Pagliarani is right there in P2. He showed he had the fastest lap of the race earlier on. He still has that fastest lap of the race. Is he going to put that to use down the start-finish straight? Something tells me he is. Look at him tucked in to the lead into turn 1. The Italian leads the way.
Here we go. This is classic. Claudio Pagliarani now takes the race lead at the start of lap number 8. What has Nicolas Pico got here to try and respond? Actually forcing Pagliarani into a bit of a defensive move there, but that's beautifully read by John Norris. John Norris steps back down the inside, retakes P2. This is a properly good first heat in X30 Master 4 this weekend. Nordvang still there in P4. Ringelberg, Besak as well. Good drive as well from Poulier there in 7th place in the 4.27. That's a gain of 3 spots so far. Tony Fielander has just taken 8th place again away from Gary Edwards.
I would think the way you would describe this right now is this is a proper hack. This is a proper race that we're seeing here from the Masters. It's their only race of the day as well, so they're making it worth their while. They're giving it some right now because they know they've got a huge break before their next one. Plenty of time for any repairs that need to be made on this one. Back over the start-finish line they go. Final lap board is out. The front runners are clear right now, but the battle for 3rd is on. Nordvang back into 3rd place, and he says 2, Pico. Let's go, let's fight, let's close in. But that's going to keep the likes of Jim Ringleberg into competition as well. But here, John Norris right there in second place with Claudio Pagliarani. Now, Pagliarani's going to look behind him and just say, right, okay, Mr. Norris, that's absolutely fine. Let's work together now here. Let's just get to the end of this one. But let's see if that stays the same. I doubt it will, but maybe it is. Norris has jumped backwards a little bit here. He's opened up a bit of a gap right now. Is he just thinking, okay, we've had our fun. It's the last lap. Let's bring it to the end.
Oh, there's still that run to the line, though,
There's
out of turn 11 and 12. And if John Norris can keep himself in striking distance to use the toe to get his nose ahead at the line, that'll be what he's thinking. But Claudio Pagliarani's had a very good Sector 2 and opening part of Sector 3. Out of turn 12, here comes the Italian. Claudio Pagliarani is going to take the first heat in X30 Master from John Norris. Great drive from Tommy Nordvang to third. Nicolas Pico in fourth. Jim Ringleberg up 11 spots, makes it into the top 5.
Absolutely superb opening race. I'm gutted we're only going to see them one time today. That is a big shame for X30 Master, but a brilliant race nonetheless. Claudio Pagliarani controlling that race nicely. Certainly had to fight back because he dropped down into that top 10, quite far down. He certainly clawed his way back into it. So a really strong performance there for the Italian. John Norris holding on to second place from Nordvang. Pico finishing in P4 ahead of Jim Ringleberg. Besek finishing in P6 from Poer in 7th place. Wielander finishing in 8th place. Gary Edwards 9th. Shane Daly rounding out the top 10 as these drivers will make their way back to Parc Ferme. I can imagine battle-scarred after that one. Plenty of close action there.
Absolutely. Rest of the order, Thierry Del Rey up 2 spots to 11th place. Jesus Perez Santander, one of the home favourites, in 12th. Jack Dex in 13th ahead of Tero Ansari and Mark Daly. That takes us down to 15th place. Keith Mikalev in 16th. Francois Ludovic in 17th. Nicolas Garrido, Maurizio Montemea and Julian Soulier completes the top 20. Antti Kataya, Philippe Romero, Mohamed Jasser had some issues out there, and Bjorn Jurgensen was the last of the finishers. One of the times in that race with the 25 started. 2 laps from the end, unfortunately, we lost Shane Crosby.
We certainly did. Well, that brings a close stage to the morning half of the racing. But don't go anywhere just yet. We've still yet to hear from our race winner and, of course, the highlights from that race. But still, the second half of the racing coming up later on today, where we'll see the minis out for the first time. There was the start. Some drivers out of formation a little bit at the background there. They may get in a spot of bother with the stewards at the end of that one. But initially, the race start, pretty decent getaway here, and the word go, I think, immediately illuminated into the eyes of John Norris as he sent it down the inside into the lead, and I thought was going to break away to the end of that one.
I thought so too, but again, the nature of this Zuera circuit, you've got to have quite an absolute pace difference to overcome the slipstream, and the rest of the field were able to pull John Norris back after that great start, do some good bits of working together. This was the battle with Tony Wielander losing position to the 418 of Alexandre Benoit Bersac. Bersac a little bit unfortunate, I think, in the course of that race. This was the big attack from Pico. I think he got almost caught in 2 minds there. Was nearly within striking distance, went down the inside. Very good from John Norris to just open the steering a little bit to make sure that they both got through the corner. That was the point at which we saw Pico go back into the race lead, but John Norris would not give it up.
No, certainly wouldn't. Back down the inside, action happening thick and fast throughout this one. John Norris immediately on that fight. That brought everyone back in because now Nordvang then tried to go for the move on the exit here, got up into second place, and then into the race lead. 2 for 1 at the hairpin there at turn number 4, but again would lose out in it once again because back down the inside would go Nicolas Pico. Again, it was just a proper race in that one, a real scrap and that just brought everyone back into it, because then you had Ringelberg there, Bassett closed in, Bassett got to the lead of the race as well at one point. He would lose out on it later on, but still, it just showed that the fight was on all the way throughout the field, wasn't it?
It was all about keeping yourself in play and into those last couple of laps when it would, the size of the group would just start to ebb away a little bit. This was the key move, though, for Pagliarani. Pagliarani weaved his way back up to the front of the order, got himself down the inside into turn one. That was on to the final lap, the move from Nordvang. Nordvang, I think, went massively under the radar there. He was always in amongst it. He wasn't perhaps the most spectacular overtaker in that race, but it was very efficient on his way to third place. Norris P2, but Pagliarani will lead the standings overnight.
It certainly will do. Well, that was an absolutely belter of a race. Nicole, what did you think of it?
I agree with you there, Anthony. It was a belter of a race. These Masters definitely showed their experience, Claudio, of course, being one of them. Claudio, can you tell us a little bit about that move for the lead earlier on?
Yeah, the start was, the race started very shit. No? And, okay, after this, I go very good from beginning to the last lap. I take the lead and I conserve this.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Claudio. You know, a bit of a break in between your next race, which will be later tomorrow. Yeah. How are you going to prep for that one?
I hope to repeat this race, but not with this start. Another better start.
Great to hear from you. Apologies to our viewers and some of you in the paddock for the language, but we can understand these drivers have got a lot of adrenaline going through them. We'll go back up to the boys in the box to talk us through the schedule for the rest of today.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Fermé. Yes, indeed, that's the morning half done, but don't despair. Minis are coming out after the lunch break. They're due to start in around 55 minutes time at 1:45 local time. That'll be the only races they will have out today, so make sure you set your alarm clocks for that. Do not miss the Mini X30 categories. Juniors are then back out for their second round of qualifying heats, and then we end the day with the last 4 heats with the senior category. They'll be ending the day at 4:35 local time here in Spain. But that's us done now for the morning. We're going to take a break. For myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather, and Nicole Sutherland down there. We'll see you for the second half of the Wednesday's racing here in Zueda for the IWF in 2024. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Miami Warriors Final 2024 here in the sunshine of northern Spain at the Zuera circuit just outside the town of Zaragoza. Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties for you over the course of the next few days as we prepare ourselves for the second half of the first day of racing the IWF in 2024. It is time for the Minis for their first and only appearance of today's racing for the next 3 qualifying heats. It is Mini X30 qualifying heat E versus F coming up next. 6 laps, 10-kilometer race distance is ahead of the drivers, and once again, all throughout time qualifying, the fastest drivers did deliver over the course of it. The pole sitter, though, would be Ludwig Kranquist. He was the fastest driver out there. Austin Newstead delivered great times, as well as Mathis Brageau as well. And Mathis Brageau in this one will be the pole sitter alongside Aurelio Longatano of Switzerland, joining him on that front row. And there you can see, fresh after the lunch break, drivers are there, lined up, ready. But let's head down to the pre-grid, because Nicole Sutherland, you're down there with our drivers. Over to you.
I am indeed, and I'm going to really quickly catch up with Aurelio, who is starting from our anti-pole side. Aurelio, can you tell me a little bit about how you got on in qualifying?
I got good. I drive solo, but yeah, I'm happy for this result.
And this is the first race of today for our mini class, your first race of this week. You feeling confident?
Yeah, really.
I'm going to head down then, back along our anti-pole side. We've got Johnston Stewart here for the XL Motorsport team, obviously on the Kart Republic chassis. Johnston, big race this week for you. What's the mindset?
I would love to get a top 10 finish for my first race in Europe. Yeah, it would be good to get top 10.
And a new team for you, obviously the XL Motorsport group. How's that been going so far? What's it like being in that awning?
Yeah, it's good. I like the XL team. They're a good team.
Great to hear from you, Johnston. I also want to catch up with Christian Kobe if I can and try not to trip over any carts. The 539. Christian, you've done a lot of racing over in Ireland, over in the UK. What have you brought from UK racing to the IWF in 2024?
Well, I think that in England it's very rough, and I've tried to kind of keep that with me and just keep the roughness that I've had over there and keep it here. So that's important for over here. So I think it's very tough over there compared to here. But I'm really looking forward to racing here in IWF24.
So you've brought some of that aggression over with you, really getting your elbows out to make those moves. As for the track, what's it like to race on? Is it tough, or is it an easy circuit to learn?
I think on a scale to 1 to 10, I'd put it 5. It takes 1 or 2 days to really get the hang of it. But other than that, I think it's a good circuit. It's enjoyable, but yeah.
And we haven't caught up so far this week, but how much have you done around here, Christian? Is this kind of your first time, or have you done races around here before?
This would be my 3rd time here in Zuera. One of my favourite tracks, so yeah.
Well, let's see how you get on, Christian, see how that UK racing aggression goes for you. That experience, like you said, 3rd time here. Whistle has blown. We'll head up to the box ahead of our first mini race of this week.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the pre-grid ahead of this one. Great chat there with Christian Kobe. Yeah. Great to see that he's fighting fit, ready to go for this one. Like you say, 3rd time here, so good experience of the Zuera circuit, as well as many other drivers who are here as well, who've got lots of experience around this track. But like you say, for them, it's their first race. They've got a lot to prove right now. They've had qualifying. That's put them in the order that we see right now. Now it's time to see where that pace can be put to work in this race. Engines fire up. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Mathis Brageau on row number 1 will be joined alongside by Aurelio Longatano of Switzerland. Lucas Duayon starting on row 2. They'll have Johnston Stewart on row 2, joining alongside Alvaro Perello and Christian Kobe go from row 3. They'll have Milan Baku and Tony Cachaferro on row 4, Harley Musk and Milo Cornell on row 5. They'll have Ben McLaughlin and Blair Smith on row 6. Aaron Buffer and George House go from row 7. They'll have Achilles Peruzzi and Alfie Davidson on row number 8.
Second half of the grid, Norway's Marcus Engenaarsen is on the 9th row of the grid. Is joined by Spain's Max Cruz. Lucas Emil Lufchus starts on row 10. Is joined by France's Theo Palfrin. Luis Paternotte is alongside Ava Lawrence on the 11th row of the grid. Guillaume Morgado and Matis Nob start on row 12. Emilio de Cordova starts on row 13 alongside Artur Konovalov. Anes Arellana starts on row 14 alongside Stanislav Ziarko. Sami Ilias starts on row 15 alongside Neil Nekmush, and then completing the 31 runners in this first race for X30 Minute IWF24, it is Jenny Nordvan.
But there is drama, though, there in the pit lane. Blair Smith has not fired up. Blair Smith's kart has not got going. And there you can see a battery swap is happening. Well, cables are being reattached here, and it's going to see if this kart can fire up. But crucially, he's missed the first go-around at the moment. They're going to start forming up now. If he gets started up, he won't be able to leave the pre-grid now. He will have to wait until the race starts, and he'll be right at the back of the grid. That is a huge blow for the first race of the weekend for Blair Smith, who should have been starting P12 on the 6th row of the grid. Now, more work's happening here. Is it going to fire up right now? It's always a tense moment. That must have literally just been, he went to go press the button, nothing happened. Nothing happened, and then it was just like, right, this is not going our way at all. So let's see if he can get that kart going in this race. But like I say, he will have to wait until this race has started. Rest of the field, though, they're coming around into the final couple of corners now. This is going to be an exciting one. The first time we're going to see them in his race this weekend. It looks good at the front. Matis Brajot and Aurelio Longatano into the tram lines. We go racing in Mini X30 as everyone sweeps to the inside line. And it's a great start for the odd side of the grid. The inside line down towards turn number 1. It's still Matis Brajot who goes into the lead there, the 582, controlling this race, and he's not lost any positions as he's exited turn number 2 for the first time. They're 3 wide going in towards the hairpin of turn 4, and watch this race because this is all going to be about slipstreaming.
Absolutely, and that's what Matis Brajot is trying to do at the moment, is control the pace, control his track position out of the race. Is the 533, that's Jenny Nordvang, who's unfortunately not going to go any further than lap number 1. Started at the rear of the field, did the Norwegian. Bit of a change, I think, further up the order. It's a breakaway of 6, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there from 7th place back, but that big group that we saw going through turn 5, turn 6, all backed up from Matis Brajot, has already started to splinter apart. That's good news for those at the front of the field. Less of a party for the middle part of this race. End of the first lap. Here we're going to see the slipstream in true effect. It is Brajot from Perello. Perello sensibly there, Anthony, not going for the move. Keeping the speed up. Little bit of bump drafting. That's perfect tactics here at Zoera.
No, it certainly is. And again, you just don't want to fight too hard at that front because you want to try and break away as a 2. If you break away as a 3, it gives a new dynamic. If you break away as a 4, it's way too many. If you've got 2 of them, 2's company, 3's a crowd anymore, and you just open up to keeping the whole pack with you. So that's exactly what these 2 drivers are trying to do right now, but they've got Cachaferro right there. It's still 3 of them really close in here. So this is where it starts to get interesting for the likes of Perello, because yes, he needs to think about attacking and also defending at the same time. That brings it into effect. Longatano still there in P4. He has still got the likes of Duayon still in P5 as well, who's right behind him. Now they're trying to also close in on this top fight. Milabaku still there in P6. Christian Kobe 7th. George House there in 8th place. Harley Musk 9th. And then Ben McLaughlin rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Hand gestures coming in of just saying, focus, head down, dig deep here as look at this now for the lead. This is what you want to see. Mathys Brageau having to fight for it, and he's going to lose out on it because down the inside there, nicely done all the way throughout, but this is close racing in the minis.
Really is indeed. Tony Cacciafiero coming forward in all of this. 1 minute 11.689 is the fastest lap of this race so far. Really good starts. You mentioned George House, Anthony. He's up 6 places to 8th. Good start for Ava Lawrence as well, up to 12th place. And how about Neil Nakhmouche as well for Morocco, up 17 places in the first 2 laps of this race from the back of the field, is now sat there in 13th. Things closing back in at the front. We were talking about a top 2 that became a top 3. Good work from Aurelio Longitano. He's had a solid season. He was in the top 5 rankings of IAME Series Italy by the end of their 2024 season. He's closing up with a Dewyon there as well in the 5.91. So it's a train of 5 at the halfway stage of this first heat for X30 Mini. Still with Andorra's Tony Cacciafiero at the front.
Here we go though, changes here. Longitano going to look to the inside here of Pereiro, and he's done it. And now again they're going to change here. Brageau down the inside, gets past Cacciafiero, and now they've all swapped places once again. And again, when we keep looking at the mechanics there on the start-finish line, you're seeing those different hand gestures coming in. You saw the first one where they were like the hand forward, and they were saying, right, just keep going forward, keep going forward. Then you started to see the little hand gestures saying little movements on the wheel here. And you start to see those big movements. It keeps the group close. And that's exactly what's happening here. One driver getting squeezed off there in the background. I think that's Pereiro just getting squeezed out there, as now is that Kobe and Dewyon coming through now. So the Frenchman who was on pole, or on the second row, I should say, is starting to push his way back up now. But Cacciafiero leads the way from Longitano now, as those two try to break away from Mathys Brageau, who's holding on to 3rd place.
Yes, indeed. This has been a good race so far from the minis. It was a little bit chaotic in qualifying yesterday, particularly in the first group, but all of our young drivers have got their heads down right now and are in the mood for moving through the field. So, end of the 4th lap. Apologies, I think there is a little error on the timing. It is the 5:39 who was in the lead of this race. Longitano's gone down the inside now to take the lead of this one. Christian Kobe going to fight back down the inside once again. New fastest lap of the race from George House. Brageau fights back into 2nd place. This is good stuff.
It certainly is, and all the meanwhile, it's just keeping everyone nice and close up with each other here. Keeping an eye on this one as they push through then the midfield section of the lap. You can see the pressure, the head's going over the shoulder there, and again, the communication is just saying, right, okay, stop fighting, stop going for those moves. I know you've got the slipstream to do it, but it's not helping us. We need to try and break away from the rest of the field here. But as they push themselves up nicely here, it's still a strong, strong start for the field here. But it's just tense times right now all the way throughout. But Christian Kobe doing a brilliant job holding on to it as he leads the way right now as they exit onto the start-finish straight. Let's see what happens here. Slipstream time. Who's going to break out of it? Is anyone going to go for the move to turn 1? No. How about turn 2? Well, there's going to be a defensive line into turn 2, so yes, we are going to see some action here. And who's going to capitalize on this one? Longitano there in 3rd place, potentially was going to try and go for both of them. Mathys Brageau still holding on to 2nd place, now into the lead, but Kobe's going to fight back and holds back that lead and gets back to the front. But this is all kicking off here now as we're on to the final lap of this race. It's 3 wide for P4 right now as they fight through turn number 5, but I think it's gone a bit sideways for them. Yes, it has, because that looks like the driver who started 3rd place, Lucas Dion, is out of this race. So the Frenchman going no further. But let's see what happens in this one as the race lead is still kicking off here. It's still the likes of Christian Kobe who leads the way right now, but he is under immense pressure from the drivers behind.
And he's got the biggest challenge of all yet to come, that long run out of turn 11 through turn 12 and to the line. Can Longitano get the speed right and get the overlap? He's going to check to the inside. Here he comes. This is one of those classics where it finishes, and Longitano's going to take it with a bit of an assist. No, it's Braggio, apologies, who's got through. Longitano was giving the assist. Braggio takes the first heat. Really good work there. There's not really much that that Christian Kobe could have done about that. He led a good race, but again, when you come out of turn 12 in the lead and it is that close, the odds of you actually remaining in the lead by the finish line are pretty slim. But Matis Braggio, 582, takes the first win of this IWF week in the X30 Mini class. Very close on the line. Longitano does gain a position out of all of that with that little bump draft there, and then it's two fusions of Cachafero and Kobe third and fourth. Apologies, I think we've had a bit of an issue where maybe the team had got the wrong transponders round on those two carts, but either way it's 3-4 for Fusion in some order. Good race from George House there, Anthony, up 9 places and into the top 5.
Yeah, indeed. Strong race from so many of them who didn't have the qualifying they wanted. There is a look at the provisional race results, of course, on your screen at the end of the first qualifying heat of the weekend for Mini X30. And like you say, Matis Braggio coming away with that race win. The pole sitter having to work hard for it, but technically a flag-to-flag finish there for him.
Flag-to-flag, and also not panicking in the situation, knowing that sitting there in second place in that top 3 with that run to the line was going to put him in a good position, not trying to get to the front too early. It's going to be a key thing across the course of this week in the X30 Mini class, and of course there's more to come.
It certainly is indeed. Well, those drivers will head back into Parc Ferme. There is your race winner, Matis Braggio. Flag-to-flag finish as he goes onto the weighbridge. He'll have to make sure he's all good on that one. And yes, we were talking about timing there. There's one of our timekeepers just there, and I suspect he's about to go check some numbers on these transponders because he's thinking that, hold on, these numbers and numbers here don't match. So yeah, that is actually a bit more of a problem than you might lay on to because there's regulations for things like that, and if there's anything like that, it could result in penalties, so they do need to be careful. Here's a look at the highlights from that one. Inside row definitely had the press getaway on that one. The outside just had no momentum there.
Yeah, we've talked a lot in the junior and senior categories of how hard it is to start on the outside here. It's where it's even more so in the minis, where the level of speed that they're having across the start line means that the inside line are always going to have the advantage unless it's wet conditions, which we're not going to have today. The starts, I was also quite pleased to see that it was a clean start. Sometimes first race of the weekend, few nerves, less experience out there can result in some incidents, but not the case here today. It's good driving from everybody in that group. This was the good early start for Parejo. It just seemed to fade a little bit in the second half of the race, ended up in 10th place, but good scraps here with the 5:39 of Christian Kobe and, of course, Braggio up there as well.
Yeah, indeed. Well, this is what we were talking about. Like, they were fighting at the front here. That kept the groups behind being able to close in just more and more. We didn't see that solid, okay, let's just work together and break away, because like we're on lap 4 of 6 and we've got fights for the lead happening, and that just slowly brings everyone back into play. They're already a group of 5 right now. Later, it would go to a group of 6, 7, 8 of them.
But it's the thing with X30 Mini racing around this category that, yes, if the opportunity is there to break away with somebody else, you do so. But you also don't want to be at the front too much, as we'll see in a few moments' time when we get to that final run to the line. Because the slipstream is so powerful around here, it's all about timing and making sure you're in the right position for that final run in these races.
Yeah, it was. There was Christian Kobe in the lead going into the last lap, but this here, this is NASCAR style. Look, ready? They team up, they go bump, I'll push you forward, we'll have the slipstream, we'll have the bump draft. It's a long run, and there from first to third purely because of a slipstream and a bump draft. This is the beautiful thing about this circuit. It means it's always good to somewhat have a friend or a teammate alongside you.
Yeah, I think for Christian Kobe, if he'd had Tony Cacciafero there on his rear bumper, that may have gone a little bit differently, but that's racing sometimes, and it's still a good result and something that they can all build from.
No, exactly that. Well, whistle blows. We're straight out into the next one. X30 Mini qualifying heat C versus D. Is engines started and making their way out onto the track? Let's take you through that full starting lineup. United Kingdom lock out row number 1 in this one in the form of Austin Newstead and Colby Patterson on row 1. They'll have Pedro Campos, the only Brazilian here this weekend. He'll be joined alongside Zdeněk Babacek, the only Czech driver here this weekend. Luca Naraway and Antoine Vinet go from row 3. They'll have Royce Vega and Kiko Correa on row number 4. Freddie Wood and Nino Mullin on row number 5. They'll have Andy Stewart and Aidan Vallejo on row 6. They'll have Teddy J. Porter and Alejandro Campos on row number 7. Oscar Kenny and George Clark round out an all-British row number 8.
Second half of the grid, Julian van der Koteled from the Netherlands starts on row 9 alongside Hong Kong's Mason Kwong. John Foley Jr. and Danny Dempsey, both flying the flag for the Republic of Ireland, start on row number 10. Alexander Frickberg from Sweden is on row 11, is joined by Italy's Nicolo Perico. Mario Silva Lora is on row 12, is joined by Alexander Lazarus. Row 13, Sophie Campbell from Northern Ireland is alongside Charlie Blair on that one. Zach Chicluna and Zachary Ibbotson go from row 14. Completing the top 30, it's Adrian Mikkelsen from Norway and Ian Carey from Ireland. And then it's 32 runners in total, completed by Li Yuchen and Nahil El Gahudi. But I believe, Anthony, that we unfortunately have problems for DMS 534. That's John Foley Jr., who, at least according to our information in the box, is not out on circuit. Should say, though, it could be something like a transponder, or have you spotted something else out there?
No, there's a driver walking away and not rotating, and only one driver on our timing screen is not clocking up on the track, and that would be the Irishman, John Foley Jr. Unfortunately, I believe, is out of this race. And there's another one, actually. There's another car that's pushed off the track. So who's that now also not clocking up on the track? Is that Jamie Green? I think that might be Colby Patterson, the driver who should have been starting on the front row of the grid, because he is suddenly not clocking up on our screen either. So is that another retirement? And that is going to be a disastrous start for someone who qualified so well. I mean, the only comfort that Colby Patterson can have is the fact that he knows that he'll be starting his next qualifying heats on the front row of the grid still, so he's still got a chance of getting good results. But that is not how you want to start it, meaning then that Austin Newstead is all on his own on that front row, and confirmation, yes, there is not two Jamie Green racing carts next to each other on that front row. So it's Austin Newstead on his own. Zdeněk Babacek's been gifted a clear run into turn 1. We're green and racing down in towards turn 1, but it's a good start for Newstead. It's a good start for Pedro Campos. Side by side for them is that Campos on the inside. The Brazilian takes the lead. A brilliant start for him on the Cali kart.
Really good stuff from Pedro Campos. Kept it in time. Bit of help from Luca Naraway behind as well. That's not gone the way of Austin Newstead at all. Little bit more action through turn number 4, 3-4 wide in the second half of the field, but it's Pedro Campos who leads this race, this first heat for Group C and D in these early stages. Everybody is through turns 5 and 6. Spoke too soon. One kart shooting off into the background. We'll catch up with who that was in a moment's time. Immediately, though, Campos' lead being reduced to, well, pretty much nothing, as Zdeněk Babacek's had a good start here. Zdeněk Babacek, one of the favourites, you would say, through, has gone there. Is that Antoine Venance who's gone through? Yes, it is, in the DAP, the kind of burgundy and the yellow, the classic livery of that classic kart brand. It is the Belgian who's come through to the front of the order at the end of lap number 1. Very strong season in the Euro Series, Anthony, for Antoine Venance. He's always there or thereabouts. Good to see him at the front of the order yet again.
Yeah, certainly so, but he's not on his own there. Like you say, he's got Campos, he's got Naraway, He's got Wood as well. Luca Naraway, of course, running on the Falcon kart this weekend. Him and his dad are here and working very strong on this one. Great qualifying for them, but now down to P4 here as Freddie Wood slides his way through and up into third place, but still part of that lead group right now. Down the infield straight then towards the hairpin of turn 7. Prime place for an overtake here. But this group of 4, they witnessed that first race. They saw how much overtaking was happening, and they thought, maybe we don't want a race like that. But let's see what happens, because it's all few and far. And we are going to see overtakes, because Freddie Wood is going to fight it straight down the inside. He's got up into second place. Nice stuff there, because they didn't actually lose time to Antoine Vinon at all there.
It's very nice stuff from Freddie Wood. Good to see him back in top form. Had a difficult run through this summer. I think back to particularly Franciacorta in the IAMA Euro Series final, where he had a bit of a bump, and it just never quite got going in his national and continental season. And this is one of the nice things, as he's going to look down the inside now for the race lead and take the race lead. Beautifully done by Freddie Wood. Oh, it's off in the background. Was that Luca Naraway in the 5:32 having a slight moment at least out and through turn number 3?
I think it might have been. There's no Falcon up in that sharp end now, and I think, yes, it has. He's dropped down to 9th place now, so yeah, that's not been the run he wanted through turn 2. Let's see the overtake there for the lead. There was Wood going down the inside, so nicely timed, and then just in the nick of time there, yeah, I think he was side by side with another, and unfortunately just ran out of track.
Yeah. I was at least able to get back onto the circuit. But no, going back to Wood, it's one of the nice things about a global level final. It's one race. It's a long race. There's a lot of heats to go, but whatever's happened in your season up to now, that's all history. You can put it behind you and give it you all when you get to one of these finals. In this case, for the IAMA Warrior Final 2024, at the end of lap number 3 in the first heats for X30 Mini Group C and D. Freddie Wood is your race leader. Antoine Vinon still there in second place. Jednak Babacek, good initial start, then went back a bit, has now properly come back into play. The driver from Czechia back into third place, and I'd keep an eye on the 590 there. We know how quick Babacek is.
Yeah, indeed. We'll keep an eye on this one as we're midway point of this race. But cast your mind back to the last one. There was those dramas with the transponders. Nicole Sutherland down in the pit lane has got an update for us. Nicole, what have you heard about those transponders?
Well, I was just watching the racing there, and I don't know what you boys think, but Freddie Wood is doing a fantastic job to keep flying the flag for Jamie Green Racing after Colby Patterson had obviously broken down on the starting formation lap and Austin Newstead has dropped back. Boys, would you agree that Freddie's doing a very good job of keeping things going for Jamie Green Racing right now?
Yes, indeed. I would definitely say so because, yeah, like you say, he's pushing strong. He's made those positions up in the early stages. And the crucial thing here is that he's not gone defensive at the front here. He's just kept going, which has meant the drivers behind have to keep going as well. So it's keeping definitely the Jamie Green Racing team at bay here. But that's still a disaster, wouldn't you say, for the team with a driver just breaking down at the start?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Colby Patterson as there's another change for the lead. Venot down the inside, retakes it. Babacek has a go for second place as well. That's good news if you're Campos and Royce Vega. Babacek down the inside of Wood this time. This is where, for Freddie Wood, just stay calm. Yes, a couple of positions lost, but still in the mix. Still a lap and a half of this heat to go. And still in a net gain as well. Net gain is always an important thing through these qualifying heats. Looking to improve on where you qualified from, particularly if you're already in that top half, that top 10. If there was a scenario where you just had no overtaking at all in all the races, which of course is never going to happen because it's X30 Mini, you'd be going through to the latter stages of the competition. So if you can keep improving on your final position from where you started on the grid, that's very, very good news indeed for those latter stages. Every single race, of course, across the course of this week at Suera, you will be able to watch live. We're going on to the final lap of this one, though, and here's the move from Babacek down the inside of Venot for the race lead. Venot trying to find it, but hold it round the outside. They're still side by side heading to turn 2, but it's going to be Babacek's lead. But has he gone too early, Anthony?
Well, it's a hard thing to call right now on this one because now look who's with them. It's a group of 5 for the race lead. Any one of these 5 could win. We already witnessed the first qualifying heat where it was a bump draft across the line. That's what affected it right on the line. That's what changed the lead. Is it going to be a similar story on this one? Now, if we look at it, I mean, you've got a TEPS racing team, you've got a VDK, you've got a Jamie Green Racing, you've got a Cali kart, and you've got a Fusion. The only other Jamie Green Racing kart there is Austin Newstead, but he's in 6th place and a bit further behind. So there's no friends out there in terms of teammates. This is all going to be down to them of who wants to take it. I mean, Zenit Babacek has done a brilliant job of holding off the likes of Antoine Venet just behind them, but Freddie Wood, he's led this race so far in this race. He wants to lead it again. Can he lead it to the line? Look at this train then as they exit out of the last couple of corners. Who is going to get it? It'll be a slipstream run to the line, but I think it could be Zenit Babacek. He just covers off that line, and Babacek takes it from Wood. Now look at that. That was Royce Vega who got up to 3rd place. That was a brilliant drive. The American in the Fusion Motorsport kart just squeezing his way through into 3rd place. Antoine Venard dropping to P4 from Campos. Newstead finishing in 6th place from Claire. And then Porter from Mullin and Perico, the top 10. Super close. But that little move there on that start-finish line just kept Babacek in the lead.
Did indeed. It made the difference on that particular run to the line. Aidan Vallejo finished in 12th place, just behind George Clark. George Clark was up 5 places in that one. Oscar Kenny into the Excel awning for this weekend, has run his national and continental championships this year with Oliver Rowland Motorsports. He finished in 13th place. Disappointing result for Luca Naraway, P14. Danny Dempsey up 5 places to 15th. Your biggest mover in that race for MDC Racing was Nahil El Gahoudi. That's good to see. El Gahoudi had problems in qualifying yesterday, wasn't able to set a lap time. We know that he's got some pace there in the 573. Went up into the top half. Ian Carey, Alexander Lazarus, Andy Stewart and Alejandro Campos all in the top 20. Julian van der Kotelet finishes P21 ahead of Charlie Blair, Mason Kwong, Zach Schickluna and Alex Frickberg. That takes us down to 25th. Mario Silva Laura, Adrian Mikkelsen, Zachary Ibbotson, Sophie Campbell and Li Yuchen, the last of the 30 finishers. 2 non-finishers, both before the race had even begun. Problems out there on the formation lap for both Colby Patterson and John Foley Jr.
Indeed. Well, plenty more action coming up in a few moments' time. There is one more Mini X30 race due to head out into the circuit before we go back to the juniors and seniors. But let's see how this race unfolded. And again, inside line worked out best there. Clean run for Zenit Babacek, though, with no Colby Patterson in front. But the change there right at the front. Pedro Campos, the Brazilian, down the inside. A superb start on that Cali kart. No drama there for him.
Really well read as the lights went out, and Campos was a feature in this race throughout. Freddie Wood had a strong start as well. A little bit further down the order, started P9 and soon found himself up in the top 3. There's small drama out there as well. For Alejandro Campos in the Spirit Racing, the Swiss entry there. Wood going on the move down the inside of Campos for 2nd place, and immediately on the attack a few moments later, going past Antoine Venant for the race lead. That was the moment where we saw Luca Naraway's race in terms of fighting for the win. And he would get back on circuit but finish P14. Venant returning back to the front of the order as Zenit Babacek came into play. A bit of a mixed first lap. He fought his way back through and then onto the final lap, took the race lead.
Indeed, and as that race continued right onto that final lap, it was all guns a-blazing in Mini X30 as the battle raged on all the way on that final lap. I've got to say, Zenit Babacek, brilliant job of defending that line throughout that entire lap. You were saying, was it too early? I was going to agree with you. I think it was, but he made it work. And that last little just line change on the start-finish line just kept Antoine Venet at bay, and that actually brought Freddie Wood and Royce Vega through onto the top. But let's head down to Parc Ferme. I believe we've got Nicole Sutherland down there in a few moments' time. We'll head down there with our race winner. But you've got to say, for Babček, great start of the weekend. He didn't start on the front row. He had a little work to do in that race on the second row. Granted, yes, he had a clear run. Colby Patterson wasn't a factor in that one. But let's head down to Parc Ferme, Nicole Sutherland, with our race winner from that one, Zeynep Babček.
Of course, thank you, DJ. Denny, great start to your weekend there with the heat win. Can you tell us about that defence in driving in the later stages?
Yeah, the start didn't go too well for me, so I tried for the comeback and I did it on the last lap. I made a move and then just defended for the win.
So like you said, you didn't get the best of starts in the early stages. What are you thinking and saying to yourself when that happens?
To be honest, I felt kind of calm because I know we have the pace and happy it came out good.
Great to hear from you, Denny. We'll head back up then to get on with the next lot of races.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Indeed, Mini X30 qualifying heat A versus B. Heading out onto the track next. Technically the fastest drivers from time qualifying earlier on. And in this one, it's Sweden versus the Netherlands on the front row for this. You've got Ludwig Granqvist and Abraham Shelvis on that front row of the grid. And this is going to be a great one. I mean, Ludwig Granqvist so far this season has had a brilliant season. He's won a lot of things in his national cups, things like that. He's won a lot in Sweden. Now he's come here. He's done a lot in the IME Euro Series. Now back with the IWF, the IME Warriors final, and he starts on an outright pole in the Mini X30 category. And like you say, is joined by Abraham Shelvis alongside Manny Nuvolini and Harry Williams go from row number 2. They'll have Daniel Ferguson and Anton Bouchard on row 3. Ivan Gonzalez and Mason Hibbert go from row 4. They'll have Navola Morales and Baptiste Augustin on row 5. Jarlis Sayer and Samuel Huggen on row number 6. Adrian Jimenez and Vebon Glend on row 7. They'll have Bruno Grieling and Noah Grenier on row number 8.
Alexandra Points is flying the flag for Luxembourg, starts this race from the 9th row of the grid and is joined by Ole Surle on that 9th row of the grid. They're ahead of Luca Pavel and Alessandro Salas on an all-British row 10. Giuseppe Montanari and Matisse Mouche start on row 11. Ruben Perez is on an all-Spanish row 12, is joined by Jorge Michel for that one. Simon Carasas and Kevin Garib are on an all-Swedish row 13, and it's an all-Iberian row 14. Spain's Pablo Segura and Portugal's Martin Rodriguez forming that one there. Row 15, Alex Riley and Nahil Padavani. No geographical alignment on that one, I'm afraid. Row 16, 32 carts in the field, is completed by Ben Eiton and Roslyn Sear Isa.
Well, there's our Deputy Race Director, Dan Ashton, joining us here at the Zueda Circuit. His first time here at the Zueda Circuit, and his impression of it was, wow, that's a large track. It's much bigger than anything we've got in the UK, and he's not wrong in that one. You get here and you look at turn 1, you think, wow, look at the circuit there, and then you turn your head more to the right, and then you see the rest of the turns, and you think, blimey, I can't actually see the top end of the circuit. It's so far away.
I think in some cases, depending on which direction you're looking at, it's almost bigger than some car circuits
yes.
Back in the UK. So
it's definitely bigger than Cadwell Park.
Oh, yes. Not as hilly, though.
Not as hilly, though. It's a bit flatter than that one. But yeah, indeed, it's a very large circuit, though. I mean, it spans 1.7 kilometres, 1,700 metres, an almighty length of a circuit, and especially for the mini category as well. It's a long old track for them. It's a long start-finish straight they've got. They are flat out from the exit of turn 11 all the way through the final corner, turn 12, down the start-finish straight through turn 1 into the braking zone of turn 2. So they're flat out for a long, long sector of the lap. And here we go then for the last time today, Mini X30 qualifying A versus B is green flag and away as they head down in towards turn number 1. The outside line's got a better start, but it's a bit shaky. In towards turn number 1, they are 3 wide. Everyone gets through turn 1 cleanly, but how's it going to fare into the pinch point, the braking zone of turn number 2? The front couple get through nicely. Everyone does. It's a good start, and crucially, there you're seeing the Falcon of Ludwig Granqvist breaking away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, good start there for the Swedish champion. Is very, very experienced. Probably one of the most experienced drivers within the X30 mini field of this category. has had some good runs in it over the years, was in the top 10 standings of the Euro Series Championship by the end of the 4 rounds, including one of them here, of course, as well at the start of the season. So to use that experience in the early stages is going to be key for Ludwig Grönqvist to try and convert that pole position from yesterday into an early lead, an overnight lead after this set of races. Following as well, Abraham Shelvis did pretty good yesterday, was very close to taking pole position overall himself, of course, but at the end of the first lap, it is for Falcon Racing Team. Ludwig Grönqvist at the front of the field. Daniel Ferguson up to P2 and is going to be going for the lead as well for Ram Racing, Daniel Ferguson. But no, here comes Jarlath Sayer down the inside. Ooh. Very close between the 2 British drivers through turn 2. But Daniel Ferguson, this is a big step up. This is a driver who's been racing what you'd call your cadet level. Hasn't been racing at, say, the same level as the driver directly behind him, Jarlath Sayer. So this is a very impressive early performance from Daniel Ferguson to immediately, in the full power, the full spec of an X30 Mini with the Water Swift engine, be immediately up to the front.
Indeed, and someone else who's immediately up to the front, look at P5.
Wow.
Noah Grenier, 11 places gained. He started P16 in this one. The Belgian had a blisteringly good first opening lap, as once again, Jarlath Sayer is going to pile on that pressure on Daniel Ferguson. This time, he's got it through, and now he's under pressure from the drivers behind. Navarro Morales is going to try and pile on the pressure. The local hero here from Spain is the highest ranked Spaniard at the moment in the Mini X30 category here in the IWF this weekend, and is piling on that pressure, but Grönqvist holds control of this race now from Sayer. But look at that consider effect. All of them had just squeezed up into one big group, and the train goes through. Not 1, not 2, but maybe even 3 for Grönqvist. He's going to lose out, and he does. Maybe even 4. Yes, he's gone from first to P5 in 2 corners, and now you're seeing there Navarro Morales up into second place. But it looks to me like Jarlath Sayer leads the way here, but for how much longer? Because down the inside now goes Navarro Morales, and the Spaniard now leads the way on lap number 3.
Great hustling there from Morales to pick the drivers off one by one. Still not at the halfway stage. That's not necessarily going to be the decisive move in this race. No, Grenier still in there as well, up to P4. Also keep an eye on Adrian Jimenez. Adrian Jimenez up 5 places in the early stages of this race for the KRS Kids Racing School. That's a net gain up to 8th place. And Alex Riley also having a good race out there, a little bit further down the order. Gain of 11 places over the first 2.5 laps, up to P18.
Indeed, back on the start-finish straight. We've already seen the slipstream work in all the other races. It's surely going to work in this one right here. But is Sayer going to go for that lunge on Navarro Morales? You would think probably no, because he knows that he's now in a situation who's got a quick driver in front who's managed to push their way through the field. Now starting to think, maybe could we work together here to break away? But no, the answer to that is no, as he's immediately going to attack, and now Daniel Ferguson's going to go wheel to wheel for the race lead. Look at this in Mini X30. Absolutely astonishing driving, but all 3 of them keep it clean and continue to hold on to that lead. But Jarlath Sayer now in control.
I just wonder for Jarlath Sayer, is this a thought of again, it's not race Daniel Ferguson directly in his national competition, but we'll know that Ferguson's got a little bit less experience. So Sayer, who's done a good 2 years at this level, will know that, well, if he can sit at the front of the race for the next lap or so, he can control the pace, maybe influence the battle behind a little bit. Morales and Ferguson just waiting at the moment. We're going to go round onto lap number 5. Keep an eye on the French driver behind as well. Manu Novellini, top driver from France in the 2024 competitions in X30 Mini across a multiple round series. And, well, Novellini's been looking pretty quick so far this weekend. Started this race from 3rd on the grid and has looked good in free practice also. Sayer continuing to lead, looking quite calm. He's used to this position. He's been racing at the front of X30 Mini races, whether it be nationally or continentally, for, as I say, pretty much the last 2 years. Can he hold it together, though, and take a big first win at the end of this first round.
Well, let's see here, because time is quickly running out for Mini X30. Big set down the inside, though, for Ferguson on Morales, but outbreaks himself. And now Ferguson is going to try and gain 1, but lose out on 2 here, because Manny's gone through, Williams has gone through. Ferguson down to P5 now, trying to fight back. I think has managed to get back past Harry Williams, but still, that's one of those risky moves that tried to work out, but just didn't go his way.
And that's where maybe a little bit of experience would come into play. And Ferguson will get there, but that's the problem. He went all in for that second place. He's now dropping down and going to be in around 6th place. Saya still holds that race lead. Morales in 2nd place. Nuvolini's going to try and go around the outside. Saya will try and keep it low through all of these braking zones now. We've already seen that you can hold on from that run out of turn number 12. We saw Zdeněk Babicek achieve that feat of holding himself at the front for the whole of the last lap. New fastest lap from Shelvis, which is a little bit further back, nearly 3 wide into turn number 5. Jonathan Saya is getting all of the decisions right so far in terms of his track positioning, in terms of across the track, where he's defending, where he's braking. Morales trying to go around the outside, no way through there, runs a little bit deep. Nuvolini's now going to be in 2nd place. Nuvolini's looking down the inside. There's a little bit of a touch there with Saya. Nearly again, 4, nearly 5 wide. As through comes another one of the fusions. It's getting very, very tight there. I think Grenier steps through in all of that. He has. What a move from Noah Grenier. He just went from about 6th to lead going through turn 11. This is the run now. Can Noah Grenier hold on? Here comes the slipstream. Who's going to win this heat? On the line, it's Grenier by 7 thousandths of a second from Harry Williams. What reading off the road by the Belgian. Euro karting are on top.
Absolutely superb. Started the race P16, the first opening lap. He got up to P5, gaining 11 places. He then just stuck in that fight, but all the way throughout it, just kept his nose in the right spot and came through to claim his first win of the weekend in spectacular style. The Belgian for Euro karting. Well, what can you say in that? He will join the likes of Mathis Brajot. He will join Zdeněk Babicek with 0 points to his name. The only thing that Noah Grenier's got to think about now is, can I do that again in the next couple of days?
Don't see why not.
I don't see why not either.
Not at all.
What a race that was. I mean, for Williams, brilliant job there to get into 2nd place. Granqvist also 3rd place. Navarro Morales, Charles Saya. Not sure what happened between the two of them. Little bit of contact on that last lap, just unsettled them in the wrong spot as well, because the whole field was right behind them.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. They'll look at that overnight and see what they can learn. But Noah Grenier wins it. That's the closest finish that we've had so far this week for IWF 2024. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? I don't think that's going to be the closest. We will get closer than that. We'll get something under 5 thousandths. We've seen it here before. But super stuff from Noah Grenier to weave his way through there. As I say, he was 6th coming out of Sector 2 on that last lap. So that is fantastic stuff there from the young Belgian. Williams, Granqvist, Morales, Saya, Ferguson, Shelvis, Jimenez, Kreeling and Nuvolini in the top 10. Alexander Point up 6 places to 11th in that one. Anton Bouchard, Ivan Gonzalez, Mason Hibbert, and a good drive from Alex Riley as well. Biggest gainer in all of that. Sorry, no, 2nd biggest gainer, because of course Grenier was the biggest gainer. But still, nonetheless, Alex Riley up to the top 15, gain of 14 spots.
Indeed, big movers in that race, and here's how they done it at the start of that one. How shaky there into turn 1. Ludwig Granqvist completely sideways there into turn 1, but amazingly held on to the lead. 3, 4, 5 wide in the background, but crucially, they all got away with that one. Pretty much a really clean start there. Navarro Morales starting to gain those moves early doors. There you can see how close they were getting to the edge of the track. Granqvist just holding on to a top 3 spot in this sector, but would, of course, drop down a little bit, have to fight back, though, in that last stage. I was thinking in this one that Navarro Morales might have this one in the bag. The Spaniard looked so strong in those first couple of laps, I thought was going to take this one to the end.
Yeah, I tend to agree. There was some good tactical moves by Nubala there in the course of those 6 laps. be interested to see again what happened just coming out of turn 7 and into turn 8 once again. I did quite like the tactics of Jarlath Sayer as well, just to get to the front, get to a little bit of relative safety at the front of the field. Morales up there into second place. This was onto lap 5. This was the move from Ferguson, which, yeah, just a little bit too deep, a little bit too eager there from Daniel, but a good finish nonetheless. P6 is showing that there's some good pace for the Ram Racing 520 here this week. Now it's where it really started to get interesting. Sayer still at the front of the order. Morales closing in. You still see Grenier here. Grenier down in around 5th place. So keep an eye on the orange and black helmet. This was the moment in and through turn 8. And there's Grenier. Cuts to the inside of Morales. Look how far back Grenier is. He's already gone for a move through turn number 7. And then just gets all 3 of them by the time they get to turn number 9. Runs it to the line. Brilliant win for Noah Grenier.
It certainly was. Perfectly timed. And even to the line there, how close they were. 7 thousandths of a second separated the top 2. 500ths of a second separated the top 3. Absolutely superb driving. And that is the last Mini X30 race of the day. They will not be back out again until tomorrow. So if you are a Mini X30 fan, your next race again is tomorrow. But don't go anywhere, because we are back with the juniors and seniors. But juniors are coming out first this time around, because qualifying heat C versus F is the next race that is heading out onto the circuit. And, well, we have to take a reminder of what happened earlier on, because all the way throughout the juniors, they have had some pretty challenging races, didn't they? There were up and downs, there were back and forths, but all the way throughout it, Archie Owen, Aston Sharp, Harrison Mackie, they were all in around that, but it was Mackie who took his first win earlier on in pretty dominant style, I would say.
Ominous style.
Ominous
for the rest of the competition. He is a strong favourite for this weekend, having been won the IWF series a few months ago. Let's head down, though, before we get into this race, to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. And with the number 57 of Archie Owen, the BMR driver. Archie, pole yesterday in quali, which was a great result. You've had your first heat. How did that go, and what are you thinking ahead of this second heat?
Well, the first heat went all right. I had a good start, but just dropped back through the middle of the race. And looking forward to this race.
And for this race and for your championships in general, you're under the leadership of BMR. You know, you've got Ben Platten and Harry Platten is your driver coach. Harry's raced at this championship before. He's done an IWF. What's he said to you ahead of this race?
Well, he just talked through the start and what to do on the first lap, really.
And the first lap, what have you thought so far? Is it, busy? What's going through your head when you've got so many karts behind you going into that first corner?
Well, on pole position, it's pretty settled, I'd say, compared to mid-pack. So it's quite easy.
Well, we'll see how easy that one is. Good luck, Archie. I'm going to head over to the next driver who's starting on the front row, which is Aston Sharp, the number 32. Aston, feeling good?
Yeah, feeling confident.
And we've not caught up so far this weekend. What's the prep been like ahead of IWF? What have you been doing to make sure you're quick and make sure that you can get some good results?
Yeah, I haven't been out in a while since the OKJ World Finals, so I've just been trying to keep fit by running and going to the gym. I haven't really had a chance to get back out in the kart, but since I've been out, I've been fast.
So you've been fast. Have you felt like you needed to kind of dust any cobwebs off after not being out for a little while, or have you felt pretty fresh and like your normal self?
Yeah, I've been pretty fast. I didn't feel like I was at a disadvantage coming into the weekend.
And I just spoke to Archie, who is obviously at the front row with you. He said that he thinks first corner is going to be an easy job when you're at the front. Would you agree, or is it a bit of a pressure having that many karts behind you?
It's definitely hard because I'm on the outside row. It's always been the hardest to survive the first corners or the first few corners. So my main aim is just to try and get to the inside.
And this weekend, Aston, you're with the Mick Barrett racing team. Who have you brought out with you to Spain to, keep you sharp and keep you fast?
My mum's the only one here with me, but my dad's coming out later on in the weekend.
And then, Aston, any final words ahead of this race?
Yeah, just hopefully I don't crash.
Well, hopefully you don't. Good luck. Time for them to go out. The 1 minute board has just flashed up in front of me. Boys, over to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Nicole, and solid words there from Aston Sharp, I think. Yeah, that's kind of rule number 1 of a driver is don't crash.
Don't crash.
Yeah, I think that's a very good one. Rule number 1, I think that should be. Right, this is going to be an interesting one here now because, of course, Group C versus F, we've got 2 race winners going against each other now for the first time. Harrison Mackie on the second row of the grid, Alex Pineda on row number 3, UK versus Spain. 2 of the highest ranked countries here this weekend in the event. Spain bringing a grand total of 42 drivers this weekend. The United Kingdom bringing a total of 55 drivers this weekend. So they have got a huge array of drivers in all the categories in this race, and we'll have to see what happens as the whistle blows and the engines fire up. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. In the previous race earlier on for the class, Archie Owen and Aston Sharp finished 5th and 7th from their front rows. Hopefully this time around they can get a better getaway. Nicholas Garcia and Harrison Mackie go from row number 2. They'll have Alex Pineda and Samuel Woolley, who finished P2 in his race earlier on behind Mackie. Daniel Kelleher and Matteo Mellis go from row 4. They'll have Senna Meunier and Alexis Jonale on row 5. They'll have Jagrat Detroja, who hopefully this time around will get started in this race. He had a DNF earlier on. Alex Martinez joining him alongside on row number 6. George Edgar and Jose Bautista go from row 7. They'll have Scott Riley and Zach Green on row number 8. Jorn Helder and Dario Misford will go from row number 9.
Riley Cranham will need another big drive from the 10th row of the grid. Is joined by Vanessa Shilkinating for this one. Vivienne Grionnet starts on row 11 alongside Ecuador's Gustavo Vargas. Toby Gale and Leonidas Peruzzi go from the 12th row of the grid. They're ahead of Jaime Del Portillo and Caden Higgins on row 13. Matteo Perucio's had a tough week so far. Starts on row 14 for this one alongside Joachim Askland. Nikita Nikishov and Max Alerts go from row 15. Evan Johnston and Jan Rodriguez on row 16. Katrina E and Daniel Sear completes the 17th row. 34 runners in this one, start of the second round of heats for X30 Junior.
Well, as they get themselves primed and ready, this is our first time we've got a replay of a class back out. This is the second time we see the juniors out on circuit. So this is, again, an interesting time to see how they fared from their first race. Are the results that we saw earlier on from these drivers going to happen again? Are we going to see a big shake-up? We saw Mackie and Pineda take the wins. Is that going to be the case in this one? I mean, one of those drivers is about to lose their first race of the weekend. And when you say it like that, it sounds a bit disheartening a little bit, doesn't it? But both of them could be about to lose their first race of the weekend.
I was going to say, you've just stolen the words out of my mouth. I'm going to go even more negative. It could be both of them that don't have good ones here. Look, it's still the very early stages.
Very.
It's about keeping yourself as high up the order as long as possible, you know, trying to take care of your materials as well across the course of these rounds. Not doing anything silly. I mean, in the words of Aston Sharp, don't crash.
Exactly.
So we'll go into the tram lines. Are we good for a start this time? Yes, we are. 7 laps underway for X30 Junior. Good start for Archie Owen. Defends from the outside line. It's been a good start for Garcia as well. Garcia immediately up to second place. Aston Sharp shuffled down to 4th by Harrison Mackie. Mackie's having a look down the inside of Garcia into turn 4. Are they all going to make it through? No. One's round towards the back. There's a couple of drivers running off wide to drivers left out of turn number 4. Someone's got a loose bumper at the back of the field as well through the dust and clouds. Couldn't quite make out who that was, but good, solid start for Archie Owen, as down the inside goes Mackie. Beautiful move on the brakes, block pass through past Garcia. Mackie up to P2.
Yeah, and again, it's what Mackie does at this early stage. He finds the gap, he goes for it, he doesn't waste time. He wants that clean air in the early stages to try and close into anyone who has tried to break away right at the start of this one. And you can already see he's dropped the driver behind. Now immediately chasing Archie Owen in front here, and look at the slipstream, look at the power difference here. Down the start-finish straight, no time wasted whatsoever. I mean, Archie Owen looked like he was standing still there on the start-finish straight.
At the same time, though, if you're Archie Owen, you know the form that Harrison Mackie is in. It's maybe not the worst thing to just sit behind the #1 carts for the next lap or so and see if the tour de force that is that Fusion Motorsport machine just pulls him along a little bit. There is a proper breakaway forming now of this top 3 ahead of Alex Pinheiro in 4th. It's also been a very good start for the number 29 of Martinez, as down the inside goes Garcia for P2. That's another nice move, very similar to what we saw Mackie do to Garcia 1 lap ago. Nice and controlled, clinical overtaking there from the Birol ART Spaniard in kart number 44. Looking a little further down the order, other good starts. Jorn Helder is up 6 spots to 11th. Riley Cranham up 5 spots to 14th. Toby Gale as well, up 8 spots and into the top 15.
Well, let's see if that slipstream effect can help out those 2 drivers behind. Look at the closing distance here and look at them go into maybe turn number 2. Are we going to see a lunge? And the answer to that is no. Now, that is interesting because you would think with the pace that Mackie's got in the infield section, they would want to make sure that he's behind in that section, because then he can't break away in that one, and then they just stuck in a loop where the slipstream doesn't work down the start-finish straight, because yes, it closes, but they don't have the gap to then go for the move.
Yeah.
So I strike it strange that they didn't go straight away for the attack there to try and keep Mackie at bay as much as they can in this race. Yes, there's a risk with doing that. It brings everyone else behind. Kelleher, Martinez, Pinheiro, Woolley, Senna, De Troja, who are battling. Zach Green, who's there inside the top 10 now as well. But this is so much closer that Aaron Garcia has been in this, Diaz Garcia, I should say, Nicolas Garcia, I should say. But just pushing his way through, I reckon this time it could be an overtake, or again, he's just trying to work with Mackie to try and break away.
But this is where I think the work that that both of the Mackies and Fusion Motorsport have done this year has been so good that racecraft-wise, I'm sure that they'll have had a little think about setup and know that Harrison's been himself so clinical in getting to the front of the order. That's what's the best way of defending? Having the fastest missile in the straight line in underneath you. And that's what Harrison Mackie's got right now. That even though he hasn't got a slipstream, we saw this in qualifying yesterday as well. We must remember that whilst he wasn't on overall pole position, he had no toe. The fact he's already up into that P4 region within his group indicates that this kart has been set up for straight line speed. For these situations here, when you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts behind, all wanting to get through, as Jan Rodriguez is being shown the investigation flag for something that's happened out there. It's very clever race engineering by Fusion Motorsport. Look at the power that he's got coming out of the corner, and what they've done with the setup of the powertrain. That at the moment, it really does look like none of the competitors behind could do anything about it.
No, exactly. I mean, they're going to fight for second place. That's risky to do. Archie Owens got back there into second place, because now at the start of this lap, where we know that even the pace and the tight and twisty sections for Mackie, again, he's managed to break away even more now. Yeah. That could be him done. Yeah. Now, that overtake, that might have been it for it. But Zach Green now the fastest lap of the race. He's made his way up into 8th place now, so he's slowly pushing his way through. So the battle for second place is most definitely on. Martinez right there, now going to look to the inside. That's signed, sealed and done. That's it. That's sorted it out then. Mackie's got this. If they can't get that slipstream on that start-finish straight this time around, the fight for second place is going to be the highest these drivers are going to be going for.
It's really interesting to me, the psychology of this kind of race, because I do wonder, in this chasing pack, is there almost a resignation to fighting for second place because it's Harrison Mackie leading? Well, another one of Mackie's strong points for anyone who's not watched X30 Junior racing this year is here's a move from Archie Owen down the inside of Martinez for second place. It's not just his speed, it's not just the setup, it's not just his ability to turn one lap, as that's another little go there, and Pinheiro got all crossed up. It was Kelleher having a go at Owen. His wheel-to-wheel combat, since pretty much we were here for round one. His start of his season, he was a little bit scrappy. But since Zwerer, then through Franciacorta to Rakersdorf and Genk, I can't remember someone who's taken Harrison Mackie on in a wheel-to-wheel contest and beaten him.
Yeah.
It's that psychological thing that they've got to the front now, and everybody else knows that they're just fighting for second place in one of these heats. Here's another look at Kelleher down the inside of Martinez. Ooh, I think there was a little
big
touch
sideways
there.
moment as well.
And yeah, sideways for Pinheiro. Green starting to come through the field now as well. I think there's going to be a lot of teams in X30 Juniors out of the race as the 103. I think that was one of the carts that was in trouble on the first lap. It's Evan Johnston. Out as well is Leonidas Peruzzi in the 49 for Fusion. There's going to be a lot of head scratching across the field in X30 Junior tonight as to how on earth do you take on Harrison Mackie?
It's going to be a big question, isn't it? But we'll have to wait and see what happens, because we're on the final lap of this race, and the battle for second place is definitely on here right now. Archie Owen in control of that fight, but right there behind, Alex Martinez piling on the pressure. Daniel Kelleher just behind as well, who has closed up to this fight right now. Might be the biggest danger here, because it's made the moves in the early stages. Owen's going to go defensive here into the hairpin. Keep an eye on Martinez, keep an eye on Kelleher. Kelleher's taken the wider line there to try and capitalize on the exit at speed. But I don't think he's managed to find a way through. Here comes Martinez down the inside. That is nicely done. Just one of those quick moves down the inside at turn 9. No time wasted, and now Daniel Kelleher's going to find the gap. Through turn number 11, but off the track goes Archie Owen. And is he going to lose more? He is going to lose out on more. He'll be absolutely devastated with that one. But Mackie claims his second win of the weekend, and that is how you do it. And that car honestly looks like it's on rails.
Everywhere around this circuit, there's been a tremendous amount of work done by the whole team, and Harrison Mackie behind the wheel is properly delivering the goods here. That's a win by 0.8 of a second. Doesn't matter how big the wins are, just as long as you keep the score on 0 points. That is what Harrison Mackie has achieved overnight. It'll be over to Daniel Motor now to see if Motor can keep his 0 score intact. But Mackie wins. Martinez P2, very good drive from Alex Martinez and Axion Racing, up 10 places in that race. Good drive as well from Daniel Kelleher. Kelleher back on song, up 4 there to 3rd. Alex Pinheiro, yes, has lost his 0 score record, but P4 is a decent result in what's going to be a very competitive X30 Junior category here this weekend. Zach Green very much showing that qualifying yesterday was not the reflective pace that Zach Green has here this weekend. Gain of 11 spots into the top 5 for Jamie Green Racing. Green can be satisfied with his work here today.
Certainly so. Well, they will head back to Parc Ferme. Here's a look at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying Heat C versus F. Mackie claims his second win of the weekend ahead of Alex Martinez, Daniel Kelleher, Alex Pinheiro, Zach Green from Archie Owen, Jack Rettich from Senna Munir. Then Nicholas Garcia from Aston Sharp, Riley Cranham from Toby Gale, Jorn Helder from Matteo Mellis, and George Edgar rounding out the top 15. Samuel Woolley and Vivian Gonet go from 17th and 16th place. And it's Jose Bautista from Nikita Nikashov, who gained 10 places to finish inside the top 20. Vanessa Shilkane rounding out that top 20. Alexis Jeannelet from Scott Riley, Dario Misford and Caden Higgins rounding out the top 24 from Katrina E and Joshua Osland, who finishes in 26th place. Matteo Peruccio finishing in 27th place, and the rest of the field as well. Well, action going on down in Parc Ferme. I believe we are ready. So, Nicole Sutherland, who have you got for us down there?
Obviously, I've got Harrison Mackie. Harrison, I've grabbed you really quickly. You've only just come in. You look a little bit out of breath. What's it like out there? Tough?
Yeah, it's definitely tough. The track felt a bit different to the first one, a bit less grip. But obviously, the racing's happening, so the track's going to sort of slow down a bit. But pushed my hardest, got a little bit of a gap, and did the same again.
And once you were out in the lead, it didn't really even look like when they had the opportunity to, the pack behind didn't even, have a look or have a go. What do you think that's caused by? Do you think it's because you've got the number 1 plate stuck to your back bumper, or?
I'd want to hope it's that, but I think it's the year that I've had gives me the confidence that when I get to the front I can go, and that's the main thing, is getting the confidence.
And, obviously you're driving very, very well, but watching you come down the straight and the other drivers, there's a lot in the toe, but you look like you've got some really good power bolted to you. Can you tell me a bit about Engine Builder, the work they've put in this week?
Yeah, Joe does a good job. Sadly, he's not here, but we've got Jack and Sweeney that are doing a great job, and I couldn't thank them enough.
Great to hear from you, Harrison. We'll go back up then to hear from the boys and to hear about some of the race highlights from that junior.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that X30 Junior heat. Very good start for Archie Owen. Very well controlled, Anthony. Sweeping across to the left, but not too much. He had a nice run into turn 2 on that first lap.
Yeah, he certainly did, and everyone as well. I mean, Mackie as well, we were just speaking to him, got up into 3rd place, took advantage of that early gap down the inside. For some in the background, wasn't the race for them, tumbling down the order at the end of that one. Actually had 2 retirements as well at the end of that one. Evan Johnson and Leonidas Pututsi out of the race, and yeah, hands going up, and there you can see, I believe that was Evan Johnson with that rear bumper retiring at the start. There was the lead change down the inside, and for me, that's where I really noticed just the sheer pace of that kart, just the top-end speed that it's able to carry. And yes, you can put that down to setup, you can put it down to the engine, you can put it down to maybe sprockets or anything like that in the different categories. Set up to go the distance in that, but it's also quick in this midfield section, and that's what surprises me. But again, it doesn't surprise me in a way, because if it can carry the speed, this track promotes a quick lap. I mean, the average speed around here is nearly 100 kilometers an hour for the seniors, so it's a fast lap.
Is indeed. The rest of the race continuing on. You see the gap that Mackie had even by the time that they got to the end of lap 5 with 2 to go. Archie Owen on the attack once more. It was always going to be one of those tight scraps. This was a very close moment. But 2 separate incidents there. Pinera having an all crossed up moment, and Kelleher nearly tripping over another driver's rear bumper. It was all here. That's how we lost the number 44, Nicholas Garcia from the main battle. Very good run from Alex Martinez there. Very well-deserved 2nd place. Had his elbows out, raced well. This was the move by Kelleher on Owen on the last lap. Owen going off the circuit. In the end, Owen did well in some ways to finish in 6th place. I thought he was going to lose a lot more than that. But Mackie wins. Mackie dominating so far at the moment in X30 Junior, and the treble is very much on.
Oh, it certainly is. Well, 2 races out of 2 then for Mackie, but there are still 2 more Junior X30 races to go for today's racing. It is qualifying heat B versus D. That is coming up next, and this time around it's Daniel Motor and Sid de Rademaker on that front row of the grid. But Nicole Sutherland, you're down there. Who have you got for us?
I've got the number 3 whilst I'm visiting the grid once again. Ty Buckley. Ty, you've got the number 3 car on you this year. Great performance in the European Championship. How's that helped you going into this week?
It's given me quite a lot of confidence going into the World Finals, and I know I can race against these people and do well, so I think I can win.
So you've just said, you know how to race against them. That's come from experience in the European Championship. You know how they race. So far in your first heat, what's it been like? Aggressive, calm? How have you found it?
The first heat was quite good. We got a good start and made our way up to finish P2, and it was just a good race.
And obviously you're not right at the front, but you are in the sharp end of the field. Your teammate Aston Sharp, he was at the front before. You've got Max Ewell behind you. So all of the Mick Barrett racing drivers in the junior category are having a good week so far. Are you working together back in the tent? What's going on when it comes to data and driver conversations?
Yeah, I think we try to help each other as best as possible and just be the best team we can.
Great to hear from you, Ty. We'll go behind and talk to the number 55 of Max Ewell, who, as I just mentioned, is teammates with the number 3. Max, nice to see you here in Spain. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite good. I'm quite excited for this next one.
And I've caught up with both your teammates, Aston and Ty, within the last probably 20 minutes. You're all doing a great job so far. What's the team setup like? Are you working together?
Yeah, I mean, we'll try our best to work together, but when it's everyone v everyone, it's always quite hard, but yeah.
So when it comes down to it then, are you actually more thinking every man for himself?
A little bit, but then I'm also going to help them as well.
And out there on track so far, the conditions are quite good, sun's out. What's it like when you're driving around?
I mean, it's a lot hotter than the first one, so we'll see how it goes really.
Great to hear from you then, Max. We'll head back up into the box ahead of this junior race.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there on the pre-grid. Yeah, very interesting results for this group from their last race out. Obviously, Daniel Motor of Spain taking his first win of the weekend earlier on. Again, from the front row, is he looking for another flag-to-flag in this one? But he's got pressure from the drivers around. Sid de Rademaker, third place in his first race earlier on. Again, is in a prime position starting on that front row of the grid. For other drivers around, though, it was a bit of a shaky start to their weekend. Artur Dodonko starts this one on the second row of the grid, P8 in that first one. Krakowski's P10 from the second row of the grid earlier on.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for a number of these drivers to get some momentum going. When you've got a lot of you around you who haven't perhaps had the best results, it's a good chance to be that breakthrough driver in this next race. But for Daniel Motor, the job will be try and hold that 0 score. Be one of 2 drivers to have achieved that through the course of today. Stig de Rademaker there, you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. In the number 41. Looking further down the order, who do we expect to fly through the field? I would look for a good race from Conor Clancy in this one in the number 43. Away we go. Anthony, take us through how the grid's going.
Indeed, yeah, it's going to be a busy one in this one. Let's see what happens. Can Daniel Motor make it 2 for 2 in this one? Can he join Mackie with 0 points to his name? He starts on the front row of the grid and he is joined by Sid de Rademaker. You just saw the back of his helmet livery there. Very stark helmet livery he's got there. Brilliant to see. Artur Dodonko and Elvis Krakowskis on row number 2. Jörg Rana on row 3 is joined by Jonathan Landstrom. They'll have Lucas Bonholm, who DNF'd in the first race. Mechanical gremlins right at the start of the race. Hopefully all is fixed and is ready for this one. Is joined by Felipe Rice alongside. Rock Pineda and Tig Butley go from row 5. They'll have Dan Alleman and Max Yule on row 6. Bink van Scheidel and Tudor Jerkin on row 7. They are joined by Emilio Bernd, who had a brilliant race earlier on coming through the field. I'm expecting to see the same again in this one. He's joined by Main Patel on row number 8.
On row number 9, it's Raul Martinez and Zaria Fahrudin. Didier Kreeft on row 10 is joined by Ethan Woodward, Maxime Prudent and Conor Clancy on row 11. Mikhail Kari and Andrea Galimberti start on row 12. They're ahead of Lias Ebersdobler and Conrad Garrow on row 13. Rafael Kamal and Uno Kalari on row 14. Ghana Angerman and Gabriela Teixeira go from row 15. Michaela Hart and Noah Nulken start on row 16. Gilles Herman had a difficult qualifying yesterday, but has the speed to go through from the 17th row of the grid and is joined by Bernardo Pinto. It's a 35-card field, completed by Norway's Adrian Gerda.
Well, we look forward to seeing what happens in this one. There is our race director, Martin Bean, on the gantry, getting ready to start this race. Of course, the start's very vital for the drivers to get right, because if you can carry the speed out of the final corner, you get that run, you're immediately going to be on the advantage going into the braking zone at turn 2.
And we saw Daniel Motor get it absolutely spot on earlier from P2. He's on the opposite side of the grid, of course, for this one, but he'll be very aware now.
Yes,
it can be done.
Yeah.
So the grid will form up. Of course, they'll be into 2x2 formation by the time they get through to the red line. No more overtaking, all the standard procedures. The pace now down to a crawl. It'll be 7 laps once again, nearly 12 kilometres of this circuit here in Zuera. The second round of heats for X30 Junior at the IWF 2024. Groups B and D ready to go racing with a race that could change the day for many of these drivers up and down the order. Past the flag marshals there, looking in good control. Quite a slow pace, but now it will build. Now Motor has hit the line. Are we good for a launch? They go over the line. We are green. We are racing, so not a good start for those on the anti-pole side of the grid. And what's that de Rademaker going round? There's absolute chaos. There's a cart that's flipped over through turn 1. I think that all was started from very much the front of the order. Everybody else continues on. A good start for Dodonko as well. Dodonko, who got the lead early on. And slow procedure has been triggered. I think Jonathan Landstrom hasn't come through sector 1. Neither has, well, now Felipe Rice, Rock Pinheiro and Tig Butley have, but that was a scary, scary looking moment through turn 1. The race has been neutralised. I think pretty much all the drivers have now realised that the race has been neutralised, and understandably. There's going to be some time taken here to just allow the marshals and officials to deal with the situation down at turn number 1. Just confirm, I think it's Elias Erbsdoller has just come through sector number 2. Let's have a look. This is on board, I think with one of the fusions. Oh, now yes, that did look a little bit interesting as to whether there was any moves between the drivers whilst the yellow flags were out.
Yeah, indeed. Slow procedure out then for that incident at turn number 1. And marshals and medical crews on scene at the moment in time, seeing to the driver who is out there. But obviously a very tense moment then for the drivers. It's high speed into turn 1. Of course, you've got the full field going through, you know, a full field of, in this race, 35 of them going in towards turn 1. And like you say, when you get so close, the wheels, they're right there. It's so easy to just clip a wheel to another, and it sends you off relatively violently off the track. And for a lot of the races that we've had so far this weekend, we've had moments like that. But of course, like we were saying, only one driver out of this race. Can't confirm who it is fully, but only one driver on our timing screen who's not clocking up anymore, Jonathan Landstrom for the AD Motorsport team. Hopefully is okay there at turn number 1. So the race neutralised right now. We're under effectively, if you're new to the world of karting, a safety car period really, but it's a slow procedure. That's what it's called. So basically no racing, overtaking allowed. You have to slow the speed right down. The race is completely neutralised, and until we get a restart on this one. But I can imagine it's going to be a tense time for these drivers to get themselves ready to go racing again.
Indeed, and yeah, that event did come from fairly near the front of the order. Stigler Rademacher didn't get the best of starts. It kept himself towards the front. He's up there in P4. But along with Jonathan Landstrom, who started P6, immediately behind Landstrom, Felipe Rice still continuing all of these following drivers, but Felipe Rice down 22 positions to 30th. Same delta for Tyg Buckley down to 32nd. How did Max Yule get on? Because he was the next kart behind. Well, Max Yule is still there in the top 10. So yeah, it was whatever happened there, it was all around those immediate rows on the right, on the left-hand side, driver's left-hand side of the grid, right as we were looking at it, that it was triggered from. We do continue under slow procedure. End of lap number 3. Motor leads from the Donker. Bonham in 3rd. In a way, bit of an unfortunate state for Lucas Bonham. He's only done well, not even one full lap of racing under green so far, but at least this time he is running. He is in 3rd place. He had a good start in all of that because the slow procedure came out pretty quickly. There wasn't really many opportunities to overtake, but Emilio Byrne did gain 8 positions. A lot of that will be because he was on the inside row, everyone behind Motor gaining positions up and down the field.
Yeah, indeed. So just capitalising in those early few stages there with that, like you said, bang on the money there, that inside line. Just as it came through, you can hold the speed, you can hold it right to the apex, you don't have to worry about what goes on the outside line there. And there is some of the drivers of the next race, I'm sure, are discussing a little bit of what happened there at turn 1, because they're looking directly at the turn there a little bit. So tense time then for everyone, but still smiles around as they get themselves ready. Kenzo Craigie there, who is this year's world champion in the world of karting, and here at the IWF as well. Right then, flags were static this lap, which means we're going for a race restart here on this time around. The whole shot to turn 1, it's a clean breakaway. It's Daniel Motor and Artur de Donker, green flag and racing, down in towards turn number 1 as we get going once more. And is there going to be a lead change in towards turn number 2 this time around? No, there isn't. And Daniel Motor times it perfectly and holds on to the race lead here from the rest of the field. There as well, you can see the Fusion car stick that Rademacher trying to get the moves done in the early stages, not close enough for the charge this time around as they push their way down into the midfield section of the lap, as we are on now lap 5 of 7.
So this is going to be not many laps of green running for the drivers to get on with it. On board now with Felipe Rice. Felipe Rice right at the back of the field now in 31st position. You can see how busy it is. That's Noah Nolkin ahead in the number 19. This is not going to be a good score at all for Felipe Rice at this stage of the competition. Lucas Bonham looking to get his first positive score on the board after that retirement. Well, that effectively did not start in the first round of heats. End of the first full lap of green running in this race. End of lap 5. Mota and Dodonka, as they've done from the very start of the race, they got brilliant starts, held on the inside line, first and second. They're now trying to work together to hold off the attack of Elvis Krzauskas immediately behind.
Yeah, indeed. And look at this now. It's all starting to kick off a little bit here as Bonhomme is coming to through the field. The only thing that, you know, that Lucas Bonhomme could take away from this one, it was a DNF earlier on. Nice, fresh tyres. They're one race less than the rest, which means he can push it just that little bit harder to gain those places. He's doing just that. He's there in third place, right behind Artur Dodonka. And I reckon we could see a fight here. And this is a danger zone for Daniel Mota, who is trying to match Harrison Mackie at this stage of the weekend. With a driver who's got fresher tyres right behind, well, this is going to make it just that little bit more challenging for him.
Is indeed coming round to complete lap number 6. They'll see the last lap board this time around. Daniel Mota holds the lead, but for how much longer? Goes to the middle of the road. Artur Dodonka continues to sit there in second place, but there's immediately going to be another opportunity to overtake here into turn number 2. Middle of the road once again for Mota. Good defence, not defending too hard, making sure that his corner exit speeds are looking pretty good. Turn 4 is the next opportunity. It's all starting to stack up behind as Bonham's there in the number 91, Krzauskas in the 36. Mota doing everything that he can to hold off the baying wolves of X30 Junior here on this final lap. The Rademacher's still there as well in the orange and blue Fusion in the number 41. And keep an eye on Emilio Byrne as well. Emilio Byrne is closing in. The German in the orange and black helmet is up to P6. Daniel Mota has done a lot of the hard work very well, but has still got to deal with that run to the line.
Certainly does so. Last few corners then as they enter in towards turns 9 and 10, as they exit through into the final sector. Daniel Mota is looking strong here to match Harrison Mackie's pace, to match his scores. But here we go, the run to the line. Who's it going to be? It looks to be Mota, but it's wheel to wheel. It's close. It's Mota by 7 thousandths of a second once again. How close could you get? Artur Dodonka, a brilliant run there, but can only best second. And Daniel Mota, just by the fraction of a second, can he match the pace of Harrison Mackie.
Difference in speeds over the line. 114.6 kilometers an hour for Mota, 117.3 with that draft for Dodonka. Another half kilometer an hour. That might have gone the way of RSD Racing's driver, but still, second place. Good points. We have 2 drivers unbeaten through the first 2 rounds of heats in X30 Junior. Harrison Mackie is one of them, and the driver on your screens, the number 42 for MDC Racing, Daniel Mota of Spain, is the other. Difficult race then in some circumstances for Daniel Mota to not necessarily work as hard as we saw from Mackie, because, you know, when Mackie got out of the car, he was almost out of breath. He clearly works very hard, but the mental side of things, when you G yourself up for a start, it immediately goes to the slow procedure, and then keep it all together for those last 2.5, 3 laps. That was very nicely done by Daniel Mota. And for the second time today, we see a race decided by less than 100th of a second. There's the rest of your provisional order. Bonham, Krzauskas, the Rademacher, Burns, Rana, Patel, and Martinez all in the top 10, completed by a very good drive from Maxime Prudhomme up 11 spots. Ewell, Woodward, Clancy, Fahrudin, Van Schneidel all in the top 15. Let's have a look at some of the moments from that race, and particularly this race start.
Yeah, indeed. It was a bit shaky at the start, of course. There was that incident which brought out the full course, the yellows out there, the slow procedure. There was dust and get it kicked up as well. Felipe Rice was one driver that went off at turn number 1, so you can see all of the debris that gets kicked up on that grassy area of turn 1, and under the slow procedures there, you are seeing a few overtakes here, maybe with the yellows out. So questionable one there. I'm sure there'll be some discussions after that one. A little bit of a wait, but we went green again, and Daniel Motor, I think, really controlled that one well. Didn't overthink it on the restart, didn't overthink it on the actual start of the race as well. Just kept it all in check and let them fight behind a little bit.
That's particularly good to note, considering how long the full course, the slow procedure was. It wasn't a one-lap static yellows lap and away we go.
No.
They had to give the officials the time required. Wait a little bit longer. There, Arthur de Donkin nearly taking the win away from him on the line. Very good win for Daniel Motor. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
With Daniel then. Daniel, you came out on top, but it was a difficult race.
Yeah, in the first laps, the start is good, but then I see the slow produce, and the race is more smaller. And yeah, I can win, and that's it.
And the racing out there, what specifically is really difficult about it?
Yeah, then finish for today, but tomorrow and the Friday are more hits and the consistency, and let's go to the P1.
Great to hear from you, Daniel. We'll head back up then because we're in for some more junior action very shortly.
We certainly are indeed. Thank you much. Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Ferme, chatting to our now double race winner, a second double race winner in the category. Daniel Motor taking that win. Well, next race coming up very, very soon. There you can see X30 Junior qualifying heat A versus E coming up next. That is the one we are looking forward to seeing this time around. Evan Purcell and Kenzo Craigie on the front row of the grid. Andrew, this is going to be a good one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's another mixed one. Just having a very brief look through the confirmed results for some of the drivers, particularly those on the anti-pole side of the grid. And, you know, for example, Nilas Malik had a penalty. I want to remember that. I think that was a drop down, a front fairing to 11th place. Quinten van Leeuwen in 12th, Gustavo da Silva 16th. Again, a good opportunity for those drivers to go, okay, that's happened, that's history, let's get back on the horse and get a good result in here. Very intrigued to see how Evan Purcell goes about taking on the one of the favourites for this category. Was third in the first race, is now on the inside for this run to the line, and I think has surprised himself a little bit across the course of the weekend so far.
Certainly has. Right, well, we caught up with Evan Purcell yesterday after time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
The Fusion Motorsport driver, number 16, Evan Purcell, sets it on pole in that qualifying group. Evan, are you happy with that?
Yeah, very happy considering it's my first IWF.
And it being your IWF, were you going into that session not really knowing what to expect, or were you just treating it as any other qualifying?
No, I was going into it calm, but I was going to give it my all anyways. I was very confident before I went out. So.
And we expect the racing to change compared to quali. You know, it's going to get very, very busy. How is that mindset going into that? How are you going to treat it?
Well, it's not going to be that hard, but I'll give it my best. And yeah, it's going to be very challenging, but hopefully I can get a good result.
We'll watch you give it your best, Evan. Congratulations and good luck.
See you later. Bye.
Down then, back on the grid, but this time with the Victory Lane driver, Nilas. Nilas, driver from Denmark, you've joined us in Spain. How's it been going so far?
To be fair, it's been alright. Last race, I was third to second, but I had a bumper penalty and finished 11th, but it is what it is.
And from what I've seen so far in all the categories, it looks pretty full on out there. You know, drivers are not hanging around. They know they need to make some overtakes. What is really important about that?
Just don't lose your head, just stay there, and if you got to defend, you got to defend.
And of course, this weekend and in front of you within this race, the current FIA World Champion Kenzo Craigie has joined the Victory Lane team. Are you and Kenzo working together at all?
Yeah, we can try sometimes, but last one he was a bit too far behind, but yeah, we're going to try this one.
Great to hear from you, Nilas, and good luck for this race. We'll head back up then ahead of this junior race.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there on the pre-grid. And, you know, we were up here just having a brief conversation ahead of this one a little bit about, you know, incidents that happen on circuit and things like that. And, you know, safety things. We noticed something last night, a picture of a kart that had new fairings or covering up its rear wheels and everything of bringing, you know, trying to make these karts as safe as they possibly can. And modern karts like this, they are super, super safe. They're as safe as they've ever been. You know, you've got the full wraparound, well, the body, you've got the nose, of course, which can buckle and can compress a little bit. You've got the side pods, you've got the rear bumper as well. That's helped get the kart nice and safe, but some people like to say that that's made them a little too safe in a way, which makes the racing a little bit more intimate in a way.
Yeah, or maybe an idea of a false sense of security. But I think you've always got to keep pushing for as much safety as you can, both in terms of the machinery but also the education of the drivers and how they're meant to use their machinery as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, karting is the direct line into motor racing. You know, into the cars, into Formula divisions, and Formula cars they have open wheels. So the quickest way you're going to learn how to deal with that sort of situation is to race years in karts, to learn how to race in close proximity with other vehicles that have got open wheels and have got that sort of danger. It keeps that spacing and makes you more aware of your surroundings a little bit more in your young karting career. And obviously there's pictures of these karts with now wraparound bumpers going over the rear wheels and everything, but then you start to fall into the realm of maybe corporate karts coming into play. And the difference between corporate karts and proper karting, like we're at right now, is the fact that there is that inherent danger that you need to learn how to avoid.
Indeed.
Right, anyway, engines firing up. It is OK Junior qualifying heat A versus E heading out onto the circuit. So through that full starting lineup, Evan Purcell and Kenzo Craigie making it all British row number 1. It's Otto Sakala from Finland and Niels Malik from Denmark on row number 2. Benjamin Maniac and Quintin van Leeuwen go from row number 3. They'll have Devin Haglin and Gustavo da Silva on row 4. Daniel Oliver and Lewis Islin, they go from row 5. They'll have Elias Lemon and Carolina Redondo on row 6. Javier Baraska and Finley Lines on row 7. Lewis Goff and Jos Mulder go from row 8. They'll have Marie Barryberg and Nicholas Karianis on row number 9.
Second half of the grid, Jacob Backler and Devin Grabko go from the 10th row of the grid. Hubertus Palm and Jack McLaughlin start on row 11. Amir Sabirov and Mohamed El-Bazaki go from row 12. Kimi Alanko and Alfonso Lopez go from 13. Davin Mintuna and Adam Holmes start on the 14th row of the grid. Daniel Abella and Antonio Macedo complete the top 30 on row 15. Moritz Moore and Peter Sarkisian start on row 16. Jamie English and Christian Fay Lund go from row 17. It's a 35-strong field completed by car number 68, Yves Ruiz.
Well, again, as the juniors prime themselves up ready to go, this is the last junior race of the day. And are we going to see we are going to see a new race winner in this one, because no one in these two groups have actually taken a race win just as of yet. Best results we've seen out in this one, you have to go to Benjamin Maniac. Starting this one on the 3rd row of the grid, his best result, a P2 in his first qualifying heat. He finished that one behind Daniel Motor, who was racing in Group B earlier on. So again, no one in this one has won a qualifying heat yet. So we're going to see a new first heat winner in this one. And again, it's hard to pin down who that could possibly be. There on your screen is a look at the qualifying heat so far on today's racing Wednesday. These points will carry on over to tomorrow, of course, and everything like that. But Daniel Motor and Harrison Mackie, 2 wins out of 2, 0 points to their names. Benjamin Maniac with that 2nd place, currently 3rd. He cannot go any higher than 3rd. But can he stay in 3rd? That's the question.
I think he definitely can. He's got the experience, he's got the knowledge around this circuit in particular, and knows how to win. Are we good for a start this time around? The lights are red, they stay red, but with the addition of the flashing amber light indicating that our race directors are not satisfied with that one. To be good for green, we'll go round for an extra formation lap.
Who will indeed. Well, Daniel Ashton on that gantry with the start procedure on that one, calling it a false one. So sends them rounds once more. And again, that you don't want too many of these false starts over a weekend, because how many laps can you lose over the course of a full weekend like this over 3 days? If all the qualifying heats that you do, you could lose a fair chunk of laps, which is like a full race distance. Even though you're not scrubbing them too hard, still an extra lap they've got to use them for. So, you know, you don't want too much of this.
Yeah, and every time you put a little bit more heat, and particularly the rate at which you put the heat into your tyres, it gets harder. It gets harder to bring a worn tyre back up to temperature when you've hit it hard repeatedly, time after time after time. I don't think we're in the trouble region yet. We're still relatively early in these heats, and from discussions with the drivers that I've been having of what's the Comet tyre like to be upon, I'd be interested to hear Nicole's thoughts on this, because she's far more experienced than us too in terms of the material. That it's a little bit harder. You know, it's a little bit. It's a good wearing tyre that they've got underneath them this weekend. So we'll see how that develops across the course of the whole race meeting. This is looking a little more even into the lines. Lights are red. Do they turn green for the start of this one? Yes, they do. Away we go for 7 laps once again in X30 Junior. Oh, bit of a cross-up moment there for Kenzo Craigie, but he holds on to it. He may lose a few positions, 3 wide, nearly 4 wide into turn 2, but a very good start for Evan Purcell. Evan Purcell has the race lead. He's one of the fusions that's come through. It might be Benjamin Magnac up to second place. There's a little bit of a mix-up in the second half of the field through turn number 4. Everybody back in the race, though. All 35 runners on their way through Sector 2.
Yeah, good start then for the field. Great start, like you were saying, for the driver in the race lead like this one. Clearing away right there's Craigie under pressure from the rest, just getting squeezed out the way there. These drivers just so close right now in these opening stages of the race, but they're pushing through right now, having a great start in this one. Looks to me like that could possibly be Benjamin Magnac gaining good starts and good grounds in these opening stages, getting himself up into 3rd place now. The Spaniard, who again needs to capitalise on those results, pushing his way forward here, or could this be another fusion behind? We'll find out. The drivers cross the line then. It is Magnac up into 2nd place, actually. It's Devon Haglin who's there in 3rd place. Evan Purcell leading the way. Brilliant start for him from the front row, pushing himself forward, but Kenzo Craigie fighting back now, back up into 3rd place, and that's just keeping everyone behind in tow, allowing the top 2 now to break away.
Yeah, that's what I call a statement overtake from Kenzo Craigie, that he's asserted himself in this trio as I'm the guy to lead us back towards Benjamin Magnac there in the number 5, although now under investigation is out of the race is the number 35. That's Finlay Lines. One of his first weekends at the junior level. Very accomplished driver from the United Kingdom, has had a problem there on his Birrell ART. That is going to put him out of the race. Carolina Redondo is under investigation as well in the number 73. Now, I think that might be a correction, because I've just glanced back at my screen. We did see number 78 on our screen. The 78 is now not on our screen in terms of the comments as under investigation. 73
It's very common to get a 3 and an 8 mixed up on these carts. It's quite small on there, so yeah, that may be a correction. Right, this is interesting here. Benjamin Magnac has closed in on Evan Purcell. The 2 of them now line astern as confirmation Finlay Lines out of the race.
Yeah.
I think he was in there stationary. He was just pressing the start button to see if it was going to go, and I think it was just ticking over and not engaging. So that is a big shame, out of this race. Eyes on this one here, though. Like you say, Purcell under pressure now, but not for much longer. Magnac down the inside. Benjamin Magnac, 2nd place earlier on, now in a race lead, and you were bang on there. I asked the question, do you think he could stay in 3rd in the points? You said yes. I'm inclined to believe you now.
And I don't think that's a particularly big problem for Evan Purcell to have Magnac at the front of this field. We know how good Magnac is round this Swearer circuit. You know, you go back to what he did in March in Euro Series. What can Evan Purcell now learn and also benefit from the tow as well? He's going to sit right on the rear bumper. The tactical thing to do here is just sit there, and that's exactly what he's done. Haglin's down the inside past Craigie for 3rd place. Evan Purcell can play the long game here now over the next 3.5 laps, keep himself in that position to in effect do the Maniac move on Maniac himself. As there's an incident, I think that is on the exit of turn number 2. The 33 was involved, and it's at one of the Excel, it's the number 47, it's the MOL Racing, number 47 of David Minchuna. Amir Sabarov, the number 33, was the other car leaving the scene at that point. So those two drivers are now out of things.
Alfonso Lopez as well seeing a warning flag, which means a 5-second in-race time penalty is going to be applied during this race, which is a big shame. But we'll keep an eye on the proceedings of this one because, well, look at how close this is for your top runners here. 4 of them in line astern formation. Maniac leading, but they're going into yellow flags here. No overtaking will be permitted until they pass a green flag. There is still a car stranded on the exit of that corner here. They pass the green flag there, so now they're allowed to overtake, and Kenzo Craigie has taken full advantage of that and has got himself up to 3rd place.
Good reading of the situation there by Kenzo Craigie, taking advantage of a slight pause, then immediately go on the attack again. What does he do here? Does he try and clear Evan Purcell out the way and go for his own attack on Maniac? Purcell decides to defend. I think, again, that's just to kind of keep himself in track position to say, no, I'm not just going to let you through, Kenzo. You're going to have to work with me here if you want to win this race and catch up to Benjamin Maniac in the next lap or so. So once again, young drivers, but it's a battle of the minds as well as the skill, the physical skills behind the wheels for these drivers. End of lap number 5, 2 to go. Maniac's lead is going to be 0.4 of a second. Purcell again, he's trying to assert himself onto those behind, saying, no, I have the speed to catch up to Maniac, push me along, and we'll all gain out of this one. He needs to make sure he doesn't defend too much. That time, Craigie's going to be down the inside. Craigie gets through into 2nd place. Hargeland's going to try and go through as well into 3rd. Brave effort there from Evan Purcell. Now the emphasis is back onto Kenzo Craigie. He's got to do a good next lap because Maniac's now got a decent lead, around 0.7 of a second. That is achievable to pull that back, but they've got to work together, and Craigie's got to show good pace.
Yeah, he has to. I mean, this is now, it's the make or break moment of this race for these drivers here. Can they get that 1st place spot back? Or are they just going to fight for 2nd place over this one? It's going to be a tense moment. Let's see what happens. So far, so good. I mean, Craigie's pace in this lap has been pretty solid right now. He's managing to close up just that little bit. It was 0.7 of a second across the line. It goes down to 0.6 of a second, but that's going to seal it. Yeah. That's going to seal it. Hagelin's gone down the inside. They're not going to be able to catch. They're going into yellow flags here still. So that is under yellow flags, and it is into the sunshine, and they may not have seen that there, but the yellow flags have now cleared. So that's, there you go. I'll let them figure that one out. But still racing away, but Maniac is clear right now. Yep. 1.4 seconds. This is the battle for P2.
Absolutely. Maniac's going to take another victory, and it's going to look like he will hold on to 3rd place in the intermediate classification overnight. The question is, Craigie's going to look down the inside. That's going to be a tight one. Gets on the brakes, but I think gets Harklin a little bit wide. Purcell's still there as well. Sakala's come into this fight. Also, the Finnish driver for Force Racing. Oh, a bit of a moment there as Purcell misjudges it as to where Craigie was going to position himself. There's still going to be that classic Zwerer run to the line. No problems for Benjamin Maniac, who's going to take race victory here in the A versus E race. Who's going to take 2nd place? Craigie's got the run. Craigie's going to take 2nd. Timed to perfection by the Junior World Champion. Hargeland takes P3. Purcell P4. Another strong result for Evan Purcell. And in 5th place for Finland, it was Otto Sakala.
Yeah, brilliant drive there then for Benjamin Maniac. That is what he needs. Stays 3rd in the points. He is clear by 2 points from the rest, which is Alex Pinheiro 4th now in the points. Kenzo Craigie 5th in the points, but they have got 4 and 6 points apiece. It is still Motor from Mackie. Because Daniel Motor actually out-qualified Harrison Mackie, he actually leads him. So again, that's a very interesting one. But those two will have to race each other at some point, which means that's going to be a very exciting one to see. But this one here, Maniac controlling that race there. That is superbly done. Craigie so much better than the first race. Of course, he finished that one P4. Had the moments where he dropped back in the field, shaky moments where he lost out on lots of momentum. That time around, he looked much more in control of that race.
Much more composed, much calmer, which has sometimes been my criticism of Kenzo Craig, is that he can sometimes race a little bit too hard, too early in a race. He's letting the racers come to him. He's got that confidence, of course, of the success back in September, and that's a very good P2 finish. Benjamin Maniac back on form. This is the best form that we've seen from Benjamin Maniac since the last time International X30 Racing was here at Zweira for that first round of the Euro Series. So that is going to be a danger for the rest of the competition as we go into tomorrow. There is the rest of your provisional result. It leaves at the end of round 2. Mota and Maki on 0, Maniac on 2, Alex Pinheira on 4, Kenzo Craigie on 6, Evan Purcell on 7, Martinez on 7, and Rademacher completing top 8 in the intermediate classification on 8. That is still a very, very close IC after 2 rounds.
It certainly is indeed. Here's a look at the highlights from that start. And again, the initial start here, Kenzo Craigie round the outside there. How dedicated was he to hold it round the outside there? He went right to the edge of the track and a little bit more, but just kept that cart in formation, held on to, I think, a second place. No, dropped down to third at that point. Brought it back, though. But the early getaway from Evan Purcell, brilliant getaway, wasn't it?
Another really accomplished start from pole position, showcasing again, I would say Evan Purcell is one of the most improved drivers in this category across the course of 2024. He's become a proper force to be reckoned with, and this will just, again, feed his confidence across the course of this week. That was a nice move from Craigie and Hagelin. Real shame for Findlay Lines. We'll see more from Findlay Lines tomorrow. We'll have that advantage, of course, of having a bit of extra life within his tyres. Maniac, though, very strong indeed, getting himself to the front. Let's head down, though, whilst we're continuing with these highlights, to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. With Benjamin. Benjamin, great form so far from you today. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, we've had really good pace. The team supported me very well. And yeah, we've came second and first, so we should be quite good in the standings, and we're looking forward for more heats.
Yeah, I think in the standings provisionally so far, you're P3, you've got 2 points on the board, so, you know, great achievement. What are you going to do to carry that pace forward?
Just think positive, positive, and just go forward and win.
Win indeed. And a bit of a technical question for you then. When you're out there, you know, it's a fast and flowing circuit. What are those kind of details about a lap that you need to get correct to make sure you're quick?
You have to have very little input on the steering wheel because it's a very fast flowing track, so if you put a bit of lock in, you lose a bit of time, you slide, and yeah.
Great to hear from you then, Benjamin, and good luck for the rest of your heats tomorrow. We'll go back up into the box then ahead of the next race.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yeah, the last of the highlights just on your screens at home. Benjamin Maniac taking a very dominant win there, and just speaking to him, very happy with that result. Right, that is it for the juniors for today. We will see them out tomorrow, but do not despair because it's time for the seniors. The last 4 races of the day, and it is going to start with qualifying heat A versus F for the senior X30 category that is coming up next. And this is going to be an exciting one. The first race earlier on, Danny Caronini taking that win. He is looking to see if he can do the double in this one. Can he get maximum points, i.e. 0 points going into tomorrow? That is the ultimate question. So he starts this one on pole position. Maximilian Bergström starting alongside part of Group F. They had a very interesting race earlier on, and Bergström unfortunately found himself dropping down the order just a little bit in his first race, but still coming away with some strong results is what he hopes to achieve, I'm sure, as this race goes on, because in his race earlier on, about half the field received a post-race penalty in that race.
Yeah, a lot of problems for Group F earlier on. Let's head down once again, though, to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm with Maximilian Borgström. Maximilian, thoughts on the racing so far?
Yes, I had a hard first heat, so we need to get to good points now.
Hard why? Can you tell me a little bit about what went wrong for you?
Yeah, I had an incident in turn 3. So.
We've seen quite busy starts to the senior races. You know, turn 1, there's a lot that goes on. How do you manage that when you're on the front row?
Just try to get fast off the line.
Great to hear from
inside.
From the inside. Great to hear from you, Maximilian. We'll head back up then to go off with these senior drivers.
Thank you very much. Nicole Sutherland down there and Maximilian Bergström there, to the point with his answers on that one. I like that sort of style. And yeah, the driver from Sweden, pretty clear in what he wants to do on this one, just get that good start. And he's bang on what he was saying earlier on, just didn't have the race. I wanted 21st place after a penalty, but like you're saying, nearly half the grid got a penalty in that one.
Yeah, I was just looking on that side of the grid. Nugred, Gloom and Weiss, 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th. For this one, all had some form of post-race penalty and change to their results. Big thanks to the marshals and the whole team here at the Zwiero International Circuit. Fantastic facility. We could not go racing without them, and particularly on this occasion, how they have stepped up to the challenge posed, of course, by the events in Valencia a few weeks ago. Zwiero stepping up to run this race. Obviously, we think about everyone at the international circuit, Lucas Guerrero and the wider Valencia area. They're in our thoughts this weekend, and we very much hope to be back there as soon as possible and as safely as possible.
Yes, indeed. Like you say, thoughts out to the entire city of Valencia. Right, it's getting to that point now of the day where everyone's thinking, right, this is it, last race of the first day. Let's make it a good one. Let's end the day high. But everyone's thinking that one. And of course, like we were saying, with everyone on that Group F side who've all come away with penalties in that previous race and all been right down in the order, this race is super important for them, isn't it?
Well, yeah, if you've had an unfortunate first result, you don't want to repeat it. You don't want to see all that hard work from timed qualifying yesterday that's given you a good starting position at the front of all of these heats kind of be for nothing. I mean, yes, we've got a lot more heats to come, but even at this stage, drivers will be thinking about if they're at the front, if they can get that momentum going, getting themselves in a good position for the super heats. It's not just about qualifying for the super heats, it's about making sure you're in as strong as a position to make the pressure just drop off a little bit to play that long game through those super heats. That's of course all for Saturday. We've still got the rest of today and Thursday and Friday's heats to go. This is Groups A and F in X30 Senior. Let's take you through the grid.
Danny Carinini, fresh off that win earlier on, starts this one on pole position. Maximilian Borgström starting alongside for Sweden. Marcus Luzio, P5 for him earlier on. He starts alongside Clovis Nugaredo, who finished P24 after a penalty from the second row of the grid. Matthew Higgins, third for him earlier on. Marcus Glum, a P10 after a penalty, starts this on row number 3. Chiara Batig coming away with a 33rd place, joins Elia Weiss with a 22nd place from row 4. Mark Granada and Aaron Cavillo go from row number 5. They'll have Milan Marzak and Ruben Moya on row 6. Yanis Boulier and Luca Montebello go from row 7. Nicholas Hirsch and Riccardo Ferrari on row 8, with Marcus Shilkunas and Michael Gray rounding out row number 9.
Macaulay Bishop goes from row 10, is joined by Hugo Marti. Lars Vennick and Matthias van der Kerkhoff go from row 11. Italy's Roberto Castellozzi and Martin Yanis go from row 12. Florent Pane and Aaron Garcia go from row 13. Garcia needs a good result here. Marlon Bayer and Kyle Mikulev start on the 14th row of the grid. They're ahead of the last two in the top 30. That's Maxime Blanchemont and Sam Branston. Row 16, Victor Rad and Matis Umerta. That's the 16th row of the grid. Mariano Altore and Jin Tian start on row 17. 35-strong field is completed by Germany's Zeno Falker in the 2:38.
Right, well, as drivers get themselves sorted out and ready for this one, we have to look a little bit maybe more to the qualifying heats on this one. The 4 winners from earlier on, Danny Carinini, Freddie Lloyd, Roxanne Lantinga, and Dan Seinman, all taking the race wins earlier on. They are looking to capitalize on this one. Danny Carinini back out on track. This is the only winner from earlier on out in this session. So he has really got one focus right now, and that's get to the end of this one.
It is indeed. We saw a little bit of a moment, a little bit of tension between Danny Carinini and Marcus Luzio in that first race. Both of them who went into the final round, the final race of the Euro Series, fighting for the championship win. In fact, depending on what spot of the race we're in, they were both in championship winning position.
They were.
Across the course of that final in Belgium. We're not quite at the final yet, though, in this one. This is another heat. This is, on paper, another routine procedure for all of these drivers. The big question is who's going to emerge on top in this one. Into the tram lines, 9 laps set for the seniors. Lights are green. Good start for Danny Carinini, who immediately defends from Marcus Luzio. It's a good start for those on the inside. Not a good start for Bostrom and those on driver's left. Carinini comfortably leads through the first couple of corners. No opportunity there, Anthony, for Marcus Luzio to go for the lead.
No, solid start. Inside line, no drama. Of course, with the temperature rising. Oh, but it's all kicked off a little bit at turn number 4. That's one of the major pinch points, and that's opened up that front field just that little bit, and some drivers tumbling down. But no, you're right on there for Danny Carinini. No drama, inside line, can carry the speed. I was going to say, with the temperatures now a little bit higher, no beanie hats to be seen. T-shirts seen on the grandstand as well. It's 13 degrees out there, but the sunshine is absolutely lovely. It's warming everything up. Warming the track up, it's warming the drivers up, it's warming the tyres up a little bit quicker as well now. And that's just helping the drivers grip through turn number 1 on these first opening laps. Because you remember this morning, we had karts understeering straight off the circuit first thing. It's because it was so greasy, so cold, so slippery. But this time around, we're not seeing that one. Across the line they go, then it's Carinini from Higgins, Luzio from Nogueira, Bergström from Batig, Boulier from Glum. Bishop's got himself up 10 places in this one. As they wheel off on the track. And that is a huge one for Marcus Luzio, out of the race. A complete failure of that rear wheel. He's out of this one.
That is a real shock for Marcus Luzio, and he'd be interested in a little look at that. I think that might have been under braking, that the hub or something in the driveline has failed there for Marcus Luzio. There is the tyre off of Luzio's wagon. He will be out of this one. Thankfully, most important thing, Marcus is okay. But that will have been a very scary moment indeed for the young Briton. This is a fight that I've been looking forward to at the start of the race week, looking at the entry list, Anthony. It's great that we're having it this early in the heats. Danny Carinini up against Matthew Higgins. Both of them have had international success so far this year, and Carinini, here we go. It's just reminding Matthew Higgins that this is his yard, or at least it's been his yard in 2024. They've got a good advantage over Clovis Nogueira, who at the moment, still in these early stages, isn't a huge factor. He's one of the drivers who had a bad result in round 1. So P24 in that first round of heats. Let's have another look at this again. So I think this is on the brakes. Oh no, that's already going wrong.
Already failed.
That's already going wrong for Marcus Luzio. Clovis Nogueira is very lucky indeed. Off goes Marcus Luzio. So I wonder, was that an issue from earlier on lap 1? Because you can see the wheel vibrating away even before they get to the braking zone. There it goes. There it fails. This was on board one of the victory lanes. My goodness me, that's a sight and a half on board Chiara Batig's 307. Very dramatic stuff into turn 2.
And that's the fastest part of the circuit as well. The seniors are going 137 kilometers an hour into that one, and a rear wheel falling off. Right, it's all kicking off though at the front here. Danny Carinini has lost his race lead. Matthew Higgins has sent his way through, and now Clovis Nogueira is right there on the scene, who earlier on had to avoid a tyre heading to his head. He is now into second place.
He is indeed. This is going to be interesting to see how Danny Carinini responds to this now. We'll see that one of his big rivals in X30 Senior this weekend has had a problem in this race and is out of it. He is the master of working his way through. He looks at these heats with a slightly different view. A big part of his success in winning the Euro Series was looking at the weekend and realising that on that occasion he didn't need to push all the way in the heats. He saved it back for the final. That, of course, is not going to be the case here. There's no championship points. There's no drop scores. It's all about keeping yourself at the front and those big races on Saturday. But Higgins will lead this one at the end of lap number 4. Nugred is going with him, and at the moment they are dropping Danny Carinini. Danny Carinini, if he wants to win this race, is going to need to turn on the afterburners now, because Matthew Higgins, third of course in the World Championships, very accomplished driver. Clovis Nugred winning in France in IAMI Series. France, of course, earlier in the year, and has had a very strong international calendar year as well. They are putting on a bit of a show here. Danny Carinini has just responded with his personal best through Sector 1 in this heat.
Certainly has. Well, eyes focusing on this one at this halfway point of the race, and all of them looking a little bit feisty there, as unfortunately into Parc Fermé, Lars Vennick out of the race, so the VK Racing team going no further. Yeah, eyes on this one. I was seeing two very drastically different racing lines from Higgins and Nugred on that last lap. Are we going to see the same on this lap? Are we going to see that lunge into turn 2? He's in the perfect situation to do it. He's had a little bit of the gap. He'll have the slipstream now, be right on that rear bumper. Can he carry that speed into turn 2, or is he going to push him along? He's going to push him along. They're trying to break away from Carinini.
And for me, Anthony, that's the right decision. That when it's, of all drivers, Danny Carinini trying to chase you down, you don't start fighting over the race win, still with 4 laps to go. Carinini has responded. That was a 1 minute 3.4 last time around for Carinini, a new personal best within this heat. The two drivers ahead, both in the 1 minute 3.5. So it's a 3-way battle that's cooled for the moment for the race win. Chiara Batig is still there in a bit of a lonely 4th place right now. Ruben Moyer is the next kart behind in 5th, who's up 7 places in this race. Great drive from Matthias van der Kerkhoff as well. Who is that now? I think that's Mark Granada. That's a second not good score for Mark Granada today. So that's exactly what we were talking about. Momentum, scoreboard pressure overnight. Mark Granada is going to need a big, big Thursday to pull himself back into contention. As here goes Nugred down the inside. He's spent long enough behind Matthew Higgins, and the Frenchman goes through, takes the lead on lap 7.
Nicely done, but Higgins is going to try and fight it back here. Look to the inside at turn number 4, but didn't have the momentum. Now Carinini might have the chance of going through. It's France versus the UK versus Italy right now in the top 3 in this Senior X30 qualifying heat. And all the meanwhile, the rest of the field continue to just try to close in, but they are some 2.2 seconds further down the road. The pace from these 3 in this race has been superb, and they are just doing what they need to do right now between themselves. They can see Chiara Batig this time around. This is a much better race for Chiara Batig, who's running around in P4. Granted, all on their own, but yes, it's still better than the 33rd place that they had earlier on. Eyes on this one here. Higgins will have the slipstream now down the start-finish straight. Carinini's right there. We go on to lap 8 of 9. The last lap ball to be out this time around. I don't think this race is over yet.
It's not over yet, as Carinini gets very close to the rear bumper of Higgins through turn number 2. As Carinini's now going to look down the inside, retake 2nd place. Don't think Higgins has quite got that last % or 2 of pace to keep with Nugred at this point. That's why Carinini's gone for the move now. Let's see, with a bit of air ahead of the Italian, whether he's got that speed to close back up to the Frenchman into turn 7 on lap number 8. Nugred looking calm, really composed at the wheel. I love to see Clovis when he's in this kind of mood. We've not seen it throughout the course of 2024, but when that Renault Racing Team 204 is on song, it's one of the fastest ships that we see around this part of the world. On to the last lap then. Clovis Nugred has got a decent advantage, but Danny Carinini still at that kind of distance where we'll be getting a bit of a distant tow. 3/10 is the gap. 1 lap to decide this one.
Certainly is. Right, so let's see where and if it will happen. But if it does, Carinini controls the senior race, because he will match his win from earlier on and he'll claim the win. Clovis Nougarade here will help himself out massively, but after that result he gained earlier on a P24, he is still well down in the order of the points, so a win here certainly helps him out, but it's got a long way to go in this one. But eyes on this, he checks over the shoulder, can see they're still right there, but he's got the advantage right now. He's got that cart length between the two of them. It's not like he's bumper to bumper. He's not lunge distance at this sort of stage of the race. But again, it might be slipstream territory here. If he can carry the speed out of the final corner, we could see Danny Carinini go for a side-by-side photo finish here, or we could see him go for the lunge at turn 11. That was as close as you could get, and he might lose out to second place. Clovis Nougarade is going to take his first hit of the weekend. Carinini squeezes Higgins to the line, denies him the chance of getting alongside. Carinini takes second, Higgins takes third.
Higgins in the dirt. That was nearly a bit of family rallying there for Matthew, but Nougarade takes the win. First one for the Frenchman this weekend. Danny Carinini P2 will still be in a position where if Lloyd, Lantinga and Steeman aren't able to continue their winning streaks, then he'll be back to the top. But right now it just slips down to P4. Matthew Higgins P3, Chiara Batti back on form. That's a nice result for the Swiss driver in P4. Ruben Moya quietly getting on with his work there, Anthony. Difficult day yesterday in time qualifying, but in terms of race trim, looking at the long game, Ruben Moya still very much a part of this in fifth.
Yep, certainly so. It is one of those where it's just to get it to the end throughout this one. We'll have to see what will happen later on today. Right, then, drivers make their way back into Parc Fermé. They're going to sort themselves out and find out where they're going to be starting. Of course, tomorrow there's got a brand new day of racing in those qualifying heats, but now for groups A versus F, they're all done. There's a look at the provisional classification at the end of qualifying heat A versus F. There, the full race results up into the top 15. Marlon Bayer just rounding out that one, finishing 8.9 seconds behind the race leader after gaining 12 places in the race. Marcus Klum finishing in P16 ahead of Castellozzi. Victor Rad from Marzak, Cavillo from Hirsch, Weiss from Alatorre. Then it is the likes of Falca from Branson, Yanis and Gray, Pans, Mikalev and Mattis, who rounds out the next few drivers. Yin from Blanchimont, Granada, Venik and Luzio. The retirement, Mark Granada, needs a break this weekend. He needs a solid next couple of days in these qualifying heats to fight back. And for Marcus Luzio, well, he's going to need a new rear axle on that one, I can imagine, because that wheel coming off during that race was a very, very frightening one at one of the fastest parts of the circuit as well. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one, because there were many of them. Danny Carinini getting away very strongly on the inside line at the start of that race, not able to match his race win from earlier on, but claiming still a second place on board. This one from the second row of the third row of the grid, I should say, pushing their way through. There you can see just how close it was in towards turn number one and how close those wheels can get to each other down into the braking zone. But a brilliant start nonetheless for the entire field in those opening couple of laps. There you can see just pushing along on the inside there, the early inside for Marcus Glum and the Euro karting driver. Unfortunately for him, not having the results he wanted, tumbling down the order. Well, with many others as they went 4-5 wide in the background there, dust getting kicked up, a little bit shaky for the rest. Here though, the battles at the front started to kick off as where Clovis Nougarade having to avoid the flailing wheel in the sky, as unfortunately Marcus Luzio's race comes grinding to a halt here going into turn two, the rear wheel failing. And unfortunately there, another view of it, of how daunting that can be when a wheel just pings off there in front of you. This was the first change of the lead. Matthew Higgins going for it down the inside at turn number one. That brought Clovis Nougarade right into the fray here. Would then later get up into second place. Carinini down to third, trying to recover back there. Nougarade to the inside. That brought everyone nice and close again. He would hold on to that race lead despite the best efforts from the drivers behind. They would fight for second and third. Nonetheless, But here, Danny Caronini down the inside through turn 4. That sealed it on lap number 8. And this last little attempt through turn number 11, it wasn't going to happen. And then it would be so close, squeezing him to the line. Matthew Higgins just missing out on second place. Right, so let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, who have you got for us down there?
I have got Swiss driver Chiara Boutique. Chiara, really good result there for you, a P4 from 7 and a big improvement on the last heat. Can you tell us about that bad luck in heat 1 and then that good race?
Yeah, I had a contact in the first heat. First lap went quite catastrophic. I lost about 30 positions and could overtake another 2, but had a spoiler, so yeah, both fortunate. The P4 will put us a bit more in the front in the intermediate ranks, but yeah, hope for better results.
Well, you seem like, you know, you've got a great mindset going into tomorrow. What prep goes on this afternoon and later this evening to make sure, you know, you're fit and excited and ready for tomorrow's racing?
For sure, we'll check the data, the car sets up. Track changed a lot until yesterday, from yesterday on. And yeah, I think just that, put good mindset, and yeah, hope for another P4, P3 or P2 or P1. Yeah, we have a lot of drivers, so we need to have a good result.
Well, you absolutely look like you have the pace to do that, Chiara. Well done on a P4. We'll speak to you later on. We'll head back up then into the comms box. Boys, what's up next?
Well, plenty is up next. We've got 3 more races to go. Senior X30, qualifying heat C versus E. That is coming up next. This time, another new race winner from earlier on, back out in this one. Freddie Lloyd for the United Kingdom on the front row of the grid, but is joined by Pip Casabene starting alongside, or Pip Casabene, I should say, starting alongside the driver from Australia. Alongside, and a lot of Cut Republics in the front section of this one as the engines fire up and make their way out onto the track. You've got 3 of them in the top 4. Right, engines firing up. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. Freddie Lloyd and Pip Casabene go from row number 1. Maxime Bouvert and Thibaut Ramekers go from row 2. Kian Gucci and Roxanne Lantinga also took a race win earlier on, starting on row number 3. Row 4 sees Noah Wolf and Fernando Luca on that row. Then you have Luca Horton and Alphonse Miettinen on row 5. Patrick Ogrodovchik and Austin Gale go from row 6. They'll have Robbie Buckley and William Thompson on row 7. Elo Gonzalez and Diogo Castro on row 8. They'll have Charlie Glum and Jacob Miklev on row number 9.
On the 10th row of the grid, we find Thibaut Kempf and Miguel Silva. Louis Comas and Kuyo Lee go from the 11th row of the grid. Hugo Brun and Martin Wallström start on row number 12. Eric Vess and Jesse Saarinen start on row 13. Max Starikov and Kyle Machea start on row 14. Yannick Gabrick and Caden McQueen start on row number 15. Konstantinos Boras starts on row 16 alongside Spain's Nico Villa. Row 17, we find Timian Halfstad and Thomas Hansen. 35 drivers in the field, the last of them the 256 of Amanda Salonen.
Well, we look forward to seeing what happens in this one. These drivers priming themselves up for this one. You've got Freddie Lloyd, who finished first. You've got Pip Casabene, who finished second earlier on in his first race. So again, crucial to see what happens here. Thibaut Ramekers, who actually won on track that first race, unfortunately did get a nose cone penalty. That dropped him down to P8, which is not the result he was looking for. And Fernando Luca as well. A solid result for the Mexican driver, finishing in P5 earlier on, gaining 2 places. So very strong results over the course of that race, as the Marshals going to do their level best to try and slow the field down here. They are a bit spread out at the front. The front runners trying to push themselves along as much as they possibly can, get temperature into those tyres, but they've got to slow it down now because the back of the grid is not lined up at all here. They're still relatively spread out. Let's see if we're going racing. First time of asking the front, looks good. Let's see what happens here. Are we going racing? Yes, we are. Green flag is out as they head down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the front row. Freddie Lloyd holding on to that inside line, but is he going to maintain the lead of this one? No, he's not. Around the outside, Pip Casabin takes it as drivers take to the runoff area on the exit of turn number 2. Some drivers losing out on so many positions.
Yeah, I think that might... Oh, someone's gone a long way off the circuit there. It's one of the Zanki Motorsport runners. I think that might have been Carl Mikulev from Malta, who found himself going for a little bit of an explore of the Aragon scenery. Sorry, Jacob Mikulev in this race in the 284 into turn 7. Oh, a few drivers going a bit deep now as it's starting to get to that point of the afternoon, the early evening, where the temperatures are starting to drop out there on track a little bit. The shadows are definitely lengthening. Back at the front of the order, coming round to complete lap number 1. It's been a fast first lap for your race leader. Thibaut Ramekers is through into the lead of this race. Let's have a look at what happened on lap 1. So there's a first incident going on there through the exit of turn 2. I think that's Eloy Gonzalez you see cutting across the grass. And then I think there's going to be a secondary incident there for Mikulev. Well, that's not a good moment for Carl Mikulev, for Mikulev at all. Relegates Jacob Mikulev all the way down to 16th place. Machera also down the order to 33rd. So 2 of Malta's drivers in this race. Oh, in fact, it generally wasn't a good lap at all for drivers from Malta, because Kian Gauchi also dropped down the order 22 places to 27th.
Indeed. Well, this time around, Thibaut Ramekers once again controls this race. However, has that nose cone stayed firmly attached this time around, because that's what he's hoping. As he leads this race, clear by 0.3 of a second. Pip Casabin there in second place, trying to close in, but the gap, I think, is opening up. It's under 0.4 of a second. They cross the line, it goes above 0.4 of a second. So Ramekers' pace now looking strong. And yes, nose cone looks spot on this time around. So it was just one of those where he just got caught out in something, and it just dropped last time around. This time, all is good.
I say all is good, Pip Casabin. Oh, that's all a little bit rough and tumble. That's Luca Horton right in the middle of it all in the GGM entered machine.
Yeah, there was Freddie Lloyd as well in that one with Noah Wolf, and obviously Freddie Lloyd was the winner earlier on. He's looking to, well, take that win back again, and so both of the winners from earlier on are now not in the top spots right now. Roxanne Lantinga still there in 3rd place, but look at this scrap now for position further back in the order as one driver kicking up the dust there in the background. Can't quite see the number. It looked like the 202. I think that was Robbie Buckley.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Robbie Buckley falling down the order a little bit. You make a very good point there, Anthony, about the 2 race winners before this one started being a little bit further down in the order. I think that's why, if you someone like Danny Caronini, that P2 in the last race wasn't necessarily a bad result for the standings lead overnight. Bit of a discussion going on there. This is the battle for 4th place between Freddie Lloyd and Luca Horton. Noah Wolf in the bright yellow helmet, and the VAR by Birrell Suit not too far behind. Lloyd goes through. That looked like the drivers were helping each other nicely there, fairly collaborative, and this is why, because they've got a near 2-second disadvantage to get over the hill on, because this top 3 of Ramekers, Casabin and Lantinga running very nicely at the moment in the high or low. Oh dear, is that Fernando Luque off the road in the 225? That is coming out of turn number 4. 5th place earlier on is not going to be repeated on this occasion by the Mexican.
No, it certainly won't be. He started this race on the 4th row of the grid, and yeah, that is a big shame for him, dropping backwards in this one. We're about to end lap number 4. We're going on to lap 5 of this race, and well, Roxanne Lantinga here is closing on Pip Casabin. Potentially could be going for 2nd place here. No, thinks against it, pushing themselves along. They're closing in quite drastically on Ramekers, but they need to make a decision of what they want to do for position, and the decision has been made. Roxanne Lantinga back into 2nd place. We could actually still see a double winner here.
We could indeed. Roxanne Lantinga made that move, a decisive move, was not satisfied that Pip Casabin was going to be able to keep on the rear bumper of Thibaut Ramekers. Next lap is going to be crucial. From this point on. Oh, is out of the race. That's one of the VDKs off the road. Hope they're okay. I think that's going to be William Thompson, is it not, in the 3:29?
I think so.
Because Thompson has fallen down the order, has not come through sector number 1. That's a real shame for the Australian. For his countrymen towards the front here. Kasabin, this is tough moments. It's being dropped a little bit by Ramakas and Lantinga now. 4 laps to go. Lantinga all over the back as there's a problem there for the 294. That's one of the Pantanos off the road. That is going to be Miguel Silva falling out of the top 20. Meanwhile, back with this lead battle, and Roxanne Lantinga, who's had a tremendous start to this 2024 edition of the Miami Warrior Final, is all over the back of Timo Ramakas.
Yep, certainly is. Really, really impressed me, as has Roxanne Lantinga so far this weekend, with the same situation she found herself in earlier on, except taking the race win on paper after the race. This time around, she probably thinks, no, I want to win this one fair and square, right in front, and has really piled on the pressure. I was thinking maybe as Ramakas just held off a little bit, trying to maintain tyres a little bit, because now he's opened it up a little bit more. You can see Roxanne's just chucking the kart in there. You can see the back end just on the edge of stepping out in towards turns 10 and 11. And the gap now has actually opened up a little bit more now between the two of them as they go across the start-finish line.
What's really encouraging to see from Roxanne's perspective as they head into turn 2, race pace. Last time we saw Roxanne race was the very last round of the Euro Series, where she had really, really good single lap pace back at Genk, but it was stringing 4, 5, 6 laps together that just didn't happen for her on that weekend. Scratch that, that's definitely happening here in Suera for the biggest race of the year. This is one of the top drivers, not just in X30 karting, but in karting across the board internationally in 2024. Being given a real test here by Roxanne Lantinga. Roxanne Lantinga is coming into play in this senior category. We're on lap 7, 2 to go through this tricky part of 9, 10, 11. The tyres won't be liking this at all as they wind it up through turn 12 now. This has been a big lap from Ramakas, because he's just started to stretch it out now. It's another personal best, a 1 minute 3.5. This is where if Lantinga wants to win this race, she's going to have to really dig deep into turn 2 again. This is tremendous stuff.
It certainly is. Eyes on it all the way to the end. It's not over. I reckon, is this going to be a wait for the last moment here as well? Well, we've got something there from Freddie Lloyd. Fastest lap of the race. There he is in P4. He's closing in on these top 3, but time very quickly running out as King Gauchi unfortunately picking up a warning flag that comes with an in-race undisputable 5-second time penalty. Will tumble down the order at the end of this one. But like you say, the racing lines that we're seeing here now, that was very drastically different there. Held it a little bit tighter on the exit of the corner there, did Lantinga. That just gave Ramakas carrying more speed the time to break away a little bit here, and you can see the difference that's opened up in the gap between the two of them. It's allowed actually Pip Kasabin to maybe close back in and have an attempt here into turn number 2 if we can get that slipstream here. Onto the start-finish straight, last lap board goes out. The race isn't over, but I think the battle for the lead may be over here as Roxanne Lantinga is now under pressure from Pip Kasabin, who's immediately going to pull out of the slipstream and send it down the inside and into second place.
Fair play to Pip Kasabin. Pip Kasabin has dug deep in this race to get back up into the P2. Freddie Lloyd's on the charge as well. Freddie Lloyd's not done here today on Wednesday, side by side between Kasabin and Lantinga into turn 5. Lloyd with nowhere to go has got to be patient at this moment. Stay there in P4. Ramakas has gone. Classic Ramakas has delivered when it matters in this race. Has become such a master of race management in the senior categories in 2024. Kasabin stretching away now as well for second place. Lloyd having a look down the inside through the kink into turn 9 is going to maybe try and do a run out of turn 12, but Timo Ramakas is going to put his name onto the winner's board here in the heats. A comfortable win in the end from Pip Kasabin. Who's going to take third? It's going to be close on the line, and it will be Lantinga who takes it by 8 thousandths of a second ahead of Lloyd. First win of the weekend, that one will stand. No problems at all for Timo Ramakas. He is well and truly arrived at IWF 2024.
He certainly has. That 8th place earlier on after the nose cone can be stricken from the record in his mind, because he comes away now with a solid race win. That's exactly what he needs. That'll help him out nicely as he tries to recover back to that top spots in the intermediate classification. Right, now after that race then, all of our race winners from earlier, apart from one, have lost out on having a perfect score. Dylan Seaman, who will be in the last race today, he is the last of the race winners to see if he can claim a perfect score at the end of day one. That'll be later on, though. But in this one here, Ramakas takes the win from Pip Kasabin, Roxanne Lantinga from Freddie Lloyd, Luca Horton from Patrick Okradovchik, Noah Wolf from Maxime Bouvert, who finishes in P8, Charlie Glom from Eloy Gonzalez, running out the top 10 in that race. There's a look at the full provisional classifications at the end of that one. Martin Volstrom from Austin Gale. Gale picked up a warning flag in that one as well. Luke Kamen from Robbie Buckley and Kyo Lee rounding out the top 15. 16th place, though, sees the biggest mover, Thomas Hansen. 18 places gained in that one, Andrew.
Yeah, really good run for Hansen there for Pantano Racing Team. Similar good drive from Caden McQueen, who was up 13 spots to 17th. Diego Castro, Timian Hafstad up 14, and Jacob Mikulev all in the top 20. Quite a few drivers having problems in that one, because Mikulev, we know, was off at turn 4, was he not, on lap number 1, and still came home ahead of the likes of Max Starikov, Kyle Machea, Hugo Brunn, Eric Vress, Thibaut Kempf, Boras, Gauchi, Via, Gabrick, Saarinen, all in the top 30. Not good races, unfortunately, for Fernando Luque, Miguel Silva, and the last of the finishers, Amanda Salonen. 2 retirements from that race. William Thompson, 5 laps from the end, and Alphonse Miettinen on lap 1.
Well, here's a look at the highlights from that one, and my goodness, how close is it there for Roxanne Lantinga at the start of that one, actually getting squeezed in the pack there from the drivers in front, all fighting for the same spot off the track, 3 wide all the way to the outside as well. You had the likes of Maxime Bouvert just trying to push through. Drama there on the infield, just it wasn't a clean getaway when they got to the pinch points, was it? And then the same coming in towards turn number 4. You just had the moments all the way to the end. Unfortunately, just straight off the track, that little bit of contact there between, I think that was an MDC and a Zanki coming together, and unfortunately for Jacob Mikulev, out of that race and all the way to the back. Did recover though nicely.
Yeah, it got back up into the top 20, which is something. A lot of drivers pushing on through the braking zones, noted in the first stage of this race. So maybe we're getting to that point again where the tyres getting a bit older, getting a bit harder to get the heat back into the rubber compound, and of course the lowering temperatures across the course of this afternoon. Good scraps involving the likes of Noah Wolf, Luca Horton and Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd down the inside here. This was for 4th place on lap number 4. Got to give credit to Freddie Lloyd in terms of his race pace, as Fernando Luque fell out of contention. That he raced across that gap. It was around 2 seconds between the top 3 and the rest of the order.
Certainly was. More drama there as karts going off the circuit. That is not what you see for everyone, but for all of them, they just try to get it to the end as the last of it. Miguel Silva just getting squeezed off the circuit there. Not what you want to see. But I believe we're ready down in Parc Ferme. So Nicole Sutherland, let's head over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I've got Thibaut Ramakas. Thibaut, expertly driven. Are you happy with that race?
Yeah, it's a really good race. I'm really happy. I made a good start, and after the first lap I was leading, and after I push, and I win, so really good.
Like you said, you pushed really hard, led the whole thing, but Roxanne was on your tail at one point. Did you feel any pressure?
No, I was driving like I normally do, no pressure. The chassis and the engine was perfect, so yeah, really good.
Great to hear from you, Thibaut. Good luck for tomorrow. Like I said, expertly driven heat there by Ramakas. Let's head up to the box because we've got some more senior action coming up.
We certainly do, Nicole. Yes, 2 more races to go. Qualifying Heat B versus G is coming up next. That'll be followed by Qualifying Heat D versus H. to round out the day. And again, as we like to do in between races, we like to have little discussions and chats and everything like that. Timo Ramikas impresses us, and I swear he's had a growth spurt. He's nearly as tall as us now, which is absolutely fantastic. I remember interviewing last week, and you know, he's down there, and now he's as tall as me.
He's got big shoes on.
He's got big shoes on now. Yeah, good stuff there for Timo Ramikas, but still showing he's got the pace out there. Good to see. Right, we'll turn our attention to this one. Senior X30 qualifying heat B versus G. This is going to be an exciting one. There's no race winners in this race, which means someone's about to claim their first qualifying heat win of the weekend. My question is, Andrew, is who could it be?
That's a really tough question, because I think there's probably 8 or 9 drivers who on form would be good tips for that. Sean Hogan, of course, is one of them. He's the pole position holder for this one. Otto Pikkinen, very strong driver, very experienced driver. Morgan Moore this year has had a tremendous season. He could be a good shout for a win in this one. I'm not just reading through the grid, honest, ladies and gentlemen, but Eduardo Dominguez is going to be my next tip as the first of the Spaniards. Clement Neutron was very strong earlier, led for a good amount of his first race. Christian Biasate immediately behind as his teammate. That's a useful person to have. Oh, in fact, there's another TB car immediately behind on that side of the grid in the shape of Alex Machado. Adi Martinez as well, your winner from Winter Cup, right at the start of the season. He's got the capabilities of getting himself to the front, and Andy Rattel in there as well, very strong for the whole season. Looking good so far this week in the Pantano.
Indeed. I mean, you've got Morgan Moore there as well, who he got to the front of one of his races in the early stages, so he led for that one. He did end up finishing that first race, though, in P7, but again, still a strong performance from him. Andy Rattel, he finished third earlier on, so again, a strong performance there. Again, you can't put it on one driver, I don't think. There's so much in there, and they're all in a position now where they all had top 10 results for the top 8 earlier on. They all finished inside the top 10. So again, it's in a really we just don't know sort of situation. But we're about to find out. We're moments away from starting this penultimate race of the day. And if a certain colleague of mine was here, he would say paddock pooch of the week right now, as we see one of the many family animals here at the track in the grandstand watching along. But right then, engines fire up. Let's send the drivers out and let's take you through that full starting lineup. John Hogan and Otto Pikkinen on row number 1, 4th and 9th for them earlier on. Eduardo Dominguez and Morgan Moore go from row number 2. Clement Neutron and Andy Rattel on row 3. They had the best results from their groups earlier on. 2nd and 3rd for them on track, and all French, row number 3. Christian Biasati and Santiago Veiga on row number 4. They have Alexandre Machado and Jack Buckley on row 5. Andrea Martinez and Ava Donaldson go from row 6. They'll have Luke Agnew and Vilma Svan on row 7. Romeo Russell and Francois Venot on row number 8, with Aaron Ferenzano and Mary Lascois on row number 9.
Joey Brown and Hugo Besson complete the top 20 for the start of this race. Patrice Kovalevski and William Lundvo start on row number 11. Portugal's Rodrigo Villacher starts on row 12. In fact, it's an all-Portugal row 12 with Max Radek da Silva on that one as well. Timio Rupen and Jimmy Suomela start on row 13. Filippo Polla had a difficult day yesterday, and as a result starts this heat on the 14th row of the grid alongside Mattis Barber, who's got the pace to come through as well, as does Sam van der Heyden. Starts on an all-Dutch row 15 alongside Thomas van Vliet. Juan Felipe Martinez of Ecuador is on row 16 alongside Singapore's Isaac Sayer. Row 17, Finland's Alexei Peltoniemi and Alessandro Bigi. The last of the drivers in this one, 35 drivers competing in this race between groups B and G on row 18. It's the 336 of Lewis Todd.
Right, getting to that point now where the sun is very low in the sky. It's in the driver's eyes down in towards turn 2, makes it a little bit difficult for them. It's down in their eyes in towards turn 4 and turn 9 as well. So really tricky sort of situation that they're in right now. Really need to focus on what the driver ahead is doing. But again, it just all falls down to, well, again, that question we asked at the start of this one. Who could take that race win in this one? We just don't know. Again, it all falls down to this one. The points at the moment are still very, very close in the senior category. Not much between them. Again, Seaman still leading those points. He's out in the next one. Dana Carinini with the 2. Lucia with the 2 as well. Utron with 2 also. Very, very close. Kevin and Roxanne Lantinga, they're joint on 3 points apiece. But Kevin Lantinga will be out in the next race as well. Eyes on the lights, drivers into the tram lines, lights go green. We are racing for the last time today for qualifying heat B versus G in the seniors, down in towards turn number 1. Great start from that inside row. The odd side of the grid getting a brilliant start there, but it's a brilliant start more though for Eduardo Dominguez as he gets up into the race lead. Dust getting kicked up in the background, but everyone is through the first few corners unscathed here, Andrew. But it's a great start for the Brill driver.
Unscathed, but only just. A number of drivers getting really squirrely off of turn 1 and then again into the braking zone. I thought Dominguez was going to be going round there, but he drifted it beautifully through the braking zone, leaning on everything that he had to take the lead of this race. A brave defence from Sean Hogan as well in the early stage of this one, and it's I think is that Christian Biasati or Clement Utron who's come through. It's Utron who's come through into second place. So another quick start for TB Kart Racing team. So up the inside, that's a cheeky one from Clement Utron. If he's got the control off the corner, he'll take the lead, but no. Good reading by Dominguez. Dominguez gets back in underneath, gives himself a tap on the head. End of lap 1, it's Dominguez who leads. Utron P2, that's a gain of 3 in the early stages. As again, Dominguez feels the need to break down the middle of the road there to keep the race lead. Biasati's trying to go around the outside, will have the inside for turn 4, as through goes his teammate as well. Utron up into the lead and has got a rear gunner now in the shape of his teammate Christian Biasati.
And that's crucial when it comes to the slipstream and everything like that. It's perfect to have a rear gunner at a track like Zueda here, but it's all still kicking off there as they continue to fight here. Sean Hogan just trying to hold on to that P4 right now. Andrea Martinez is right there. Otto Pukkanen just behind. Machado, Andy Rattel is there. Buckley also, Viva is also involved in this fight. There's a look at the points again. They all just stay the same right now. So everyone is just trying to find their way to the end of this race. But still, Utquan, a brilliant getaway there. Biasati now second place, up 5 places. It's an incredible drive from those top 2.
It is indeed. I tell you who else is having a really good drive is Mustienes in a not too dissimilar fashion to what we've seen from him before at the very start of the season. Here's a change for the lead between the 2 TB teammates. Biasati goes through past Utron. Nicely orchestrated there to not allow Dominguez a route through to break them apart, but they're having a fight again. 3 wide coming off of turn 4. This is not teamwork at all as Dominguez tries to go around the outside. Back into the lead goes Utron. Fantastic for us, neutrals in the box, but a penny for the thoughts of what's going on in the minds of the TB Kart management at the minute.
Well, Clement Utron screams mutiny to his fellow TB Kart teammate of Christian Biasati, who immediately went on the attack there and now has put them all right back with that whole group once more. And now Masinis is right there in the Kids to Win kart, the driver who won the first round of the the Winter Cup in Valencia this year. So he knows how to pedal, he knows how to drive quick, and now here at the Zueda circuit, he is right there in 3rd place. Scratch that, 2nd place, because Utron has gone from 1st to 3rd in towards the braking zone of turn number 1. But now Masinis is going to try and go wheel to wheel with the likes of Dominguez, but can he get through? The answer is no. It is going to lose out to Clement Utron, who's back up into 2nd, but no, back down the inside. They go wheel to wheel, and has he got a 2 for 1 on that one? I think he almost got it, but he's back to 2nd.
Really clever driving from Mistienes there. He made sure that he had a good amount of speed off of turn number 4. This is more like it from Mustienes. We haven't seen this kind of form for a good number of months. Mustienes leads on home soil again. This is very reminiscent, and there is a long way to go, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very reminiscent performance from Mistienes of what we saw at that Miami Winter Cup. He had a very quiet start. Forget that, Dominguez has gone back down the inside to retake the race lead. Mistienes will have a good run of it down the pit straight for the end of lap number 4. but he did have a quiet start, and then as the week went on, he just got stronger and stronger and stronger to become a real force in that competition. It didn't quite go his way across the course of the continental season through the Miami Euro Series, but he is back. He's going to have to deal with Clement Outron now, though. Outron back down the inside. That's a nice clean move from the Frenchman up into second place. Little bit further behind. Andy Rattel's still there leading the train, trying to chase this quartet down. On board with Santiago Viva here in the 3:09. That's the 3:24 ahead of us. Another one of the TB cars. That's Alex Machado down the inside. There are overtakes going on galore in this race. It's suddenly, once again, Groups B and G have come alive.
Well, our timing screen likes to give us a little marker to show where the gaps are between the grids, who the groups are. At the moment, it can't figure out the difference between 1st to 29th, but that's a very broken cut that's just going through there. I didn't quite catch the number there, Andrew, but someone is tumbling down the order with a lot of damage, and I've got a feeling it possibly might be either Tamir Rupen and Thomas van Verley, maybe one of them. But we'll find out as the field here kicking in nicely. Still Dominguez leading the way, but now the two TBs go wheel to wheel, and they now get back up into 1st and 2nd. But Biasati and Outron have to deal with Maciennes once more, who's on the outside here at turn 5. Can he hold it round the outside to hold on to 2nd place? The answer to that is yes.
Good stuff once again from these race leaders. Maciennes is going to try and go around the outside. Surely that's not going to work. He's going to find himself with a face full of curb. He still fights in there, though, to hold on to 2nd place. Biasati now your race leader. Dominguez in there as well. It's just great fun to watch, but I do fear, Anthony, that this is going to end in tears for somebody out there. Andy Rattel has worked his way up to 4th place now. That's the end of lap number 6. 3 more to go. You asked me before the race, mate, which one of these drivers was going to win this one, and I named about 9 drivers. I think that's still the case, if not more than 9 right now, as here goes Maciennes round the outside. That's a belter of a move from Maciennes to take the lead of this race. It was the 3:34 with the dislodged Nassau panel. That is Thomas van Vliet out of this race. Maciennes now started to break away. Dominguez having another go at Biasati, but how about that move round the outside by the Spaniard into turn 2?
It wasn't bad, was it? And I'm sure he's pretty happy with it. One driver who's not going to be happy at all, though, is there. Sem van der Heijden out of the race. The KCR Racing driver going no further. That is a big shame. But eyes on this one here, all still kicking off. But now it's for 2nd place because Maciennes has done exactly what he needed to do. A quiet, calm little start there, kind of. And now he's just broken away. Blink and you miss him.
Yeah, he's a dangerous driver to allow to have his own way and get into a rhythm. And he's going to have a lead now of over 1.5 seconds. He is gone. 1.3 seconds. So what do the rest do now? Do they call a truce for the next lap to try and pull that 1.35 seconds back, or are they going to continue to go wheel to wheel for 2nd place? Dominguez is going to go for the latter, straight down the inside, goes for P2. Goes too deep, though. Biasati returns back into P2 by the time they get to turn 5.
And that will only infuriate Biasati because he said to him on the start-finish line, let's go, let's catch him up, look at how much he's broken away, and then you just outbrake yourself and try to do that on me. So, you know, that will upset Biasati, but Dominguez is just going for his position. He wants 2nd place. He's thinking, no, we're not going to catch up to that one. I'm just going to fight you for 2nd place. And he's not wrong in doing that.
And it's a defence thing as well, because we've seen Outron put moves in and be keen to get himself further up the order. So Dominguez, he wants that track position. There's going to be one more lap to go of this one. Maciennes is clear. Maciennes is on his way to a race victory unless something even further extraordinary happens in this race. Let's have another look on board. This is on board with Valva. This is side by side with one of the TB carts. That's the 3:25 of Clement Outron. That's close quarters racing.
Close you can get to that. Oh my goodness me! You couldn't put a kitten's whisker to the inside of that.
And it's going on again between the two TBs. Dominguez has been shuffled back down the order. We are on the last lap as through goes Outron back to 2nd place. It's the 2:75 of Dominguez trying to retake the position. This is going to be a great win, though, for Adrian Maciennes. is going to put a smile on his face at the end of the first full day of racing.
It certainly will. Final lap board out, 1.9 seconds clear. That's how you do it. Christian Biasate picks up a warning flag. The driver in 3rd place will see an undisputable in-race 5-second time penalty. That is a kick in the shin at the end of that race, and he will tumble down the order. Cross the line though, smiles all around for Spain, and for the Kids to Win team, Adrian Martinez claims his first win of the weekend, and from the 6th row of the grid, he was not my pick to take the win in that one. It just shows how little we know about karting.
Well, what a win, what a race for Adrian Martinez there. Kids to Win back at the top of a race result. That'll be a very, very welcome one indeed. That just reminds everybody what this driver can do, particularly on home circuits. On the road, Clement Neutron P2, Christian Biasate P3, but as we've seen, there was that warning flag out for the 3-1-1 towards the end of the race. Eduardo Dominguez P4, Otto Pikkanen. In all of that, didn't talk about him much apart from first lap, but comes home in 5th place. Santiago Viva in 6th place ahead of Alex Machado. Romeo Roussel, decent drive for the Frenchman, up 7 spots to 8th place. Aaron Ferrazzano on the Delta did one better than that. 8 places gained up to 9th. And Patrice Kovalevsky went, well, I'll do 3 better than all of you, and 11 places up to 10th. Hugo Masson, Mehdi Lasred, Andy Rattel fell down to 13th place on that last lap. Not a good result by the high standards of Rattel. Sean Hogan might be a bit disappointed, lost 13 places in that race down to P14. Joey Brown completed the top 15.
Yeah, indeed, a very packed one in that top section with drivers moving up the order, and of course that bottom half with packed full of drivers who fell out of contention of that race, including the 2 retirements, Thomas van Valley and Sam van der Heijden. Unfortunately, both out of that race, with the entire field set out by Timmy Rupen for the LKM Racing team. But there, though, on your screen, Andrea Martinez lifting his kart up, cool, calm, collected, happy with that result, and it's got the same sort of demeanour that we saw at the Winter Cup, that one-off weekend against the rest, and yeah, just coming through on that one. Let's have a look at the highlights on this, because that came from the 11th or the 11th spot of the grid, 6th row of the grid, and he just snuck his way through all of that madness at the start of that race, because it was such a hectic start, wasn't it?
Was indeed. This was where, yeah, that little turn of the kart there from Dominguez could have easily gone wrong. Very aggressive start from the TB kart runners as well. Clement Neutron trying to go down the inside into turn 11. That one didn't quite work. Just had a bit too much speed, which opened the door again for Dominguez. Biasate got involved. Sean Hogan was still up there as well. Look at this. It was this kind of driving from Martinez, going out wide, knowing to get the run off of turn 4. That's not the only time that Martinez successfully pulled that one off. I love this. I don't think the TB kart team would have, because it was two of their top drivers wheel to wheel for half the race, it felt, but it was great fun to watch Clement Neutron and Christian Biasate fight it out for the race lead.
No, of course, the team want to make sure they get as many of their karts into that final at the end of the weekend, but with action like that, that is not going to happen. And of course, at the end of all of that, you know, Biasate also ended up with a 5-second in race time penalty as well. Not sure what it was for, but you know, it just shows that you don't want to be putting yourselves in situations like that. Sometimes it is best to just grit your teeth, work together, take a second place and just deal with it. But as long as you've broken away, that's what it is. Right, while you watch these highlights, let's head down to Parc Ferme though, because Nicole Sutherland, you have got someone with us. Who have you got?
I, of course, have our race winner, Adria. Adria, great race, up by 10 positions. Tell us about it.
Nice. We were fast. We were fighting a lot. That was nice for us. But well, we lacked a bit in the first heat, so we changed a few things for this one. It was quite better.
And I'm sure that you'll be looking to do the same tomorrow. Of course, quali means that you'll be starting in the same position. You feeling confident? You feel like you can replicate what you just did?
Yeah, of course. We were really fast all weekend, so the only thing was the qualifying. We had a bit of traffic on our lap and in the first heat, but yeah, now winning, I think I have much confidence and feeling well, a good feeling with the car, and yeah, prepare for tomorrow.
Well, great to speak to you and some great racing out there. We'll go back up then because there'll be more of the same coming up shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Still the highlights rolling in from that previous heat in X30 Senior. This was on to the final lap. The Dominguez versus TB kart battle that raged on from lap 1 through to lap 9. At this point, Biasate had the advantage over both Dominguez and his teammates, Clement Luchon. But Adrian Martinez takes race victory, puts his hat into the frame of those to keep an eye on for the course of this week at Zuera. Second place coming in for Clement Luchon. Christian Biasate on the road there in third. One more race for groups D and H to negotiate now in a few moments' time. 9 laps for it, 15.3 kilometres round the Zuera International Circuit. Another 34 drivers preparing themselves down in the pre-grid area for what will be their second heat of the day, of the race week, and a good chance here for our remaining driver on 0 points, Dan Steenman, to take a lead in the early stages overnight. There is Alessandro Tedesca for RSD, looking poised and ready for what could be a good run here. And he was very quick yesterday in timed qualifying. He'll have Juan Alugia for company on the front row. Mark Lepiccolo directly behind. Mark Lepiccolo really needs a good race here just to get things back on track. Had that problem, that incident on lap 1 of his first race, sent him all the way from the second row of the grid all the way to the back. Fought back to P20, so we know that there's good pace there for the Red Speed chassis. But again, Mark Lepiccolo will be looking for a good performance here across the course of these next 9 laps. Keep an eye on Kevin Lantinga as well, nicely positioned in the standings. He's on that all-Dutch third row of the grid with our remaining driver, who hasn't been beaten yet so far in the X30 Senior category. That, of course, being Dan Steenman. And a flurry of Brits directly behind as well. Lewis Bird, Joseph Smith, Gus Lawrence will all fancy their chances in this one. We shouldn't forget for Greece as well, Emmanuel Leodakis. Lights illuminated at the bottom of the pre-grid, whistle sounds and engines fire. Start of the formation lap here for the last race of the day. It's Groups D versus H in X30 Senior.
Let's take you through that full starting lineup then. Alessandro Tedesca starting it on pole position, is joined by Johan Aluja, who finished second place in his first race earlier on. Can he change that to a P1 in this one? Mark Lepiccolo and Emmanuel Leodakis round out row number 2. They'll have Kevin Lantinga and Sean Steeman, or Dan Steeman, I should say, who took the race win earlier on. Can he capitalise and take another one in this? Lewis Bird and Joseph Smith both received penalties earlier on. They start this from the 4th row of the grid. They've got Gus Lawrence and Bertram Sash on row number 5. Marius Barryberg and Paul Chaus go from row 6. They'll have Alberto Hurtado and Hugo Gelade on row number 7. CJ Bennett and Noah Maton go from row 8. They'll have Andre Tabaja and Amelia Cara on row number 9.
Lawrence Sash was strong in the first round, goes from row 10 in this one and completing the top 20 for the start of this final race of the day. It's Hayden Eldridge on the Kart Republic. Peter Stiller from Italy is joined by Kian Geraghty, who's had some real tough starts to this 2024 edition of IWF there, both on row number 11. Harvey Ryby was a retirement from the first round of heats. Will go from row 12. He's joined by Kevin Backer. Ali Cresswell, very good run for Cresswell earlier today. Needs another good one here from row 13 and is joined by Francis Luna Clare. Nud Nielsen and Casper Henriksen go from row 14. Georges Nassar and Tyan Kennard go from row 15. That's the end of your top 30 at the start of this race. Dylan Patel and Johannes Nyberg go from row 16. It's a 34-strong field completed by Finland's Albert Ingo and Ronan Hennessy
Smiles all around from the officials here at the Zueda circuit as we get ready for the last race of the day. That's not smiles thinking, oh, thank goodness it's over. That's smiles thinking, what a day it's been.
What a beautiful evening.
What a beautiful day. A bit chilly, but it's been absolutely lovely. I'm sure you could still get sunburn out there despite the fact that it's only about 10 degrees, and but it's just been a beautifully sunny day. A little bit of cloud coming over now. Now I sound like the local weatherman. But it's absolutely fine. Last race of the day is here, and it has been absolutely superb racing all the way throughout. Can we see another new race winner in this one, or are we going to see our only repeat winner in the senior category? If Dan Steenman can do this, the driver from the Netherlands, on the third row of the grid, he will lead going into tomorrow. Into the tram lines. Are we going racing? We are green and racing in towards turn number 1. It's a great start from the grid, but it's a great start from Alessandro Tedesco, who holds on to the race lead. He's swept to the outside. Mark LaPiccolo this time around gets a much better start. He's held on to second place.
Yeah, good stuff for Mark LaPiccolo to just get into a rhythm in the early stages of this second heat. From there in the 285 into turn number 5 they go, sweeping through immediately into turn number 6, then this crucial braking zone of turn 7 past the marshal post on driver's left. Drivers just feeling each other out at the moment as to where they're strong, where they're weak as we go into sector number 3. Turn 9 is next. Tedesco and LaPiccolo already starting to break away.
Yeah, this should be a concern for the rest of the field here, because I suspect, you know, with both of them, Mark LaPiccolo having an 18th place in the end, he got, because there was a few more penalties that came in, and Tedesco finishing 9th, they both want to have good results in this one, so you can imagine those two will just work together in this, break away from the rest of the field, and just end the day high with a first and a second.
Absolutely. Well, saying it's one thing, seeing it into action is another, as there's a good scrap going on for third place. Kevin Lantinga got through past Steeman there and Aluja into turn number 2. Steeman has followed through, so it's the two Dutch drivers at the head of the chase pack right now, all looking calm at the front. Tedesco and LaPiccolo know what's at stake here. Good haul of points. Good position in the intermediate classification at the end of the first full day of racing. It's going to be a long, long couple of days before the drivers seriously start to think about those super heats and finals on finals day. Who's had a good start further down the order? Andre Dabija has had another good start, up 8 places into the top 10, P9 to be exact, and Peter Stiller as well on the move. The Italian for VDK Racing, a gain of 6 places, and is up to 15th.
Indeed, strong moves all the way throughout this field. Now, I'm going to keep an eye on some sector times here, seeing the drivers behind and this group here, and I've got to say, Andrew, on that last lap, Dan Stedman was quick. Purple sectors for both himself and Kevin Lantinga, as drama has ensued in the background here. Tumbling down the order is the Falcon of the two. The 232 falling down. That is Kevin Backer, unfortunately. And I believe he may have had a coming together with maybe Hayden Eldridge and maybe even George Nassar as well, because they have all tumbled right to the back of the grid in this one. So that is a big shame. This is interesting here now. Tedesco has broken away from Mark LaPiccolo. Steenman is there in third place, closing in. Oh, long way to go in this race, but I think the chess pieces are now just being put into position.
They are indeed. End of the third lap. Quarter of a second is the lead for Tedesco over LaPiccolo. Steenman still there in third. 1 minute 3.3 last time around for Steenman. 1 minute 3.7 for both Tedesco and LaPiccolo. So Steenman is the driver with the pace right now. Changed for 6th place a little further behind. Lewis Bird has found a way past Emmanuel Leodakis for that spot. Unfortunately for Leodakis, it's just got worse. Joseph Smith and Paul Chouse have also found a way by. So the driver from Greece down to P9. Noah Maton and Peter Stiller also on the move. Curious race for Juan Aluja. He's down to 15th place in this at this point. I don't know if there's a problem there for the two 93 MD Racing kart. But in terms of where we would expect Manaluja to go, having started this race second on the grid, falling down to 15th place, and we're still not even in the second half of this one. That is a worry.
It certainly is. Yeah, he's all the way down there, isn't he? P15. So that is a huge drop in performance from what he did earlier on. So, you know, keep a close eye on that. See if he can fight back in that second half. But time very quickly running out. This is all closed up here now, hasn't it? Down the inside, here comes Steenman up into second place. He's got a real chance of taking the lead of this intermediate classification and dominating into tomorrow if he can claim this win in this last race.
Well, only the win in this this last race will give him the lead, because as things stand, being there in second place, that's where we then look at tiebreakers and we go back to the qualifying practice classification from 24 hours ago. That is always going to go the way of Danny Caronini, because he was the fastest driver of all yesterday in those 6-minute qualifying sessions. But, as you say, Anthony, if Dan Steenman can find a way through past Alessandro Tedesca, it would break the tiebreaker, put Steenman back to 0 points, and alone at the top of the order.
That was very interesting there. Tedesca may have just nailed the last nail in his coffin there, because he went to the inside there to try and break the toe, but everyone else behind him stayed in one long line. He then ended up being the one cut on his own, getting no push. He was breaking the hole through the air and didn't have a push draft behind, and now he's lost the lead, and Steenman now holds on to the lead of this one here. It's happening for Dean Steenman here. He is leading the intermediate classification with 0 points to his name. He is looking for the double win here as Kevin Lantinga sends it down the inside and gets up into second place. He is gifted a lead now to Steenman. This is right into the hands of the driver from the Netherlands.
Yeah, unfortunately for Alessandro Tedesca, I think that was a bit of a tactical mistake coming off the racing line. It meant he had a lower corner exit speed from turn 1 to turn 2. It just made him look vulnerable. You see Kevin Lantinga getting a little bit frustrated in all of that. Kevin Lantinga is now on his own in a way in second place. What was the speed like? 121.7 kph for the race leader, 123.6 for Lantinga. Let's keep an eye on those sector times. Kevin Lantinga, we know across the course of 2024, has had very good race pace. He's had a good qualifying here at the IWF Warrior final for 2024. He's a little bit quicker through the first sector. Second sector's the key one, I feel. If you can get onto a gap, maybe a tenth and a half behind Steenman by the time they get round to turn number 12, that's when he's got a chance. Got to say, the turning rate of that KCR Racing 292 looks very good. Dan Steenman's ability to get through turn 7, get the car pointed in a direction where he can get on the hammer and power out the corner is very strong indeed. He actually pulled out a little bit over Lantinga last time around. 2 laps to go, was out of the race. He's one of the BMRs. It's Hayden Eldridge who's had a really difficult day. And yeah, whilst Lantinga is quicker over the course of the lap because he gets the slipstream advantage, it's still Steenman looking good at the front of the field.
Yeah, indeed, but that gap's gone down now, and there's going to be a change. Kevin Lantinga sends it down the inside at turn 4. Now, Kevin Lantinga does not know the gravity of that move he's just done. He's shaken up the front of this now, because remember, Kevin Lantinga is 3rd in the intermediate classification, so this puts him 3rd in the points right now. This could help him out massively for Kevin Lantinga. That 3rd earlier on and a win right now keeps him 3rd, keeps him right there in that intermediate classification. But, well, Steenman's not going to give that one up nicely because he wants to lead into tomorrow. The battle is on, but now he's looking like he's falling back into the clutches of Tedesca again now.
I've got to say, that sector 1 from Kevin Lantinga to set up that move into turn 4 was absolutely tremendous. And the trouble for Steenman now is if Lantinga repeats it once again, Steenman may not get the opportunity, but Steenman's got good pace down the pit straight. Lantinga's going to go defensive to the inside. Steenman's going to try and go around the outside. Oh, that is fantastic from Dan Steenman. He's got to get the elbows out now, make that 292 as wide as possible. Kevin Lantinga has done many an overtake so far this year, but he's been absolutely done there. by his countryman, Dan Steeman, who's now breaking away. Le Piccolo and Tedesco are trying to get involved. If that is a move for a race win by Dan Steeman, that's going to be another contender, I feel, for move of the day.
It certainly is. Absolutely sublime there through turn number 2, and he can just control this one all the way to the end. It's still kicking off in the background there, as that looks to me like that's Paul Chows trying to send it down the inside of Joseph Smith. Oh, and that's a chain guard that's come off one of the carts. But whose cart did that come off? I mean, we're on the final lap. Checker flag's out this time around, so it's not going to matter too much, but it might be a technical infringement. Across the line they go. Steedman takes the win from Kevin Lantinga. Tedesco finishes in 3rd from Marius Barryberg, but whose chain guard with that? Because that still could be a technical infringement when they come back in to Parc Ferme. That was one of the front runners' chain guards. Nicole Sutherland, if you can hear me, I'm sure you can. Can you find out whose it is? It's,
it was Steedman's.
It was Steedman. It was the race leaders. Oh. Now we need to know if that's going to result in trouble when he gets back into Parc Ferme, because that's a vital part of the safety equipment missing from the cart. Ooh. Oh, I need to read the regulations for that one.
Well, if you're Kevin Lantinga, Alessandro Tedesco, you will make the argument that if that happened on lap 1, etc., etc., etc. So, this is a provisional result with a capital P, ladies and gentlemen, but Dan Steeman right now, P1, the only driver to go through the first 2 rounds of X30 senior races without any kind of penalties. Not the only driver to get across the line in P1 twice, because of course Thibaut Ramicas did that in the first round, but then had a front fairing penalty, so we'll just make that clear. Steedman from Lantinga, Tedesco, Barryberg, Le Piccolo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chows, Smith, Hurtado, Lawrence, and another great drive from Andre Labija for NCM, up 7 spots into the top 10. Maton, Bird, Loritz Sash, Wanaluja, Bertram Sash, all in the top 15. Difficult race there for Emmanuel Leodikis, down 12 spots to 16th. A difficult race, of course, for Wanaluja as well, who also lost 12 positions. There is the point of contention, ladies and gentlemen. Quite clearly, no chain guard there on the 292 of Dan Steedman at the end of this race. We will wait to see if that does have a bearing on the race results. And of course, you know, the teams run these carts on weight very close to the limits.
It's only a piece of plastic.
It's only a piece of plastic, but it's weight's weight. You never know.
Very true.
Here's a look at some of the highlights from that one. This was the start of the race. A solid start for Alessandro Tedesco, who led the early stages into turn 2. Good to see everybody making it through the first couple of corners, but on the attack in those early stages as well. Kevin Lantinga, as we've said a lot across the course of the season so far, has been an overtaking machine.
It certainly has been. Drama, though, in the earlier stages of that race. Drivers being eliminated in those early stages, and out of the race was Kevin Backer. The later on, Hayden Eldridge would bring it back into Parc Ferme as well. The driver for the BMR team out of the race also. This, however, this was a fight, wasn't it? Brilliant stuff from Shirin Denman down the inside, getting into the race lead, thinking it was going to be, that was it, because he managed to open up because of this move here, but it all kicked off. Right, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, we're in the commentary box thinking, is Steedman going to claim that win? What's the story down there?
Couldn't say yet whether or not that chain guard issue is going to be a problem for Dan Steedman, but I do want to talk to you about that race win. 2 heat wins and that incredible move round the outside. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was a incredible race this time again. Yeah, of course the speed in the beginning was really good, so I could pick up some places, and then in the end I let Lantinga go through, and then I picked him back at the end of the stage. It was a lovely move around the outside. I let off speed out of the first corner, and then I go around the outside. So beautiful move, and that gave me the win for the seat.
And, you know, we're going into early evening now. Temperatures have dropped slightly. Did that affect the track conditions at all, or?
Not really. The asphalt temperature is also really high at the moment. So it not really depends on how fast I am at the moment.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out shortly whether or not you get to keep that win, but kind of forgetting that, you know, whether or not that happens, confidence level still high going into tomorrow, I'm assuming?
Of course, I'm gonna give everything tomorrow again regarding the chain guard going off, but we'll see.
Thank you, Dan. Great to hear from you. That's it then for our first day of racing here at Zuera IWF 2024. Andrew, Anthony, what can we expect to see tomorrow?
Well, we can expect to see another action-packed day of racing, and it kickstarts just a fraction earlier than what it did today, starting on track at 9:55, meaning we'll be live around 9:50 local time here in the morning, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. And it kickstarts with Mini X30 for their second round of qualifying heats, starting in the morning. Then we go to juniors for their third round of heats. Then the Masters for Heat 2 before the lunch break. And then after the lunch break, which is around 12 o'clock, we then go from 12 all the way to 5 o'clock in the evening. It is a long day, 5 hours of non-stop qualifying heats with seniors, minis, back to seniors, Master for their Heat 3, and then ending the day with the junior category. That last race of the day starting at 5 minutes past 5 local time. So in 17 hours, we'll be back for the second day of qualifying heats on Thursday's racing. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather, Nicole Southern down there. Andrew, any words you can round out today with?
It's only just begun.
It's only just begun. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for IWF in 2024.